Welcome to the Encore Audio Archives YouTube channel. I'm Taper Dave, and this is my channel. I've uploaded hundreds of talks here that I've recorded at meetings in West LA, and I've also recorded conventions starting in 2013. I've got a bunch of those up. And Walt and Mary Murray, the original owners of Encore Audio Archives, started the company in the 80s, and Walt recorded Joe and Charlie's and a bunch of stuff down in Vista, California. My sobriety date is June 20th of 1994. I hope you find something you like, so please like and subscribe to my channel and comment down below. If you want to hear something that I don't have or that you don't see, I'll see that I get it. Anyways, take care and have a great day if you want to.
All right. Traditions as a guide to healthy relationships. I'm going to give you just a very, very brief introduction as to how and why all this came about. In our group one night, there were about a dozen couples, another dozen couples, there were about a dozen of us that asked an attorney, would she give us a group rate on a divorce? And that wasn't necessarily joking. And because we were all people who had been in the program an amount of time, was not newcomers, and we were all supposedly married to sober alcoholics. Now, somehow in my mind, and in all the rest of us, we had the idea that if they got sober and went to AA, and we got halfway sane and went to Al-Anon, that we ought to be able to make it as couples. It just seemed like that ought to work. Everybody doing their own thing. But that was the problem. Everybody was doing their own thing to the exclusion of having a relationship. And so therefore, that's when we decided, well, maybe, if traditions could keep groups of sicky people working together in a, halfway decent manner, if we could apply that at home. How do you apply it at home? There wasn't anything in our literature, And so we began to study and pray about that. And one summer I sat down and like I say, we had all this input from different ones talking or whatever. And so we compiled what we call the 12 traditions. And as you'll note, as we go along, we have reworded them. And then over the years, now this was way back, and over the years, I think this was like 88, the summer of 88. And so over the years, we have developed this. We offered it to World Service, who said, no, thank you. Are we surprised? And it was helpful. Anyway. It wasn't whiny. It was helpful. Outside issue. Anyway, so I thought, okay, well then I'll just write the book. And so that's what you have here, and I had it copyrighted since they didn't want it. So, as you'll see, you have a book, and if you have a partner and they're on the cruise, you can take 2 books or whatever. There's a book for everybody. And so first of all, what is a relationship? What is a relationship? You hear, it's real funny, people come in the program and they want to get well, but they want to have a relationship first. Well, sick calls to sick. We wonder about that. But it's the joining or connection of 2 or more individuals in some manner. And people say, well, I'm not in a relationship. I don't know anybody that's not in a relationship of some kind. Don't you have one with God? Don't you have one with a mother, a father, a brother, a sister, the next door neighbor? People that you go around that you're a human being. I develop relationships on an airplane, sometimes the person next to you begin to talk to one another. And that is a type of relationship. That's where you're relating to one another. That kind of thing. So it doesn't make any difference if you're married, single, looking, trolling, whatever. If you will follow some of the guidelines, it might help you. So with that, tradition 1. Our common welfare comes first. A healthy relationship depends upon unity. Now, in order to have unity in a relationship, I have to have unity within myself. It has to start with me. If I'm not okay on the inside, I don't have anything to bring to the relationship. In fact, I will be just the opposite. I will be looking for the relationship to fix something that's wrong inside of me. You've got to be okay. You can't transmit that you do not have. So, to do that, in order to be okay within myself, that's where you have to be able to practice the 12 steps. I think everybody, when they come in and immediately they want the relationship, they miss their focus. When you first get here, focus on yourself. Focus on getting yourself right with God and clearing up the wreckage of your past, finding out who you are and what you are about. Then work on a relationship. And see, that's what had scared me. I saw people who had been in recovery 25, 30 years, both of them, and they're getting divorces. And I'm going, my God, you mean I went through all this crap and now that he's not drinking, he's going to go off with somebody else? You really want to kill him then. You really want to kill him then. It's not funny. It's not funny. But we saw things like this happening. And that's when, it was like, hey, can't we work this stuff together? We got sick together. Let's get well together, And also we found that there were a lot of people in both fellowships that didn't understand each other. And so this was also another way for the two fellowships to work together very well, because that's a relationship. So the way to have unity within myself is to develop the relationship with my higher power, to develop an ongoing God consciousness. Being aware that God is the most important relationship I'm going to have, because it's the only one I'm never going to leave or lose. Let's face it. I may turn away, but God is always there. Now, I can't transmit God in my life and working through me if I don't have it on the inside of me, if I'm not in contact with God. And so I have learned to practice the presence of God. And this is being God-centered instead of self-centered. And occasionally it happens, It happens the more that I use prayer and meditation in my life. The more that I take time for God, like any relationship. If you don't spend time with that person, it's a little difficult to develop a relationship. How do you develop trust? You have to have some evidence. I don't just, used to, I was sort of I'll trust anybody until they do me wrong person. And I had that enough, and then I went the other way to, I'm so cynical, I trust nobody. You prove yourself many, many, many times, and you have one slip and it's all over. I went from one to the other. But to come back, you can see God never fails me. Sometimes, it's like I think God has a character defect. My higher power has a character defect. It's procrastination. God does not do things when I want him to. Usually what he does is always better than what I thought he should have done in the long run. But the timetable is really screwed up, to me. There's the God time and then there's my time. And my time is, I want to know about 48 hours in advance, and at a minimum. And sometimes when it's major stuff, I want to know about 2 or 3 years in advance. Then I know that no matter what happens when I get there, this is going to happen. Now, the truth of the matter is, that is the truth. When I get there, God is going to be there and take care of whatever happens. But I forget that when I'm over here looking out yonder. So it's like living in the now, practicing the presence and living right here where your body is right now. Let's not be in Juneau tomorrow, right now. Let's be right here. Be present. Bring your mind, bring your body, right here. Now, the next thing that I find that helps tremendously with unity is acceptance. Accepting things as they are, not the way you want them to be, and accepting people as they are. Much harder. Much, much harder. Because I don't know about y'all, but I get a little obsessive compulsive in my mind, and things irritate me. And they never irritate me a little bit, because I think about them. Now, if I didn't think about them, I'm sure I could let it pass. But I think all the time. My mind, and my sponsor always says the mind's a dangerous neighborhood. Don't go in alone, because your mind will do strange things. Now, I decided a few years ago, this is one of my favorite stories, I decided a few years ago that I wanted a garden, a really pretty flower bed in the front of my house. JD had this massive thing in the backyard, so I said, I'll take this. So I have about 15-foot wide flower bed that goes about, 40, 50 feet. And I, in my non-perfectionist nature, I went to the quarry and I got these river washed rocks from New Mexico. and they're white, and they're all rounded, you know, and it took me an entire day out there in the court getting exactly the number I needed, because I had this little template that I had made of a free form, and I put them all down on my little pattern. The guy at the quarry just knew I was nuts. You know, it's 100 degrees, and I'm out there sorting rocks at the quarry, you know, but I didn't want one rock too many or one rock too few, and I got them all put there, you know, lined them up around my flower bed. I said, God, that's gorgeous, that's gorgeous. Now, across the back under the windows, I planted elephant ears. Across the front, right behind those beautiful rocks, I planted hostas. One solid, one variegated, one solid, one variegated. You know, all the way across the front. Now, between the elephant ears and the hostas, I decided color here. We've done green, we've got white, we need color now. 17 flats of impatiens. That's a lot of little flowers. You just dig, you know, for days. Okay, you get them. Now, at home, I don't know, we have the commercials, you know, for Miracle Grow. And the guy gets up there and he said, got 50-pound tomato here, using Miracle Grow. And I said, Miracle Grow's what I need, you know. So now the instruction says Miracle Grow once a month. Well, if once a month is good, once a week should be better. So now I have 4-foot-tall impatiens. People driving by going, my God, you ever see impatiens like that? I mean, I got hostas that are this big. I mean, we're talking major flowers out here. And I'm being very, very humble and going, yes, they're mine. I did that. And so one day I come home from the meeting, and there's a hole in my flower bed. I'm talking about a massive hole in the middle of my impatiens. Now, do you realize what a tragedy this is? You see, if there's a hole in the impatiens, that means they're broken off. They're very tender little plants, and they're broken off even with the ground. Even if you plant more, they're never going to be the same height. It's ruined. It's ruined. What did this? I'll kill it. Well, as it turned out, it was one of my less favorite animals in the whole world, a cat. I don't like cats. I was attacked by a cat when I was a child. I have never liked cats. And it is the dreaded cat. It is a giant calico cat. Now, not being around cats that much, I don't realize exactly what's going on here. And the fact is, with my nice tall plants, I have created the jungle for them to lurk and to eat my birds that I have the bird feeders out for. I've provided them the natural habitat for stalking and pouncing, you know. But I don't realize that, you know, because I don't know anything about the nature of the cat other than they love to irritate me. Have you ever noticed dogs will stay away from people who don't like them? Cats, on the other hand, will rub all over you. You know, I mean, it's like, ha, 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 you hate me. Okay, so I began to ask all these people, program people, how do you get rid of a cat? Now, you'd be surprised. There are many, many home remedies for getting rid of cats. The first was mothballs. Now, they said if you put mothballs, they don't like the smell of mothballs, so there you are. And so I go and I get 4 or 5 boxes of mothballs. And now you can smell our house from 2 blocks away. But the cat loves it. So we go into plan B, you know, and they said cracked red pepper. So they get on their paws, they'll hate it. I have a Mexican cat. This cat keeps coming back. You cannot kill this cat. You can't get rid of this cat. And so I just go on and on that whole summer fighting with the cat. And then finally, one of the guys I sponsored had this pellet gun, and so he said, here, you can borrow this. And I said, good. So I pumped up to, you know, like 3 on my pellet gun. I'd come out the front door. By now, the cat and I are looking for one another. I'll come out and I'll spy her, and she'll spy me. You know, we're like this. And so I shoot her. And I hit her on the butt, and she goes, meow. But she comes back. We have an alley-cat. She's doing the same thing, expecting something different. So I pump it up to 6. She comes out. I get her. I shoot her, and she goes, meow, like that. And she comes back again. So the third time, I pump it up to 10. I get my gun ready, and I'm out, and I'm looking, and there she is. And I shot, and I missed her. But I didn't miss the next-door neighbor's house. Now I have knocked a hole in the siding of the next-door neighbor's house. So I decided maybe I shouldn't do that. So I put the gun down. Now, the next spring, we went through this whole process again. Because you see, I haven't accepted the nature of the cat. I haven't accepted. I don't understand. My sponsor's laughing hysterically when I tell her these things. She says, you're going to get it one of these days. She loves to torture me. And so, finally, I decided I have a 38. I'm going to kill it. I'm sick and tired of messing with the cat. The cat will not bother me again. I'm telling you now. I'm going to blow its little happy butt away. So, I was talking to a friend of mine, and he said, well, he shot a dog one time. And he said, that scream I'll never forget. And this guy loves dogs. He raises dogs. But this was a stray dog that kept bothering him. And I said, what did you, he said, I'll never, and so I'm going, oh God, I don't want to listen to a cat scream into eternity. So I said, I guess I'm going to have to accept the cat. What a concept. And so I sat there and I went, oh, this is going to kill me. But I'm going to do it. You see, my sponsor is a sick woman. She tells me to accept stuff to the point you wouldn't change it even if you could. That's a goal. You know, we very seldom get there. But you act as if until it becomes. So I go outside the door. The cat's there like this, you know, and I'm like that. And I said, welcome to my yard, FC. Well, I've named the cat over a couple of years, you know. I said, you can be my yard cat. You know, eat the squirrels, eat the birds. What do I care? You know, make yourself at home. This is your yard. I went back in the house. JD's dying laughing. I'm about to gag, you know. Next morning, I get up doing my breathing, prayer, meditation. I'm standing looking out the front window. One of my happy squirrels is gnawing a limb off of my bonsai tree. My Japanese bonsai tree. He's eating a limb off my tree. I'm going, I can't believe it. I went tearing out the front door, screaming down the steps, where the hell is my cat? My cat should be eating this squirrel. Where is my cat? And there's a guy driving past, and he's going, and I'm thinking, what's it to you? And then I look down. I'm out there in my underwear. I was a little carried away, you know. I've never seen the cat again until a couple of months ago. Now, it's been years, and I haven't seen the cat. I was up here in British Columbia in a little teeny town called Seashell, staying in this motel, and on the desk was this giant calico cat. And I said, FC, you went to BC. And the cat looks at, the cat didn't recognize me. Because I'm sure if he had you, go like this. But the principle there is to accept the nature of things just as they are. And when I did, it went away. There's something that happens when you accept the person or a situation exactly as it is, then the war inside you goes away and you're more able to deal with things. You're more able to get on with life. You know, and then I quit wanting something to be different. I become content when I quit. You know, when I try to fix something, it becomes an octopus on my face. And I can't get it off because I've got to get it done. And it doesn't work. I have to be willing. I have to be willing to be wrong. I don't know about y'all, but this was real hard for me for a long time. I couldn't make mistakes without feeling I was bad and that I was less than. You know, when you have low self-esteem, it's really hard to make mistakes because every mistake you make makes you feel more like a mistake. It affects you. And so I have to do what I need to do to take care of me so that I can bring to relationship instead of going there to feed off of it. I have to know what I'm going to bring. I have to be willing to bring forgiveness. I have to be willing to bring understanding, encouragement. You know, I didn't realize that sometimes, you know, when you're pointing at somebody else and picking out their faults, do you know they make more faults when you're doing that? When you're constantly, because see, now they're, oh God, I've got to do it right, I've got to do it right. And the harder you try to do it right, the more you screw up. At least that's my experience. When I'm trying to do something so right, I become so focused on it that I screw up a lot. And if I have the freedom to make a mistake, sometimes I don't make near as many mistakes. I have to change my life sometimes. You know, I had to be willing this past year to go back to work after being off for 21 years. Willingness wasn't hard when you thought about eating, but it was a hard transition to make. And, you know, it was through no fault of JD. By the way, for all the JD, stand up. All the people may not know JD. No, his company was sold, and the new company came in and changed a bunch of things, and they changed a lot of things, which made it necessary for me to have to go back to work. But that was okay. That was okay, because, see, I'm willing to work with JD or to do whatever I can for the unity of our home and for the betterment for the both of us, you know. And I could have been resentful a long time, you know, but that wouldn't have made me happy about what I was having to do. And if I can be content about and accept the situation for what it was, and it wasn't JD's fault, it was just a thing that happened. You know, not everything is a fault. Doesn't have to be blamed somewhere. Shit just happened, y'all, and life keeps going on. And just because you're in the programs doesn't mean that you're insulated to life, because people are going to come and go out of your life. You know, people are going to die, you're going to lose your jobs, things are going to happen. But we have tools to do with it. Plus, we have all the people who love us to support us through those things. You're going to have to use a lot of honesty, you know, a lot of honesty. You're going to have to quit doing things like, you make me. You make me so mad. You make me feel this. You make me. You don't make me nothing. I have choices. Sometimes I choose to feel that way, you know, but we got to take that if you from your vocabulary. The if, you know, that if is a fantasy word. It means in fantasy. If hadn't happened yet. If you hadn't have done that, well, whatever, you know. And then you've got to take away justification and rationalization. And I used to love a lady, her name was Holly, and she was a long-time member of AA, and she said justification and rationalization are just like masturbation. You're only screwing yourself. And that's true, because, you know, you're hurting yourself more with that than you're hurting anybody else. You got to develop some communication skills, you know, and you have to be able to be on the same wavelength when you're talking. And it's amazing. Now, JD has a hearing loss, but even if he didn't have a hearing loss, he hears things differently. He hears things differently than how I say them. I don't understand that. I can say to him, honey, I'm having some problems with the washing machine. And you know what JD hears? JD, a good husband would fix the washing machine. Now, I turn around 3 times and my washing machine's in 3,000 pieces out in the washroom, and I'm going, what the hell are you doing? And he said, well, you told me you wanted me to fix the washing machine. And see, that's not what I said at all. You know, those kind of things. So we have to learn to communicate. It's like, what did you hear me say? How did you hear me say it? When you're seeing something is a little weird, you know, when you say something, you notice how you get a weird reaction? It's like, well, clarify that right then. Don't let it go for 2 or 3 days wondering, you know, just, what did you hear me say? And how did I say that? Another thing is keeping your mouth shut. Now, there's a good way to do that and a bad way to do that, you know. There's that sulking and silent scorn bullshit, you know, which lets everybody know you're mad, even though we might not know why, you know. But that's an attention getter, you know. I love it, too. It's the silent treatment. My sponsor says, I just love this. She says, this is the way the most self-centered people get even with you. They deprive you of their conversation or presence. You know, it's like, and that's a big loss. You're going to keep your mouth shut. But I know for me, one of the main times I need to keep my mouth shut is when I get scared or feel threatened about something. Because that's when I feel backed up, and that's when I lash out to keep you away. That's when that mouth will come, you know, and say things that'll make you stay away from me because you're scaring me. JD came home one day and said he was going to build a boat in the backyard. I just went into a phobia. And instead of saying to him, JD, that scares me. That idea scares me. That sounds very expensive. We're struggling over here. You know, money seems to be the things we fight about. Money, sex, you know, those kind of things. But they don't come out exactly like that. And instead, what I try to do is convince him that he's got a bad idea. And then that way I don't have to say, that scares me. And so I'll say, honey, we don't need a boat. He said, I don't care. I want a boat. I'm going to build a boat. And the more I tell him he doesn't want it and he doesn't need it, the more determined he becomes that he's going to have it and do it. If for no other reason, just because I said so. You know, and if I could have kept my mouth shut and said, oh, it might not have turned out. I saw aircraft drop tanks coming into the backyard, and I go, what the hell are those? He said, I decided now I'm going to build a party barge. Well, when we got through, you couldn't, it was big enough to sail in, but you couldn't get it out of the backyard. And every time I made a comment about it, it got bigger. And finally, I accepted the fact that that was his dream, and that's what he wanted to do, and so leave it alone. And I told him, I said, I'm sorry for raining on your dream, but it was scaring me because, see, I didn't know how to be honest about those feelings. And so when I was honest about the feelings, the next day, guess what? Now, we thought about this for 2 years. He went out there and he had a cutting torch. He's cutting it apart. I said, what are you doing? He said, this isn't what I wanted. But every time you said something, I had to come out here and do more to it. That was how he got rid of his frustration of me telling him what he couldn't have, because it wasn't anything he wanted. He's got this fantasy that he's a fisherman. He's a boat builder. I mean, he's built 5 or 6 boats now, you know what I mean? And each one gets progressively larger, but we can get them out of the yard, you know. That's the main thing here. But it was communicating, you know, feelings and logic don't have to have anything to do with one another. You know, feelings aren't necessarily facts. They're not necessarily logical, you know. Feelings just are. You got to have an open mind. And nothing will slam your mind closed quicker than getting scared. Because when you get scared, you close down, you grab a hold of whatever your idea is, you know. You've got to take yes, but, what if, and I know out of your thinking and out of your vocabulary. And then ask yourself, how important is this? Do you want to be right or you want to be happy? Sometimes I want to be right, you know. It's just I want to be right more than I want to be happy, obviously, you know. Until I'm so unhappy that I realize, no, I really wanted to be happy. And then how important is it? It's not very important. That's what the amends steps are about. And then you know, argument. What does argument give you when you argue about it? Don't you just dig in on your side? Do you really listen to what the other person says? I listen to the extent of what my rebuttal is to what you're saying. I'm not listening to what you're saying. I'm trying to think of something to top you right over here. But it takes 2 fools to argue. A wise man will not argue with a fool. 2 wise men are certainly not going to argue. So obviously it must take 2 fools to argue, you know. And I don't like that, but that seems to be true, you know. And then you have to look at love versus need. Do you really love? You know, I can remember my relationships were pretty much, I want you, I need you, I love you. Love came after need. Need was more important. I would love you because I needed you. What I had to have in my life. And what I needed, I found, was approval. I needed approval, and I called approval love. And I looked at my mother for a lifetime, and because my mother didn't give me the approval I thought that I deserved or that I needed to have to be okay, I wasn't okay. Because I kept looking for that approval, and I couldn't find it. And so as a result, I took hostages. I'd take hostage, you know. I have to have someone around for me to be okay. That was my approval, someone being around me. And then you have the mind readers, you know. You know, people that I know he was thinking, you know. You don't ever know, and it's a good thing, what other people are thinking. It's really a good thing, you know. Because he who walks in another's mind is lost. You know, you can walk, because, you know, it's like, J.D. said, well, I thought you were thinking, and I'm going, God, I never think like that. You know, we just don't think alike, you know. And you had to know the difference between a want and a need. A want and a need. I go through and I see it twice. I want that. I want that. I need that. You know, it doesn't take long to change, you know. I mean, you can go like that. You know, and the truth of the matter is, I don't have a clue what my needs are. Wants are always changing. And the reason you know that, you get this, and God, when I get this, everything's going to be great, you know. And you get that, and then, I got to have a bigger one. I got to have a better one. My wants are always going to be there, you know, telling me. That's the source of some of my discontent is all those wants. instead of practicing being content with what I have right now. And then you've got to be able to communicate what your needs are to your partner. You got to be vulnerable enough to say, you know, I really need this in my relationship, or I need to talk to you about something, you know, or whatever, you know, and let that other person live. And it helps to have a little balance. What's balance? I didn't have a clue. I just want things my way. Then everything's in balance. Now, you know, we're like a pendulum. When you come in, you're like way over here. And you get a little program, and all of a sudden you're way over here, you know. And it takes a long time before you achieve the balance in a relationship. Like, for instance, I wanted to be around him 24 hours a day because I had to watch him. Watch what he was doing, you know. And so I came down on it, and they said, let him go. Let him grow up and be whatever it is he needs to be. Well, what'll he turn out? I don't know, but it was bound to be something better, you know, than what you're trying to do here. And so I let go, and boy, did I let go. I went right over here. Now, to show you, before I would say, we're going to go to the show tomorrow night, and we're going to see. And so it went from that to, I'm going to the show tomorrow night. If you want to go, that's fine. If you don't want to go, that's fine. But I'm going to go. Did you understand? I'm going without you. And he'd say, okay. And I'd say, I invited him to go to the show. Because, see, in my mind I was telling him he could go with me if he wanted to. See, I was setting him free. But I did it in such a way that he knew or felt that I didn't want him to go. But, see, I really wanted him to go. But my pendulum was way over here. I didn't know how to communicate that to him. You know. So it took a while to have some balance there. You have to have balance in a lot of areas. And meditation and prayer is what makes you a better partner. That's what brings the balance into my life. And being able to accept progress, not perfection. And that's in my partner as well as myself and the other people. You know, remember, sometimes doing the very best you can, you screw up. Doing the very best you can. And so you've got to be able to allow that other person to do that too. Tradition 2. For our family or relationship purpose, there's but one authority, a loving God as He expresses Himself in our informed family conscience. Each partner is God's trusted servant. Neither governs. You know, I love in our understanding it cells, it talks about arrogant, smug, self-righteous, and dominating. My inventory. This is where I play God because it made me feel indispensable. I was needed, you know. And also gave me the divine right to manage and control. And where unity doesn't exist, love can't exist either without being damaged. Humility exists when this tradition is practiced. You know, control was comfortable because I was afraid. Control freaks are very fearful people. That's the reason you need to control. Because if you can control everything out there, you don't have to deal with the fear in here. It makes everything seem okay to you. And but the thing about it is, with control comes the big R, responsibility. If you're in control and something goes wrong, it's your baby. But my thing was, you didn't follow the directions. You see, if you'd have followed the directions, then it wouldn't have happened, you know. Because, see, that was always my out. There's the justification and rationalization, the blaming coming out again. But it was because of the low self-esteem. And not having God in my relationship accounts for the lack of quality in my relationship. It also meant I wasn't going to have many close relationships. I couldn't have but one friend at a time. I didn't know how to do more than one in my life. You know, I didn't know how to love different people. You know, it was just all or nothing, and it would just suck the blood out whoever I was with. You know, it was too much. Now, in this, you notice, it says an informed family conscience is needed. Well, how do you have an informed family conscience? That's when you sit down and everybody brings the information they have to the table. And you listen to each. You know, everybody has the input. And then you make the decision. Well, how do you make the decision? Well, sometimes it's not hard because you both agree on something. But say you don't agree on something. We try to pray about it, and then we come back and discuss it again. You see, we brought God into it now. You go back and you pray about it. And what happens usually is either we can negotiate, you can give in, they can give in a little, or A third solution nobody thought about has appeared. There's just something that happens when you bring God into that decision-making process. And that's what I call an informed family conscience. You can do it with 2 people. You can do it with 6 people. We have some friends had kids, and everybody had a voice on things that were going to affect the whole family as a whole. Timing is really important too. The moment somebody walks in the door is not the best time to pounce on them with a major decision. And that decision can be, where do you want to eat? You know, isn't it funny how nobody wants to take responsibility for picking out the restaurant? Does anybody have that problem? Y'all want to go out and eat? You know, where do you want to go? I don't know. Where do you want to go? I don't know. Where do you want to go? Well, I'd like to, oh, you want to go there? Oh, my God. Well, no, I guess we don't go there. Then you don't go, well, I don't care where we go. Okay, but, oh, God, did you have to come here? Isn't that amazing? It's amazing. You know, all of that crap over, where are we going to eat tonight? You know, like it was the end of the world, and you weren't going to get another chance at it, you know. But I would think about something all day long. I've gone through all the ins and outs. I've done the whole committee process. And J.D. walks in the door. Guess what? And I lay it on him. He hasn't had time to set down his lunch bucket to do anything. Now, I've had all this time to think about it all day, and I want him to give me an answer in 3 seconds. And he doesn't even want to hear it right then. He wants to come in, sit down, relax, and get the end of his day, you know. And it's like the self-centeredness and the excitement that builds in you. It's so hard to keep your mouth shut and wait for the right time to present. Because my mama used to say to me, when I'd want to know something right now, she says, well, I need to think about it. And I'd say, well, what's there to think about? Like either you do or you don't. She said, you want an answer right now? No. So that has worked really well. You know, if you want an answer right now, if I don't have time to think about it, no. Because that's putting too much. I don't have time to pray about it. I don't have time to do anything about it. You know, hey, just give it a rest. The way we made decisions, like for instance, we went to buy a new vehicle. And J.D. had in his mind what he wanted, a sports car. I had in my mind what I wanted, a station wagon. What, do you see anything for a problem here? So we get to the car dealership, and after the fight, we bought a truck. Nobody wanted that. That was our decision-making process. You know, so we'd each give in so that the other one wouldn't be happy. I could have got a smaller car. He could have got a larger car, but we bought a truck since nobody wanted that. Also, on the decisions, on our group conscience, we will pray, God bless it or block it. You know, on those things where you really just don't know, you've prayed about it, and you say, well, I just tell God, you know, I mean, okay, I really want your will. I don't know what it is, but here's what I'm going to do, because I haven't got anything either way. I don't know. So if we're not supposed to do it, block it or bless it. And sometimes I wonder about that, but I find later when I feel like I've really made the wrong decision, and I wonder why God didn't bless it or block it type thing, it's like I had a lesson to learn there that I would never have learned if I hadn't gone and done it. And so you're going to learn one way or another. So the learning is a blessing. You have to remember that. In the learning comes the blessing. Allowing him the courtesy. That's another thing that's very important here is courtesy. Courtesy in the home. We usually treat complete strangers with more courtesy than we treat the people who we love the most. You know, if you're busy standing out there at the elevator thinking and poring over stuff and somebody says, excuse me, could you tell me what floor such and such is on? We would be very nice and what have you. If that was my loved one, can't you see I'm busy? My God. You know, I mean, you just go off on them, you know. But I found that by saying please and thank you and showing some courtesy. Courtesy is just a form of love in action. You know, it's treating somebody with a little dignity and respect that you would like to have, you know. And you quit fighting so much. You really quit fighting so much. You know, one of the courteous things that I found was that where I had not been is that I made all these decisions regarding JD's things. And JD has his closet at home, and I would go in and I would rearrange his closet the way it should be. And then he couldn't find his things, you know. And then some of his things were gone because he really didn't need those. And, I just had a tendency, straightening, cleaning, I'm an obsessive compulsive, things must be in order. JD, on the other hand, is a pack rat, and he never knows where anything is. And you just have to allow him to have that space to not know. And, I went in there and I took his favorite pair of boots, these crummy old boots that he had had forever and a day, and I determined that these need to be thrown out. And so I put them out in the garbage. And so I noticed the next time I cleaned his closet, they were back in there. And he had opened it up, saw his boots, he got a little, he never said anything, he just put them back. That didn't tell me anything. I took the boots again, and we did this 3 or 4 times, and then finally it became a challenge. And so what I did was I put them in the bottom of the wastebasket in the kitchen, poured all the garbage and everything on it, and asked him to carry them out. He never would have thought of looking where I had told him to carry it out. And the boots went away. And then he noticed the boots were gone, and he wanted to know where the boots were, and so I told him that he had thrown them out. Ha ha. It wasn't really funny, and neither was the amends. You see, JD's boots, he has small feet, and JD's boots had to be special ordered, and it cost me a fortune to get him, but they weren't the same as his old boots, And my sponsor really jumped me about that, and she said, how would you like it if he went and took something of yours? And you see, I had never thought about that. She said, can't you extend him a little courtesy? Just a little courtesy where this is concerned? And I thought, well, yeah, I guess I could, but I hadn't thought about it. See, that was the thing. So many times when you're self-centered, you never think about how something is going to affect someone else. Another thing is when, especially with the portable telephones, is when you get a telephone call and you're sitting in there and you're watching television, don't continue to sit there and talk on the phone in front of the television, because that's really distracting to the person watching the TV program, That's just like one of my pet peeves is sitting at dinner and people getting telephone calls. Or have you ever been, I was at a conference not too long ago where during a speaker meeting, a person got a telephone call and talked on the phone, and I'm going, kill that person, which was not a real kind thought on my part. But I thought, what lack of respect and courtesy for our fellowship, because that's very, very distracting. But those are just different things, We had a fight over the TV remote control. JD wanted to buy 2 when we got the TV. And I said, I don't think that'll work. Y'all remember grumpier old men or whatever? We're moving the TV from thing to thing. That's probably what we would have had at the house, But the thing about decision making, men do things differently than women, because you notice that a man who cannot decide what pair of pants to put on, what shirt to wear, where to go to eat, can just know in a 16th of a second if he wants to watch a TV program. Have you ever noticed it goes by so fast? I mean, your eyes don't even focus. How do you know you didn't want to see that? How do you do that? How do you know that? It's just amazing to me. There ought to be Clickers Anonymous, I swear to God. We also had some problems with driving. His driving and my driving. It seemed that my driving annoyed him and his terrified me. And so what do you do with that? Well, we finally came to the decision that when we're in my car, I drive, and he keeps his mouth shut. And if we're in his truck, he drives, and I keep my mouth shut. So it just, it depends on how my nerves are, which car we go in. And he still had a little problem with the backseat driving. And so I got him an Etch-a-Sketch board, and I said, here, use this, occupy yourself, and leave me alone. And so he's very, very quiet. He's over there working. He made a driver's license. But, that saved a lot of problems, the arguments and everything. And sometimes it's very hard to keep your mouth shut. Sometimes it's very, very hard to keep your mouth shut. But that's courtesy, because do you know what happens when you go, look out, watch out? That makes that person that much more prone to do something weird. And, you know, and I've also noticed with other people on the road, you know, when they cut you off or they slam on the brakes or they do so, or they go through the light, some days I'm that person. You know, have you ever got up in the morning and where your reflexes went last night? You have not a clue. And you get up and it's like your mind. The other day I was just zipping along and I went, red light, as I went through it. You know, I mean, my mind said, that was a red light. And I'm going, my God, I can't believe that. What was I thinking of, you know? And fortunately, there wasn't anybody there to hurt. Thank God. But it's like, I left home and I don't know where my mind went, you know? But that's not paying attention. But to be courteous, when somebody else does something like that, I try to pray for them instead of blowing the horn, flipping them off, or cussing at them like I used to do. Because I know that when I screw up like that, I don't need somebody yelling at me or whatever. I feel bad enough about it already because I hate it when that happens. I hate when something like that happens, that I realize that I'm not safe, you know, and I'm just grateful that God is looking out for me. Tradition 3. Trying to keep it on time, you know. 2 or more persons, when gathered together for mutual benefit, may call themselves a relationship. The only basic requirements for a good marriage or relationship are a mutual desire to be in the relationship and willingness to make it work. One person alone cannot make a relationship work. How many times have you tried to make something work that just didn't gonna work? No matter what you do, you've got to both be willing to be there. You've got to both be willing to work on the relationship. I sit there and laughed hysterically when Donald Trump got on TV and he said, if you have to work on a relationship, there's something wrong with it. I thought, that explains your problems, Donald. Now I'm telling you, you've got to work on something for it to be, you know, that's just like if you own a home. If you just go sit and live in that home and don't ever do any maintenance to that home will fall down around your ears. And the same thing's true with a relationship. You've got to put something in it, you know. JD and I will be married 32 years this year. We have had to put a lot in. You know, we had a lot to overcome. You know, it's easier to start a new relationship than it is to work on a broken one. The broken one is much harder because you got a lot of history there to have to deal with, you know, and things in old tapes and stuff to have to get rid of, you know. But I find it works. But now willingness, you've got to be willing to grow, and you've got to allow that person to grow at their own pace, and some are going to grow faster than others. Some will be slower, you know. But the willingness without action is just a fantasy on your part. You know, you say, I'm willing to do this and I'm willing to do that, but if you're not taking the action, that willingness is just a little story you've got ripping around in your head. It's not doing anything, you know. It's like if I want to go to Alaska, I got to get my butt up here on a boat or somehow to get up here. I can just sit in my living room all day long thinking about going to Alaska, and it ain't getting me there. You know, I got to take an action. And sometimes I find that in our relationship, we sort of swap back and forth with our degree of willingness. Some days I'm more willing, some days I'm just not willing, you know. Some days I am just so into self that it's all about me, and I'm not willing to work on a relationship that day. I don't have that as a conscious thought, but if you look at my actions, you'll see it. There it is, you know. She's not willing to work on the relationship this day. And sometimes it's like you get up and you know you're not in a good spot. You just know you're not doing pretty well today. You don't feel spiritually connected. That's one of your first things you'll notice. And you feel out of sorts and everything is annoying to you. You know, it's like sort of being in an exaggerated PMS. The girls know, and the guys should if you've lived with one. You know, sensitive bitch, I think, is the term that you would use. Okay? And when we're in one of those kind of things, you know, I usually say, hey, you know, I'm not in a good place today. You know, I'm not in a really good place. So just remember, you know, today, don't put a lot of stuff on me today because I'm just not able to deal with it very well today. You know, and that's communicating where I'm at. That's telling somebody, hey, I'm not. So don't expect a hell of a lot from me today. But remember, all things come to pass. And if you don't have a bunch of stuff put on you, that deal will pass. But the more it's put on you when you're in one of those can't handle it things, the more irritable, restless, and discontent you'll become. Now, I've stayed in a relationship for many reasons other than I wanted to be there. And I bet you have too. If felt trapped maybe, a little trapped in a relationship, had fear of emotional or financial security, confusion, not knowing what to do. There's a lot of people that go into relationships don't have a clue what they, I'm here, I don't know why I'm here, but I'm here. And then there's the materialism. I've got somebody that's got a lot of money and I can have all the things I want and I like my things. I like my things. And then there's pity, not love. Feeling sorry for that person, He needs me. He needs me. And pride. Not willing to admit you've made a mistake. This is not the deal, And the funny thing about it is I remember when J.D. and I first got married, or when we first met even, the new relationship. Isn't it wonderful? Somebody says, what's he like? Oh, God, he's so handsome. He's so sweet. He's so wonderful. He's just perfect. Okay? And you're looking at his potential. Because, see, somewhere lurking, that, he does this, it's annoying, but I can work on that. And what have you, But after your marriage or commitment, the first thing you go about is changing them. Changing them. You get the piece of paper, it says, you may change him now, that's somehow or another, it's real funny. But when you're living together or when you're dating or whatever, it's a little different than when you sign the paper on the dotted line. It's like you own one another or something at that point. I don't know what happened, it just, J.D. said I sold him a bad bill of goods. He said, you were nice and sweet and you went along with everything. And I said, yes, but that's before. Now we've got to be responsible because, we've got married. We got to handle things here now. You've got to stop that drinking. You've got to stop this and that. And, these bad habits, we're married now. And he goes, oh, it's like somehow. And I didn't realize that I was trying to change him, make him do all the adjustments. It just appeared to me in my self-centeredness that he was the only one that needed changing. After all, you can see I was a prize, My mother said to me when I got married, she says, now it's your bed, you lie in it, And so I wouldn't admit I made a mistake for nothing after that. That's the reason I lived in that first marriage for 8 years. I knew it was over after the honeymoon. But I stayed in there for 8 years because I didn't want to give her the satisfaction of being right. That's miserable. And sometimes it's just easier to stay with the known than it is to jump into the unknown. Sometimes you'll stay just for that because it's easier, you know what you got to do. But when the knowing of the unknown, when the fear of the unknown is not as great as the fear of what you know you got to put up with, then you'll make a change. You'll take a chance and do something different. I had things that kill relationships. Fear, dishonesty, especially about your feelings. When you're dishonest with each other about your feelings and you have these hurt feelings or these anger feelings or whatever, and they'll say, what's wrong? You'll say, nothing. Nothing. It's being dishonest instead of saying how you feel. Obsessions ruin relationships. Those obsessions, those things, that need, my thing, I had that need for attention, that first relationship. I needed attention so desperately. I found it in nightclubs. My husband played in a band, and while he would play the band, I would play the room. I had that thing for excitement and for attention. Mental unfaithfulness. Mental unfaithfulness will ruin a relationship. It makes you very unhappy with what you have at home, because in your mental deal, your fantasy about someone else, they are going to be perfect. They're going to do things the way you want them to do. They're going to be the way you want them to be. They're going to look the way you want them to look. And then you'll start comparing the person you're living with to the fantasy person. And the more you do that, the more discontent you become with what you have at home. Been there, done that one. Avoidance. Being unavailable. Blocking them out. Blocking them out. Being unavailable physically and emotionally. Just being unavailable. And then the control. I always loved the attitude in the bedroom. It was the dog yummy theory. You're good, you get some. You're bad, you don't get some. Sex was a dog yummy. Give them a milk bone. What the heck? It wasn't a part of the relationship. It wasn't an intimacy thing. It was just sex. Then there was abuse, physical, verbal, and punishments. You know, the punishments, how we got even with one another. You know, the little sick, sadistic things that we do to get even with one another when we would get angry, not knowing how to do that. My first husband, I told him, I said, if you ever hit me, that's it. That's it. I will not put up with that. And then he did. And did I leave? No, I didn't. Why didn't I leave? Well, I could have given you all the reasons I used at the time. I was in a foreign country, but the bottom line was I didn't want to go back home and tell the old girl she's right. And then there was, you know, why did he hit you? I don't think there's a reason to hit people. I've done it, but I don't think, you know, when I look at it through a little more sanity now. But at the time, I called him a name that he took very, very offensive. Wasn't a big deal. I had heard the words. I had just never said them before. Some of it didn't seem like a bad deal to me, you know, but he took it really personally, like I talked about his mother. I didn't even dream that's what it was about, you know. I mean, I'm a young woman. How did I know? We were in the military. You heard lots of words you didn't know what were. And he said, don't you call me that. Well, don't tell me what I can do. I said, some bitch. And he said, I'm warning you, don't you say that to me again. Some bitch, son bitch. And boy, I mean, he just hauled up and he knocked me flat in the floor. And I'm laying down there. I looked up at him and said, some bitch. See, I'm the kind you'd have to kill, you know. And so I said, you know, it takes a big man to hit a woman, don't it? And I said, but you got to sleep sometime. And when you do, you may wake up with an ice pick in your head. And so he moved out to the spotlight. And the thing of it was, that was not an idle threat, because I was mad. But see, I wouldn't shed a tear. He didn't realize my mother physically abused me as a child. She abused me many, many times. And the way you got her was you didn't cry. So see, I was not, but you got even. You got even. Do things to get even. I had the disease of Moore, you know. My favorite explanation of disease of Moore is the drunk who walks into the bar and he sees a sign, all you can drink for $1. And he says, I want $2 worth. You know, I mean, but that's the way I live my life. You know, that's how I lived, you know. And I lived in a world of fantasy and denial, you know. That's like the priest and the rabbi. They all, in an Al-Anon, they all died and went to hell. And they're down there and discussing the situation. And the rabbi and the priest were talking about it, and the priest says, what did you do to get to be sent to hell? He said, it was pork. He said, what do you mean? He said, well, the next door neighbors fixed pork chops one night, invited me over. I ate pork, got the taste of pork, and you know I'm Jewish, we're not supposed to eat pork. So that's what happened. I know that's why I'm here. And he said, why are you here? And the priest said, well, it was sort of the same thing. It was next door neighbor's daughter. You know. And so he said, I just never could get a hold on that celibacy thing, you know. And he said, to the Al-Anon, he said, why are you here? And she said, what do you mean? He said, what did you do to get sent to hell? And she said, well, it's not hot and I'm not here. That's the way we are, you know. This can't be happening, you know. This kind of thing can't be happening, you know. And I had spiritual bankruptcy. That'll ruin a relationship. Another thing that really ruins relationships is bitching. That nagging, that incessant nee. This is one of the things I hated the worst in living at home with my mama. My mama never had a positive thing to say. It was just nee. And then one day you look in the mirror and guess what? You become your mama. Nee. You know, it's like you pick out every bad thing in the world. You can't find anything good that's going on. I remember saying to my mama one time, I said, Mama, could you tell me something good that's happening in your life? Not a darn thing. I said, thank you. You know. But there's another little story I love, and it's about this little woman that entered the convent to become a nun. And they had to take a vow of silence. And so for 10 years, she wasn't allowed to say a word. And then the Mother Superior called her in, and she said, You've been a very good, faithful nun, praying, doing everything you should. We're going to allow you to say 2 words. And she said, bed's hard. And she said, that's right, the beds are hard here. Go and pray. So 10 years later, they bring her back. So you're allowed 2 more words. And she said, food stinks. And they said, that's right, go back and pray. And so they call her back at the next 10 years. She said, I quit. And the Mother Superior says, well, thank God you haven't done anything but bitch since you've been here. Story of my life. Selfishness. It's what I want. It's about me. It's more. Mine, mine, mine. Like the little kid, you know. And the self-centeredness says it's all about me. And the self-seeking is what's in it for me. Those are things that destroyed my relationships. But the things that helped to heal those relationships were learning to have a sense of humor. You know, developing a sense of humor. Now, for those of you who might have known me when I was a kid growing up, I was sort of the class clown because that was the persona that I used to let you know that I was okay, and that was how I tried to get people to like me. But a lot of times the person who's laughing the most is hurt the most on the inside, and they're crying the most. And what that is the cry for attention. Look at me, love me. Look at me, love me. That's not a sense of humor. That's a desperate need. That's a desperate need. But there's a difference, you know, in having a sense of humor. And so when I got in the program, I asked God every morning, you know, please help me. Help me not to be so intense about things today. Help me to have a sense of humor. And then that no matter what happens this day, God, help me to deal with it in a manner in which that, you know, it doesn't leave a lasting scar if I can. Well, one of the first things that happened that first year or so in sobriety, J.D. and I went out to his mother's. It was around Christmas time. And his mother had this really, really long driveway, and it wasn't paved. It was just a little gravel down the yard thing. And if you got off of the gravel, then you would sink up in the yard because it had just rained. And so J.D. said he was tired that night, and of course, funny. So we drive in, and he said, I want you to drive. I said, all right. So I drove, and we were in pickup, and when we got there, they weren't home. And so he said, okay, now, I'm a really good driver forward. I am a lousy backup. I really am. You know, I would love to, I envy people that can go and 60 miles an hour, you know, go 4 blocks. I would give anything to be, I'm in the movies, I'm just, oh, God, would that be wonderful? But I'm doing it like this. And so I did my little like that, and I was off and sunk to the axle. Sunk to the axle. And J.D. jumped out of the truck, and he ran around, and he looked at, I mean, it doesn't take a mental giant to feel the truck go down. I mean, you know you're there, you know. But the observation team was out, and he ran around there, and then he began to, and he called me everything but a human being. And I had made a decision that morning that nothing was going to happen, was going to ruin my day. And I went back around, and I got out, and I looked at it, and I said, well, that didn't work. Now, would you like to call a wrecker? And he looked and he started laughing. He said, I guess that didn't work. Now see, before I would have been the martyr. How could you say that to me? I would have cussed him back, you know, done the whole thing. And it was only by the grace of God. That's what I believe that day, that God showed me that you can deal with it a different way. I didn't have to take it. You know, I mean, I knew I couldn't back up. He knew I couldn't back up. You know, but I did the best I could, and the best I could got me off. But that was one of my greatest gifts that year at Christmas, was not to have a rotten attitude, because I hated the holidays. It seemed to me every holiday, J.D. was in jail or something was going bad, and, you know, you had to use your whole Christmas bonus to take care of fines and stuff like that. So I did not look forward to Christmas time at all. But that year, I had a good Christmas, and life kept happening, but I had a good Christmas, you know. Another thing that I found is like my sister. Now, I don't know how many of y'all know, but November the 30th of 1999, my sister had renal failure, and her whole body shut down, and she died in the car with me. And I rushed her to a hospital, and they were able to revive her, but she has massive brain damage. She has a anoxic brain injury, very little memory at all, and what she has is really confused. But I've had to develop a sense of humor in dealing with her, and she has to have 24-hour care. We have lots of problems with Dorothy, and it's like being in Mother Hell Part 2. Her personality has changed. She's more like my mother, which is not a good thing. You know, we always promised each other if we saw us getting like Mother, we'd kill one another. And, you know, it's like the people I love just don't stay dead. You know, it's like, I drowned J.D., he's back. Dorothy died, she's back. You know, it's like, what's wrong with my family that they can't die and stay dead? And Dorothy said to me, she says, would you promise me if I die in the car with you again, that you'll let me stay dead? And I said, Dorothy, if you die in the car with me again, I will drive around for a minimum of 6 to 8 hours till you are stiff as a damn poker. She said, good. I said, yes. Take her with me to the grocery store, and she's like a 5-year-old. She sees all these things that she wants, and she'll put them all in the cart. And when we get to the checkout, I just don't check them out. And she'll jump up and she'll say, you're so mean to me. You're so mean. And I'll say, that's right. That's the reason Mother calls me Meanie Pearl. I am. And I try to go to the same checker every time. You know, because they do look at you a little strange. But, you know, that's another thing. I have had to deal with that with a sense of humor because people do have a tendency to look at people who are handicapped or retarded or whatever, and that's sad, you know. You won't know if you haven't had to do the deal. You just don't know. You have to learn to make sincere amends, you know. In other words, you're going to have to be wrong sometimes, you know. And by making sincere amends, that helps heal damaged relationships. The first time that I made an amends to J.D. was because I thought he had stolen my cigarettes, and so I had screamed all over him. And you know how it would be if you were drinking and somebody, when you got up the next morning, somebody drank your booze overnight. Well, J.D. decided that he had quit drinking, he had quit smoking, and he just quit buying. And so I got up and I didn't have my cigarettes, and it just irritated me no end. So I accused him of stealing them, and I cussed him out. We had a big fight, and he left and went to my mother's. And he loved the enemy. You know, they'd go over there and gang up against me, you know. Mama loved him. She didn't care for me, but she loved J.D. Because J.D. would agree with everything she said, and I fought her about everything. That's the reason we couldn't get along. We were too much alike. But anyway, one of the Al-Anon girls called, and she said, what are you doing? And I told her about my litany here, about my cigarettes were gone. She said, do you not have any more money? And I said, well, yes, I got money. She said, how far away is the store? I said, well, neighborhood grocery, 2 or 3 blocks away. She said, why don't you go get you some cigarettes? Well, that's too simple. You see, he stole my cigarettes, so he should have to be the one. She said, he's not doing without the cigarettes. And she says, and besides that, you owe him an amends. And I said, what? She said, you owe him amends. I said, he stole my damn cigarettes and I owe an amends here? She said, yes, you owe the amends because you're the one who cussed him out and threw the fit. How important was it? Was it worth that? You know, how many times do we throw fits over such little stuff? When you think about that, may be the one thing that is really going to start that tear in your relationship that's going to get bigger and bigger. Because, you know, it's not usually big things. It's the fleas and ticks of life that drive you crazy. You can handle a big crisis, but it's that everyday that destroys more happiness and the closeness between people. And so I went over, and J.D. was out in my mother's back field mowing the grass. He squared off when he saw me coming. And I went over there, and I said to him, you know, what's wrong? And he said, what? And I said, I was wrong. He said, what? I said, I was wrong. He goes, oh, my God. And then all of a sudden, tears began to form in his eyes. And I said, what? He said, do you realize you have never admitted you were wrong before? I said, that is a lie from the pit of hell. And you know how your mind will go, like you're searching. And it goes, not found. Because because I'm going to tell him, don't you remember when? And I realized I had never admitted I was wrong, that when we had an argument, he always had to apologize, or I would have carried it to the end of the time because I couldn't be wrong. I felt so low. I couldn't be wrong. My self-esteem would not let me be wrong. And I just felt so bad about that. And I said, well, I was wrong, and I'm sorry, and I won't fuss at you again about it. And, you know, that started a healing in our relationship when I could be wrong. And it's no big deal. I can be wrong all the time now. In fact, it's sort of nice. You know, you don't have to be so darn responsible, you know. And then you have to use forgiveness, you know. Put the past in the past. It's called a living amends, you know. Leaving the past. Don't keep saying, yeah, this is just like, you know. Because, see, I did that to him one afternoon. I said, you know, this is just like when such and such and such and such. And he looked at me and he said, wrong husband. Forgot, you know, forgot. And I have to be willing to keep on working and doing, not being lazy. You know, sometimes we're just lazy about holding up our part of the relationship, you know. And the more I work on my spiritual condition with God, the more my relationship with other people gets in line. Because when I'm in good condition with God, what you do doesn't really bother me so much. But when I'm not in good condition, if my spiritual condition is off, anything, you even look funny, you know. What did she mean by that? Did you see that eyebrow went up? Wonder what she was talking about my clothes. I know she was. Look at her. Is there something wrong with my makeup? You know, you just get totally paranoid. You know, you're not much, but you're all you think about. You know, that kind of thing. Tradition 4. Each partner should be autonomous, except in matters affecting the other partner, the family or relationship, or society as a whole. Now, autonomy means I have the freedom to do whatever I want to, but with that freedom comes the responsibility for any action I take. Now, will what I'm going to do make my partner angry? I don't know. Depends on where he's at, you know. That's not got to bother. You know, there's certain things that I know. You know the buttons that your people have, the buttons that you can push. You know those things. Stay away from those. But when I think about taking an action of some kind, and I'll say, well, let me run this past somebody else. Run it past my sponsor, somebody else that knows me. You know, get a little input out of the between your ears type, you know. Anything up here, you will co-sign. Anything here is always a good idea. You ever notice that? Sometimes when you hear yourself say it out loud, you know then it's not a good idea. But it sounded so good up here. What happened there, you know? My sponsor says your thinking's broken, so don't use it so much, you know, and that's true. I need to run it. And the most dangerous thing you can ever hear an Al-Anon or an AA to me say is, I've been thinking. I've been thinking, you know, and that's dangerous, you know. Because, I don't know about your head, but I have committees that meet in my head. And we discuss stuff. And we co-sign stuff, you know. You know, that's just like the summer of the dry drunk. Here I was, you know. JD, you know, he had quit drinking. He wasn't in AA. I was still crazy as a March here, too. No treatment for any disease going on at our house. And I was miserable. Absolutely miserable. And it was all his fault. Always all his fault. And that's when it occurred to me, you see, I had thought for years and years, if he had quit drinking, I'll be okay. Well, guess what? He's not drinking. I'm not okay. Now, what's going on? Well, it's him. It wasn't the drinking. It's just him. You know, he needs to go. You know, well, why don't we just divorce him? Well, you can't divorce him. What do you mean you can't divorce him? Well, you know, you've already divorced one. If you have to divorce another one, then there might, you know, where's the common thread here, you know? Don't want to go there, you know. Well, I don't want to be a divorcee again either. That wasn't a great fun thing. But now, if he were to die, you could be a widow. Now, widow sounds good. It's honorable at least, you know. It's not like being divorced. It's not like being a loser, you know. You can be a widow, a little merry widow. But he's not dying. That's no big deal. We can handle that. Well, what do you mean? Well, just think about it. It's justifiable homicide no matter how you look at it. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's it, I mean, it's just, there it is, Well, what do you want to do? Well, I want to take an ice pick, stab him in the neck, and watch him drip. Oh, God, is that wonderful or what? You can almost have an orgasm thinking about that. But, wait a minute. Let's back over him with the car, squish him up in the tires. Make a note, buy new tires. This is how the thinking's going. It sounds good. Makes sense to me. Why? Because it's all going on up here. I didn't have anybody to talk to. I didn't have anybody to tell anything to. And it gave me light at the end of the tunnel. There was a way out of the hell that I was in. And so I grasped onto that, not having anything else. And so as the time went on, I saw in the paper where a lady had killed her husband and they had put her away anyway. And I'm thinking, I should have been on that jury. Nobody would have got her put away. If I'd have been there, I would have been the holdout. She would have walked, because that was tacky. Tacky for them to convict a woman who lived when drunk. I mean, my God. But that meant we had to have another meeting. And so we all got together. We got to thinking about it, And I would dream about it. And all of a sudden one night it was, if an alcoholic were to pass out in the bathtub and drown, who would know? It was a group conscience. We all liked it, And the thing about it is, what you think on long enough, you will act upon. Unfortunately, or fortunately, depends. If it's good stuff and you think about it, you act upon it. But when it's not good stuff, you still will act upon that. At least I do. And so that was the kind of thinking. And so now here I'm going to take an autonomous action, aren't I? Yes, I am. And so the bottom line was, I tried attempted murder. It's nothing that I'm proud about because I have been to the prisons and there are people there for doing a lot less than I've done. And I don't know why that wasn't my thing. I don't know why I didn't get there and why but I feel like there's people there doing time for me. Doing time for me. To be autonomous, you have to know who and what you are. If you're going to really, and first of all, nice morning. We'll all adjourn to the bingo lounge. Like I said, before my higher power, I'm a child of God. And I'm God's kid. I'm more than just a wife or a mother or a sister or a friend or a neighbor, but I'm a child of God. And I need to learn what a child of God does and what a child of God doesn't, And my actions can be destructive when my character defects take over. That's what ruins your actions is your character defects, I've had these little autonomous actions all along. After we had that decision making about the truck and the sports car, when we made that one day I was driving that truck that nobody liked, and I went tearing down the road, and as I passed the dealership, this station wagon called to me from off the lot. Murphy, over here, Murphy. And there was this giant red station wagon with the wood trim and everything on it, And I went, oh. And I went tearing home, and I told JD about this one day. I'm not riding in a damn hearse. I am not riding in a bus. He said, I don't want a big old car, that's that. So I go to work. I come home the next day, and as I'm coming past, Murphy! And so I tear into the lot. And I walk over to the car, and I lay my hands on it. And the salesman comes out, and he says, would you like to drive this car? I said, no, I want to buy this car. And he said, you don't need to drive it. No, it called to me. It's my car. I've just laid hands on it. Here's what I'm paying. If I can have it for the same payment I'm making, I will take this car with me right now. He said, what you paying? I told him. Now this truck is almost paid for. We're going there. So now we have another 3 years. And I drive in with the very vehicle that he didn't want. It was an autonomous action. I loved it, though, I will have to say. But I kept it 21 years. It was a very good car. I loved that station wagon. And a bunch of you have ridden in that car many times. But you know, that was so funny. When I finally bought the next car, and the car salesperson was a lady, and she wanted to buy my car because it was in such good shape, except it was just old, and you can't find parts for them hardly. But her husband took it to use at work. And one day someone came into there and says, "Who's driving the red station wagon?" And he said, "I am." And they said, "I was raised in that car. Can I eat my lunch out there?" And one of the kids who had gone to Alateen and then into Al-Anon was working there. I thought it was sort of funny. Another thing that can be destructive was me in the mall. I had this thing about buying stuff made me feel good. And buying stuff that I couldn't afford and could impress you with made me feel better. You know, I don't know why I was like that, but I just had to do that. It was like, you know, I came, I saw, I conquered. I was like MacArthur, you know, charge! You know, I mean, just, you know. JD used to tease me and say my charge cards were like OCB papers. To get them apart, I had to go and blow them. You know, they were so thin from use, you know. That's the thing you roll cigarettes with, OCB papers. Okay. Okay. I'm dating myself here. Yeah, yes, I see that, you know. Well, I'm old, for God's sake. Think about rolling marijuana. Zigzags. Zigzags, okay. I'm not a dope smoker. I'm a dope collector. But I found that there was a way to cure myself of this. And that was taking things back. You know, it got to the point where I would buy stuff. I'd still go to the mall and buy stuff. And then when I'd get it home, and then I'd go, I don't know why I have this. You know, the next day it's like it seemed like a good idea at the time. I saw it. I wanted it. I needed it. I got it. I brought it home. What the hell am I going to do with it? And so what I used to do was give it away so I didn't have to look at it. But you still have to pay for it when you do that. But you see, if you take something back, that means you're telling the store you made a mistake, you know. And so I would go and I would have to take these things back. And it got to a point there for a while, the salesperson, when they would sell it, they were working on commission, you know. And they knew me, and they'd say, "Do you really want this? Because we don't want to have to reverse it out tomorrow, you know. It's a lot more hassle to have to take something back." But even to this day, it does not bother me to take things back when I've done that. I had a couch that I bought. Now, I had been looking for a particular kind of couch for a long time. And when I went to the most expensive store in Little Rock, they had the style of the couch I wanted. Not the fabric, but they showed me all these wonderful swatches. And I picked the fabric that was crushed velvet print from Belgium. And I did this on my lunch hour. And I had a girl that worked with me. And I ordered the couch to be made at the factory, special order. And we left the store, and she said, "How much is that going to cost?" And I said, "If you have to ask, you can't afford it." And I couldn't. Well, the couch was supposed to be there in 90 days. But a long time ago, they had a longshoreman strike up in New York. And my fabric was on the boat. So I went 6 months without a couch. It was a real nice Christmas that year, sitting in the floor, having people over and that kind of thing. And when the couch finally got there, you know, here's an $1,800 couch, and we're talking 1976. Yes, it was a wonderful couch. That Clayton Marcus couch was a wonderful couch. And today it's sitting in the Wolf Street Center in Little Rock in the old-timers room, because I just couldn't part with it any other way. Because JD, I had kept it all these years, and it's been recovered, because you can't wear it out. It's a good couch. But JD decided this last year that He wanted more togetherness. Now, we each had our chairs, and the couch was for company. And he said, you know, he said, I almost lost you. And he said, I want us to be closer. And he said, I want us to get that couch that has the recliners. And so we could put the dogs in the middle, and we could sit there together and hold hands and have our dogs there with us. And so we got the couch. The only problem was our dogs didn't make it. We lost both of our babies this year. But we have the couch. And the funny thing now is I'm small enough I can sit in his lap in the chair. You know, that's, you know, that just things change, you know. You know, your mind works very, very fast. Beware of your mind. I was talking to a girl I sponsored. She said, just a minute, someone's at the door. She went to the door, was back at the phone, I know, not more than 30, 40 seconds at the most. And here's what happened while she was gone. I'm hungry. Boy, wouldn't a bacon and tomato sandwich be good? But you can't have a bacon and tomato sandwich. Why? Well, you cleaned your stove. And you know, bacon spatters. And once you clean the stove, you don't ever want to use it again. You know, it's so hard to get that damn spattered grease off the stove. What you need is a microwave. You're right. 45 seconds. I have bought, justified, and talked myself into a microwave oven. Didn't have one, you know. And so I told her, I said, thank God you're back. I just bought a microwave. She said, how? And I said, that was amazing. And she said, well, I said, how fast our mind works. I had never really thought about how fast our mind works. But when I was relating that to her, and when you realize what a short span, how you can go from this point to that point, that is amazing. How the mind will, you know, it's like when you're telling a story, it took me forever to tell a story because I would think of other things along the way, and I would get out here and here and here, and then pretty soon I forgot why I'd even started the story. You know, because your mind just goes like that. So when JD got home from work that day, I told him about the microwave and how fast my mind worked. He said, you know, we probably could use one of those. Now, I know it's not a good idea. You know, we fight change. You know, it's something newfangled, you know. We fight change, you know, and love the microwave. You know, but that's the way my mind always works. That's just like at his job, he came in and he said, well, they're going to put everything on that where they automatically transfer the money to the bank. And you don't get a paycheck anymore. Don't like that. Want to see money on a paycheck. Don't like that. Now, aren't we glad they do that, you know? But it's those changes, you know, and I think probably I've noticed as the older I get, the harder it is to adapt to those changes. But life changes all the time. Life changes, and if you don't change with it, you're lost in the behind there, you know? We learn that we're not victims, we're volunteers. We make our choices, and then we're responsible for the choices we make. That's what autonomy is all about. You can make your choices. I've learned that ego-driven people rarely have a healthy relationship because they want things their way. That's the only way. You know, the right way is my way, don't you know? I used to say, you know, I'm a natural-born leader. And the reason was I didn't know how to follow. I either lead or I don't go. Because, you see, when you're leading, you're in control. And you don't have to worry about all the, you know, being someone else in control. That's like giving and receiving. Have you ever thought about, most of us like to give because you're in control when you're giving. You decide who to, when to, where to, whatever. But when other people, how can you receive? Isn't it hard to receive from other people? You know, because they're in control then. And you're at their mercy. You get whatever, you know. It's much harder. And I didn't realize that for a long, long time. I have also a handicap, or sometimes I think it's amazing, is that sometimes I hear things the same time you do when I say it. It bypasses my thought process. I don't know how that happens. You know, it's just like I hear it the same time you do. I wonder where that came from. You know, it's like one night we're playing Trivia Pursuit, and there was a question, and I just gave the answer, and I have no idea where that came from. I didn't know I knew that, you know. It was just one of those things, you know, hell, there it was. And that's like one day, I wish Jennifer was here. I'm going to talk to her about that. Jennifer and I were working in a public information booth at the mall. And when we did our little shift in there and we went down and had lunch, well, that morning before we left, JD had said, honey, while you're out at the mall, see if you can find some sealer because we got a crack in one of the bird baths. Okay? Now, so I tell her, I said, we need to go down to Sears, which is not a good place for me to go, by the way. I have had lots of little tragedies at Sears. I'm not a good Sears shopper. But I went down there and to find it, and as I walked into the paint department, I figured that's where you'd find this kind of stuff. The salesman approached me, and here's what happened. I said, good afternoon, I'm a Sears personal shopper. I'm here to evaluate your knowledge of all of our products. If I were in here as a customer trying to buy a product to seal a bird bath or fountain, which one of our products would you recommend? And the little boy says, oh. And he gets his little book and he starts looking through it frantically, and then he says, this is the one. And I said, that's correct, and I'll take a gallon. I said, may I have your employee number so that I may fill out my report? And Jennifer says, I didn't know you were a Sears personal shopper. And I said, I'm not. She said, what was that? I said, I don't know. I heard it the same time you did. And it's like when those happen, you have to go to the end to see what happens. You know what I mean? It's like you can't stop. You got to follow through with that, I don't know how that happens. And she said, well, wasn't that a lie? Do you have to make an amends for that? And I said, I don't reckon I heard him, Jennifer. And I said, yes, it was a lie, and I don't know why it happened. And I said, but I will write the store and tell them about the nice young man by name and number. And I got a reply from Sears that says, we rarely get a letter like this. And especially from me. I had written them volumes of the other kind over there. Now, there's a difference between affecting someone adversely as opposed to them not liking what you're doing. There's a difference there. My sister, before all this happened, I told her, I said, I think I'd like to go up to Eureka Springs and just spend the night and stop along the way and look at all those things that you don't get to see because when you're riding with someone else, usually, it's like sometimes I get in the car with someone and we've got to go from point A to point B and don't stop, except to pee. We got that. Where I like to see these little go off here, go off there, and when you get there, you get there, I said, I can do that. And my sister says to me, you can't go up there by yourself. I said, what do you mean? She said, well, that's a long drive up there by yourself. Now, I travel all over the world by myself on an airplane, and my sister doesn't want me to drive 3 hours to Eureka Springs, I'm going, what is the deal there? And I said, well, you want to go with me? No, I don't want to go with you. Well, I'm going to go. Well, she got really, really agitated about that. But, that's her problem. I went and I had a great time. I went the day after Thanksgiving. I found out they have the most wonderful little trolley, and they do carols on the trolley, and everybody sings and drives all over town, looks at the Christmas lights. It was just fabulous. And it was something I would have missed if I had allowed somebody else's feelings or attitudes stop me from doing that. Don't do things in order to get a reaction back from someone else. So many times we're guilty of doing that little number, You say, I love you, when in fact what you want to hear them say to you is, I love you too. You're fishing, Say it when you want to say it. Don't say it in order to get a response back. And how many times I have done this thinking he would do that. Those kind of things. We don't do that. JD took an autonomous action. He's taken several over the years that have not necessarily thrilled me. And we've been dealing with one. About 20 years ago, JD decided to plant a muscadine vine by our pecan tree. I said at the time, do you think that's a good idea? I didn't. And he informed me that he was from the country and he knew all about stuff for growing and muscadines in particular. Well, we have a tree now, the pecan tree is being killed because the vine is bigger than my arm, and it goes, and it's also gone over to the next door neighbor's tree in their backyard, and it's gone over here. And we had this big ice storm during the winter, during December, and we have big broken limbs that are hanging but can't get down, big limbs, because of this massive vine that has taken over that tree. And so we've been out there cutting, and we could not get a tree trimmer to come and get the tree because they can't get it because of the vine, and their saws don't cut. You got to do those little pruny things. Notice broken blister, little cutty poos. Those little tentacles on that muscadine are like wire. They're really vicious. My next door neighbor asked me the other day, he said, "Are you all right? I saw you on your butt several times in the yard." And I said, "Fine, you should ask now." You know, and yes, because you're pulling and tugging, and when it lets go, you go back with it. I mean, and we've taken some terrible falls. We've got bruises and cuts and everything everywhere, but we're trying to do it. But see, that's one of those things. Well, JD had talked to me and mentioned for about a year, and he got all these little books on water gardens. He says, we need a water garden. Now, if you've ever been to our house, you know we have a yard that is rooms. You have the southwest area with the cactus and the stuff, and then you've got the meditation area with the little trees and the little fountains and stuff, and you've got the gazebo, and you've got the turtle refuge. Well, now we got to have a water garden. And I'm going, where are we going to put the water garden? He said, well, he was going to give up the grape arbor and over there. And so he told me it was going to be about like 3 by 6 foot, just a little small thing for the birds, you know, have a little trickle water thing. Well, I go off to Kentucky for the weekend to talk at a conference, and I come back, and I have a swimming pool in my backyard. Little Digger Odell has been out there digging like a maniac while I was gone. Now, JD has a lot of wonderful ideas, but JD, see, when I think about doing stuff, I think about, well, okay, you do this, and then you have to do this, and you have to do, I follow the process. JD does it. And then he, oh, now what do you do with this? And so digging a hole that is 12 by 18 and that's 5 foot deep, what do you do with the dirt? That's a lot of dirt. I will spread it over the entire of the backyard, and when it rains, it'll go away. Unfortunately, it didn't work that way. It rained all right. It rained on Sunday. Now, we had the 2 poodles. They have their own pet door. JD goes to work. Does he mention there's a hole in the backyard? No. He doesn't say a word about the surprise out in the backyard like I'm not going to notice. And I wake up, and I call my sponsor. I talked to her that morning, and I hung up the phone. What's all over these? What in the world is all over the bed? My God, it looks like mud. Where would my dogs get into mud? Oh, my God, my dogs. These are mud balls. I mean, my poodles look like they're brown and they're black, you know. And I'm going, I don't believe this. And so I began to look, and all over the carpet is all this mud. And on the couches, it's like the dogs decided to do the whole house in mud. And it's like, my God, what is it? And I go out in the back, and then I go, oh, my God, the whole backyard is a river of mud. And then there's this giant hole out there, you know. I'll kill him this time for sure. Can you imagine anybody who has been drowned to build a water garden in their backyard 5 foot deep? This man is demented. You know, I mean, why would you put another water hazard out there, you know? And if he drowns, they'll always know I did it. You know what I mean? Oh. So I called my sponsor, and I told her what had happened. And she said, how long before he comes home? And I said, about 5 hours. And she said, well, it may be long enough to save his life. She said, you pray. Well, the first thing to do, you've got to lock the pet door. You got to bathe the dogs so that they quit going out. You know, dogs love to roll and stuff. I mean, I've never seen anything like it. You get a dead something out there. Man, they love dead. Dead is first choice, you know. Blah. Well, I get the dogs bathed. Well, now the dogs have had their own pet door all their life. How do I know when they go? So now I've got leashes on my dogs, and I'm walking them every hour because I don't know if they need to go because I never pay any attention to when they go, how they go, where they go. you know, very sweet little dogs. And I'm out there, and so JD comes home, and I'm out in the front walking the dogs. He said, "What's the matter with you? What are you doing?" And I said, "Go in the house, take a look, and when I come back, have a solution." We were having house guests in 2 days. Now here this is. It's February. For Christmas, I had had my carpets and my furniture professionally cleaned. I was not a happy camper. The autonomous action did more than make me angry. And I think one of the worst parts of the autonomous action was I had been left out of the decision loop. It's like I went out of town. Here's how I perceived it. I went out of town. He had decided to make it bigger, didn't want to tell me because he didn't want me to say, "I don't want one that big, so I'll just do it, and once I've got it done, she can't say anything." There's it. There were my feelings, And not only that, but now who had the fallout to deal with? It's sort of like alcoholism, They go out and get drunk, maybe get thrown, but you've got to deal with fallout. There's fallout to deal with. And man, did I have a resentment. And so I wasn't going to like anything about the water garden. I can tell you, when something like that happens, no matter how pretty, no matter how with this, you're not going to like it if you're like me, because that was the resentment garden. And so when he looked, he said, "We're going to have to cross-fence the yard and keep the dogs on the patio instead of letting them out, so that we have an outside patio that we could hose off as well as the inside." But it made me very angry. Now, this was February. In May, we have a yard party at our house. In May, we still had mud. Still had it. And the dogs were still. And now the water garden had taken place out there. And he had got this big sheets of marble and beat them up with a sledgehammer. Wanted this mosaic look around the pond. Now we have what really looks like the deck on the swimming pool. Does not resemble any water garden in any book we've ever looked at. And I am still just, he'll say, "Well, what part do you not like them?" I hate the whole damn thing. And besides that, it's dangerous. And he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "The dogs play soccer. The dogs would run across the yard with the soccer ball. They would fall in the pool. My dogs would drown." He said, "They can swim." I said, "Not for forever." So how do you get out of real deep water when there's no way to get out? I said, "They're not going to swim and then go out of the pool." I said, "They can't do that." And he says, "I'm being a fanatic and I just don't like it." And so we fought about this. And I'm telling you, this made a serious tear in our relationship, because we could not fight that hard out there and not bring it back in the house. It was very, very difficult. And so I prayed about it. First, I had to be willing to let go of the resentment. That took a long time. And so later that summer, and we were talking to each other, but not, how you snap at each other? And we were having what we call hall sex. That's where you pass in the hall and go, wasn't real nice at our house. And it's amazing, because we've been in the program at that point, almost 20 years. You'd think you could, but we were really having a hard time with this. And so anyway, prayed about it, and God's solution. God changed the cable. Now, is that strange? All of a sudden, we started getting the Home and Garden channel. And on the Home and Garden channel, they had a thing about water gardens. I don't know why I sit there and watch that, but I was just sitting there one night, and I saw that, and they were talking about the gardener has a dream, and that sometimes it takes many years for a water garden to get the way you envision it to get. It's very hard to take anything brand new like that for it looks like it's been there forever type thing. And they went through a lot of different kind of plans and gyrations about it. But I realized that one more time I was ruining his dream with my negative attitude, and that I needed to find something good about the water garden, because it was there, accept it, live with it, and move on, And so when he came home, I told him I wanted to talk to him about the water garden. And so, he goes, "Oh, God, not that again." I said, "No, I want to tell you what I saw today." And I was telling him, and I said, "I need to make an amends. And what can I do to help you?" And he said, "The water garden didn't turn out like I thought it was going to." And he said, I really don't like it the way it is, but I don't know what to do with it now. And I said, well, first of all, I would say get rid of that damn marble and make it safe. I said, most of them are got rocks and stuff around them, which would be more of a barrier for something rather than the dogs just falling in the pool. He said, well, what kind of rocks? And I said, now, over the years, I had collected big rocks wherever I went. I've got big rocks from California. I've got one from Big Sur. I've got them from Sedona, Arizona. I've got lots of rocks from all over the country. I even have some rocks from Africa. And I said, I'll give you my rocks to build your garden, and I'll help you. And he said, you'd even help me? I said, yeah, I'll help you. And so we rebuilt, and there was just enough rocks and everything to make the water garden, to give it where it would be safe, you know. So we worked it, and he kept saying, I think you're being a fanatic. And like I say, he rescues box turtles, and we have a turtle refuge. And one afternoon, he came home, and 2 of his turtles had gotten into, now box turtles are not water turtles. They swim, but not for forever, you know. And so they had drowned in the pool. So he saw what I meant, that it wasn't safe. You know, that was another incentive to change it. But we took all those rocks and we built the water garden. And I said, you know, I can even build a waterfall. I saw how to do that on the Home and Garden TV. So we built 3 waterfalls. The first looked absolutely gorgeous. Wouldn't work, but it looked good. The second one, when we got down to the last rock, JD was tired, and he gave it a shove, and it all went, because it hadn't settled, and it all went in the bottom of the pond. We had to start over again. And everything, we have had the big water lilies and the lotus and all like that, and it has been very, very pretty. JD's made a bunch of metal sculptures and stuff out there. Just absolutely very pretty. And back during the ice storm, the water garden bit the dust, literally. The big limb fell in, knocked a hole in the liner. So our water garden is now a work in progress again. So we're changing it, but you know the difference? We're doing it together. See, there's the thing, you know, instead of everybody doing their own thing, we've decided in the last year or 2, we have really found that we enjoy working together, which was something we never did before, because we couldn't work together. We had to be boss, foreman, and worker. And now we're both workers. And we both sit down and we plan what we're going to do and we talk about it, and we haven't had those kind of problems, you know. So this deal can work. The autonomous action is measured by its negative effect. If your autonomous action leaves a lasting negative effect on the relationship, then that shouldn't have been an action you should have taken, you know. Those kind of things. That's how you do that. Okay, we'll get 5 through 8. I can't even count. 5, 6, 7, and 8 this afternoon, if you can still stand it. Okay? It sees the other person not as a god or an idol, but as a human being possessing the strength and weaknesses of all human beings. Love does not ask to be served, but only when it may serve. Quiet, gentle, trusting, it is composed of affection and desire without anxiety. I knew I did not have a clue of what love was. I had never had anything like that. And I went home, and I told JD, I don't love you. He said, oh. And I said, no, I've never loved anyone or anything according to that definition. I said, I've never had that kind of feeling about anything. And he said, well, what does that mean? And I said, well, he says, do you want a divorce? What do you want? And I said, no, I don't think I want a divorce. Since I've already got you, I figure that if I got somebody else, I'd be just as screwed up anyway. So I'll try and learn how to love you since I already have you here. And we'll see how it goes. Now, we laugh now, but I was very serious at the time. I was very, very serious because I didn't know. And about a year or so after that, it occurred to me one night that I had begun to respect JD. And that was on the way to love, you know, to love that. But I did no longer look at him as a piece of damaged goods, as the bad little boy who had done all those horrible things. The forgiveness process had begun to work, and I was being able to put the past in the past somewhat, and I could have some respect and love or compassion for JD. And that's when I began to see a little by little that I was accepting him as he was, and I was trying to be a little more tender, a little less vicious. I didn't want to be with him all the time, attached at the hip. I had to be attached at the hip so I could watch him before. Now I didn't have to do that. And I could do stuff a little more for free instead of having to charge him for loving him, that kind of thing. So today I have to say to myself, but what is God's love to me? This is what I want to transmit in a relationship, is an expression of God's love. But what is God's love to me? And God's love to me is unconditional. It's very comforting. It's protective. It's kind, forgiving. It's strong yet gentle. It's trustworthy. You can always depend on it. It's constant, never wavers. It enhances anything and everything I have anything to do with. It's happy, joyous, and free. It's all wise, all powerful. It's whatever I need it to be at any point in time. That's what God's love is. It is anything or everything I need. And I've learned, if anything, that God loves us so much. He doesn't give us a lot of things we ask for because they're not good for us. God will not do anything that is harmful to you. But God will not keep you from doing anything you have to do. And God always goes ahead of us and plans in love. He's always going ahead, so we don't have to worry about the future because He's going ahead, planning in love. Now, when God's love is removed, relationships die. Because it talks about it in the big book. It says that, it's like a tornado. It's that self-will run riot. It just goes whippy, whippy, whippy. We just go through life. And I had behind me a trail of debris of relationships when I got here. It was debris. There was a lot of stuff back there. But by having only one primary purpose here, which is to be an expression of God's love, I can focus on that, expressing what God's love or God's will is. And, we used to get into these great, big, deep discussions about what God's will is. I don't always know what God's will is, but I know what God's will isn't. God's will isn't for me to be like I used to be. God's will isn't for me to be dishonest. It isn't for me to practice character defects. If I try to do the best I can and not doing the things that I used to do, you just got to get in here and do everything different, It's just that simple, What part do you need to change? Well, everything, But if I'm doing all of those things, and if I'm doing what I think God would have me do and not doing my defects on a regular basis, then I might somewhere be in the ballpark of God's will for me. It's not what I want so much as what God wants for me. God wants for me more than I can ever dream about wanting for me. When you take your biggest dream and put it out there, God has a dream that's bigger and better than anything you could imagine. Because if you got just what you dreamed for, wouldn't you have been shortchanged here? You would have been shortchanged because you've received so much more than what you ever thought. Because, see, I based what I got on what I felt I was worth. And when your self-worth is low, you are really ready to accept crumbs instead of the piece of cake. That's the reason I used to love Winnie's thing, about you need to take the first piece of cake. And I never could do that for years because I wasn't worthy of the first piece of cake. Another thing that I've learned here in expressing God's love is if you can ask God, pray and ask God to let you see these people as well as yourself through His eyes. God looks at us so differently than we look at ourselves or at others. I don't believe that God looks at you and say, well, that's my shitty kid for today. I just don't think God does that. I think God looks at us and sometimes and says, gosh, you could really be enjoying life if you didn't have to do that. That kind of thing. But where I first was able to do this was I prayed and I prayed and I prayed about my relationship with my mother, because it was the worst relationship. I may have tried to kill JD, But I killed my mother time after time after time. And it was really an insidious thing. And the way I did it, I didn't know I was doing it. Now, I dreamed of choking her to death. I dreamed of doing lots of wicked things to her, thinking that would hurt her for not loving me. Because that's what I perceived, that my mother didn't love me. But the only problem with that was I hurt her in so many ways by my attitude, my rebelliousness. You see, my mother was left a widow with a kid who was unmanageable. And she was frightened. She had never been, my daddy had been there for her since she was 16 years old. And she was terrified. What do you do? And you've got a kid that will not mind you in any way, shape, or form, and who delights in doing the very opposite of what you tell a child to do. I'm the kind of kid I would have killed had I had one. I would have been the poster for birth control. Really. A little poster child for birth control. You don't want one like this. And so many times I rejected her. And you see, every time I would go to my mother, I would go as a child. I would go over there looking for that approval, which I would have called love. And not receiving approval, I perceived my mother didn't love me. And so I got even with her for not loving me. It was a real, real sick relationship. And I wanted my mother to change. I wanted my mother to be different. My mother's not the kind of mother I want. That was my little song and dance number. And until I could accept what I had, nothing could change. Mama didn't change, but I changed. And so I began to pray that prayer. And I prayed that prayer for several years, seeing no results. But just because you don't see it doesn't mean God's not working on it. Because our time frame, like I say, is so different than God's time frame. And then I had to realize that I had put Daddy on a pedestal and made him perfect. And then I compared her against Mr. Perfect, so she had no chance. Those kind of things. I had to realize my daddy was not perfect. He was sort of passive-aggressive. And he used me to get at her a lot of times. I could see that, much, much later, because when Daddy died, I was 12 years old, and I made him a saint. An absolute saint in my life. And I began to see some of this, and I didn't like seeing it. It was very, very painful to see reality. But as time went on, I went over to my mother's one day, and Mama asked me, she said, well, first of all, when I asked God, I was praying to be able to see her like he saw her. And so one day I went and drove over to my mother's, and as I drove in the driveway that day, she was way out in the back, and she was raking leaves. And she was very, very short. I didn't know she was short. Why wouldn't I not know my mother was short? My mother only came out to hear on me. Because if you always come as a child, your mama's big. I came as a child forever, wanting from her. Never once did I come to her wanting to give something. I came to take. And it was so clear to me that day when I saw her back there. I was a child. And I was still in that little kid thing. Give me approval, and then I can be okay. And that had never worked. That was not going to work. And it was just amazing to me that I didn't know she was short. But see, that just began to show me how much I thought I knew that I didn't know. When you know, no one can teach you anything. It's when you don't know that you can be taught. And so, as I walked back to see her, it was almost like I could see her heart. And in this heart were many scars. There was not a tremendous abundance of love that she was withholding from me. And see, all my life I felt like she punished me by withholding her love because I didn't do the way she wanted. She would tell me things like she wanted such a feminine little girl. Well, I was a tomboy. And she would be so disappointed. She'd put a dress on me. I'd run out and I'd be like a dog rolling in the mud. I don't want a dress. I want my pants on. I wanted to be a guy, actually. They had more fun. They didn't have so many rules and things. I wanted to be like my dad, And so here was Mother wanting this sweet little feminine thing. Wasn't going to happen here, And so we punished each other this way. But I thought, she doesn't love me because I'm not the way she wants me to be. And you know why? I didn't love her because she wasn't the way I wanted her to be. Anything you want for someone else from them, you've got to be willing to put that forth. Because what goes round comes round. And see, we want to get it before we give it. You know, you got to take the action and then it becomes. And so anyway, as I saw her heart, you know, I saw that if anybody was going to bring love to that relationship, sort of like the old joke, if you only the hog left in the pen, hog you it. You know, I'm going to have to bring it to her because she doesn't have it to give. And my God, I never knew that. And so I go back there, and I mean, I am just devastated by all this, you know, how this just, whoo, that moment of clarity, you know, whoo. And I said, Mama, put your leaf broom down. She was raking. And I put my arms around her, and I held her, and I gave her a hug. And boy, was she stiff. Because we don't talk, we don't hug, we don't do anything like that. Never had. But I needed to do that for me. And you know, consistently when I would go to see her, I would give her that hug, whether I felt like it or not. You know, the thing of it is being consistent. And I consistently gave her that hug. And when I would do that, Mama didn't hug back, but it got to where she would stand up for it. She would lean into it. You could tell she wanted it, but she just wasn't free enough to do it back, you know, that kind of a thing. Well, after another period of time went by, one day I went over there to visit Mama, and she said, I want to ask you about something that happened when your daddy died. And I said, well, this is how I remember it. And she said, well, I don't remember it that way. And I thought, oop, here we go, because that's the way our deal usually went. You know, we argued all the time. And she said, but you were 12 years old. And I was almost 60. We would have seen this a lot different. And I thought, wow, that's really something for Mother, you know. Because, see, you know, I never gave Mother credit for having any sense either. You know how kids are. They think their mothers are stupid. I never outgrew that, you know. I was a perpetual teenager. Emotional retard, you know. When we got to talking about it, she said, there's nothing I've never understood about you. She said, why were you such an ornery kid? And I said, well, that's pretty simple. I was ornery because I was getting even with you for not loving me. I just told her the truth. And she looked so stunned, and she said, not love you? How could I? She said, I gave you a roof over your head. I gave you food to eat. I gave you clothes to wear. She said it was more than I ever had. You see, my mother had been raised in alcoholism. Her mother and father both alcoholic. Her father was extremely physical abusive, and she had scars all over her body where he would get mad and cut her up with a knife and do different things to her. And when she was between 12 and 13, he came in one night drunk and tried to rape her. And so she'd picked up a stick of stove wood, hit him in the head, and ran away from home. Now, it wasn't fashionable to be a runaway on the streets in the early 1900s. And she lived in a little alleyway in Memphis. And that was hundreds of miles that she walked to get there, to get to safety, to get so far away no one would know who she was or send her back or what have you to that hell that she was living in. And she was in this alleyway, and there was a boarding house right next door. And the lady who owned the boarding house was pregnant. And she went out and told my mother that if she would come help her in the boarding house, she'd give her room and board. And so that's how my mother survived. And my father was the head of the recruiting office in Memphis, Tennessee for the Army. And he took his meals at that boarding house. And that was how they met. She was waiting tables in the boarding house. And when she turned 16, they got married. You know? Now, if you'd had to live like that, never knowing if you were going to have something to eat, any clothes to wear, and not having a roof over your head, what would be the greatest thing that you could ever provide a child? She gave the very best of what she thought. And see, I thought that parents owed you that. Huh? You know, I forget. Alcoholism's out there. You know? Alcoholism had robbed her of all of those things. And so she was giving the very best she had. And so that day, it's like it all came together, and it all became enough. It became enough for me. You know, that hole in me wasn't there like it had been. And my mama looked at me and she said, you know, baby, I love you. I've always loved you. My mother had never said it before. And she walked over and put her arms around me and gave me the hug this time. You know, that hole inside me closed up. You know, Because if I had consistently tried to do what people told me to do, I acted like a kind and loving daughter. I didn't know how to be a kind and loving daughter. I went to people that had good relationships with their mothers. There are some, you know. And they're not the unfortunates, you know. But there are some that have that. And I'd say, what do you do? You know, tell me, what do you do? You know, and they said, treat her like a kind and loving daughter. Give her gifts, gifts of time. Spend some time with her. And that was hard. And when I would find the need to have to tell her, I'd have to go. When she'd call on the phone, you know, my mother lived alone from the time I was 19, and Mama died when she was 89. So she'd been alone. Now, if you live alone, you just talk all the time because you're so starved to be with someone. I don't know what my excuse is, but she'd want to tell you what she had for breakfast, what she was sharing what she had in her day, and so many times I would just ignore her and lay the phone down and then pick it up and go, yeah, and lay the phone down, yeah. You know, I began to listen to what she had to say. You know, it might have been, but that was her day. That was her life. She was sharing what she had to share with me. I gave her the gift of acceptance, accepting her as she was, not asking her to be what she wasn't. Because every time I would accept her as she was, you know, we'd get along a lot better. My mother's major complaint was I was always trying to change her. I'd say, no, I'm not. I'm just trying to help you. And what does that translate to? I'm trying to change her. You know, I tried to bring her into the century. I got her the microwave. She wouldn't use the microwave. She was afraid that the, you know, little things in outer space, you know, just, no, not using the microwave. You know, I would try to get her various and sundry things and modernize her home. You know, I had the window units. When I got central air, I took my window units. And she had me come and take them out. She didn't like her house shut up. She liked fresh air, thank you very much. Fresh air in Arkansas in August is 110 on a good day. She wanted fresh air, you know. But that was the thing. I kept trying to make that what I called making it easier, but that wasn't, in leaving her alone, letting her do it her way, was the kind and loving thing to do. Being an expression of God's love is not doing something for someone that they need to do and can do for themselves. So many times we cripple people by doing for them what they need to do for themselves. And the funny thing about that is when you do and you do and you do for people, after a while you resent doing for people. And that's no longer any kind of gift of love. It's no longer free. You know, it says we give comfort and understanding to our loved ones. And what does that mean? A little praise, some positive strokes, praying for them, maybe not centering in on their defects, but encouraging them through their positives. And that takes a lot of effort because we have a tendency to look at that negative, just open your eyes in the morning. I don't know about y'all. I am not a normal morning perky person. And I have problems with morning perky people. You know, that's like the other morning, JD got up and I told him he was just da-da-da-da. And I said, JD, honey, quiet, please. And so he just, and I said, JD. And he said, what? And I said, shut up. And he said, oh. And then in a few seconds, here he went. I said, JD, you want I should kill you this morning? You know, and he's going, what? And I said, I just need some quiet. And he goes, I forget, because he's a person that when he wakes up, you know, he's Mr. Perky. And the worst thing in the world is getting on an airplane at 6 in the morning with a perky flight attendant. You know, I've had that horror. You know, you get on and they go, morning, you know, and your eyes just sort of ricochet in your head. Can't handle that, you know. But I found that when I praise JD on the good stuff and everything, that he responds so much differently to me, you know. And when I look for the positives. And, you know, I tell him, you know, you look nice. And I write him little notes and put them in sometimes in his lunchbox, you know. And I did that for my first husband. He did not appreciate that. But that was when the magic markers first came out. And remember, this is a man that that I'm living with, but I don't love. And I'm really angry about it. And so I would write little messages on his eggs, his hard-boiled eggs. And he got to where he said he was afraid to open his lunch around other people. You know, because here he was, the sergeant in charge, and the troops were losing a little respect for him because of the messages on his hard-boiled eggs. you know. Just stuff like that. Okay. I have learned too and I'm not a coffee drinker, but I make sure JD has coffee for the mornings, you know. Just little things. I try not to be tacky when he wants to do an all-day Clint Eastwood. You know, I read a lot. But I'm in there with him. You know, there's something about it. You know, he likes to have me in there with him when he's watching television. Not that he's going to talk to me or anything, you know, but he just sort of wants you living and breathing there with him. And it's like, okay, I can do that for a while, you know. And one of the hardest and most was being kind to him when he's sick. You know how men are when they don't feel good? I don't know about yours, but mine gets awfully whiny. They get very, very needy, you know, I mean, and it's just like, oh, die and get it over with, you know. Now, but, you know, it's real funny. Don't expect them to do anything, right? Now, when you're sick, what do? You cook, you clean, you do the deal, you know, and you martyr. You martyr really, really well, you know. There's just a lot of those little differences that's always amazed me. One of the mysteries of my life that maybe somebody can know the answer to someday is, what is it that men do to their underwear that once they take them off, they can't touch them again? You ever notice how they leave them laying somewhere and they don't touch them again? I always wonder about that, you know. But what I've noticed over the last few years especially is there's been a new intimacy between JD and me. There's a much, and I like I say, especially this last couple of years, there's a closeness that it's just really hard to define. It's like when we're sitting on the couch together, and all of a sudden it's just that touch. It's that little special touch, or that, like somebody made the observation today that we were walking down the hall holding hands. We do that a lot, you know, and it's like, it's comforting, and it's kind, and it's loving, you know. It's just an expression of, I'm here and I care, and we're closer now. And we do more things together than we've ever done. And used to, if you'd have told me, I would have said that, I'd say, oh, that's hokey, or that's this or that. Let me tell you, it feels pretty darn good. It's very, very good. Did you ever think about people maybe doing the very best they can, and they need compassion and forgiveness, not judgment? You know, so many times I have a tendency to judge another person's actions instead of being kind, forgiving, and what have you. Realizing that sometimes I'm doing the very best I can, and I'm still being an asshole. And that's the best I can be for that moment in time for where I'm at. I don't like being there any more than you like me being there. But that's where I'm at. You know, my sponsor used to get on to me because the first 5 years, every time I do an inventory, extremely judgmental and critical was one of the very glaring defects. And she said, you ever wonder why there's never any improvement here? I said, yeah, I have. She says, because you've never been willing to let go of it. And I said, well, even the Bible says that you have the right to do that. It says that we can be a fruit, you know, a tree is known by its fruit. And I reserve the right to be a fruit inspector. Okay. She said, there's another little verse that says, judge not lest you be judged. And you know, I used to think that meant that you would judge me. You're not the hard judge. I judge me. My standard for judging me is 100 times harder than it is in me judging you. I judge myself. And when I do that, I pass it on to you. And the more I don't like about me and I see it in you, the harder I judge you. You know? So she gave me a little poem. It says, has God deserted heaven and left it up to you to decide what people really should or shouldn't do? No, he's still in business, and he knows when to wield a rod. So remember, when you're judging, remember, you're not God. And, you know, as you know, I still have that with me. You know, if you had to keep it on your refrigerator for 5 years, you would too. She wanted to put it in a place where I'd have my attention there. Love and forgiveness are qualities of a power greater than me. You know, and when you can't give yourself the right to make mistakes and forgive yourself, you certainly won't be able to pass that on. And you know, forgiveness is such a simple thing. All it is giving someone a chance to do better. Just give them a chance to do different. Give them a chance to do better. Okay, so maybe they blow it again. But you will feel better about yourself when you can do that, when you can forgive. You know, you're supposed to keep forgiving and forgiving and forgiving. And you know, I found that the hardest person in the world to forgive is me. You know, how many times do you have to say I'm sorry when you do something and it's really bad, you know? Does just one I'm sorry seem to cover it? It does, but you know, with us, we have to just keep going back and going back and going back. Because, see, we don't accept the forgiveness. And that's the way I was. You know, I couldn't accept even my own forgiveness. You know, the moment you ask God for forgiveness, God gives you forgiveness, and He forgives to the point He doesn't bring it up again. But I was bad about going back and bringing stuff up again. And that would tell me I hadn't really forgiven, because if I've forgiven, it's gone away. And if I have to keep coming back and beating you with the same old stick, then all I've done is just put it on the shelf until the next little time comes along, and then I can whip you again with it, you know. So, I have to learn to expect less of people I love. Allow them, you know, to be themselves. Allow them the dignity to fail. Allow them the dignity to fail in doing things. Say, like, you know how to do it and they don't ask you. You know, we're real good about volunteering information. If they don't, let them find out. They'll learn better. Because, you know, JD has a tendency, whenever I have to tell him something, I feel like I have to tell him. He doesn't do it because I told him. You know, he'll go against his own best judgment, and so will I. When I think somebody's trying to tell me what to do, you know, we rebel at stuff like that. I've had a real hard time this past year, and JD has too. You know, JD, when the deal happened with my sister, JD lost his running buddy. As you know, I travel a lot, and JD would stay home and be with Dorothy and take care of her, and Dorothy, as he knew her, is gone forever. And so he lost his best companion. And then, this past year, when we lost both of our babies at 16 and 16 and a half, you know, it's been very difficult. And to watch him grieve has been extremely difficult. You know, we have our little pet cemetery out at the back, and I look out the back window, and JD's sitting out there by the water garden on the little bench, and he's crying. He's out there grieving his dogs, you know, but I have to give him the right to deal with his grief in his own way. And yes, it's painful to see someone you love hurt, but I can't fix it. I can't fix it, you know. And I told him, you know, he says, you know, he finds himself talking to himself when I'm gone, because he was used to talking to the dogs. I don't have an excuse. I talk to myself at work. I talk to myself everywhere, you know. We talked about it, and we decided that we would probably get more dogs. And I went to Ontario, Canada, back in the spring, and I found a breeder up there. And so sometime this fall, we should have new babies. So that will be good, too. I found that another way to show God's love to the people out there is to be nice. What a concept. You know, I used to be the world's worst hostile grocery store person. I would go into a store. I don't like being in the store. It takes too much of my time to go buy groceries. It takes too much effort. And there's always somebody with 15 or 16 items in the 10 line or whatever, you know, there's always that. The prices go up every time you go in the door. The darn prices are up again, and it's just irritating and annoying, and it's been that way all my life. I just hated it. And so I was not nice, to the point I couldn't get people to check me out. When it would come my time to check out, the checkers would go on break, have to pee or something. And so I'd usually have to get the store manager to check me out. I mean, it was amazing. And so I got tired of that. And my sponsor told me, she said, well, you need to be different. You need to change where that's concerned. She said, you know, we become a walking, living, breathing example of the program. You know, we're not an authority, but we become an example. And she says, we change our behavior and we act differently. So I went, okay. She said, you go to the store and you act differently. Now, all right, pendulum, right? You know, vicious person, flaming nut. Okay, I go right over here. I'm skipping down the aisles behind my cart. You know, at the Skag Albertson store. We had Skaggs Albertsons back then. And I am skipping down the aisle of my cart. And I'm going, ta-da, ta-da, I'm buying groceries. God, I love to buy groceries. And I'm doing this for myself. I'm trying to get myself through the store. I get through the check. Well, it took them a while before they felt safe to check me out. But anyway, I finally got them to where they were checking me out, and even the sack boys weren't afraid to take my groceries to the car, and we're having a big time. And then one day I came in there, and the checkout girl said, "I really like your eye makeup. That's really different." And I'm thinking, it is? I wonder what's different about it. And I get out to my car and I look in the mirror and I have one blue eye and one green eye. I don't know what happened that morning. Made her day though. Okay, we're moving along, in time. And it came around Christmas time that year. And I got home and I was unloading my groceries one day and I had a card in my groceries. And I went, oh my God, I've shoplifted. I have shoplifted a card. I don't remember getting a card. And I opened it, and it was from the Checkers and the Sackers. And they were thanking me for being their most favorite customer. They said, we always have so much fun. I still have that card. And that little Sacker, he grew up, and he became a store manager. And this past year, though, he has Hodgkin's disease. And but he's a tremendous, loving little man. And he's just been a real sweetie to me for years and years. But that was a relationship, that I wouldn't have had if I'd have stayed the way I was. And they just love it. They got a new store manager in one day, and he was really a pain. And they asked me if I would play with him. And I said, and it was real funny because I had bought some Always pads. And as they were coming through, instead of being $2.49 a box, all of a sudden it went up $4.29. And I thought, well, it's a transposition thing in the way they scanned it or something. And she says, oh, call Mr. So-and-so. She says it'll terrorize him. And so I said, okay, I'm game. And so we called him over, and I explained to him that this has been $2.49 for weeks and weeks, and now it's $4.29. He says, well, sometimes we change the prices on items. We lower them considerably to people to get used to a new item, and then, oh, really? And then we increase it to its regular price. In other words, you jack the price up once you get us hung up on it. And he, well, yes. And I said, well, I want to know, is this a sexist price change? And he said, I beg your pardon? I said, well, did condoms go up? He said, give it to her at the other price. And then I've learned, too, to practice that courtesy and the sense of humor, which is all part of God's love. I've learned to do that on the road with my driving. And this past summer, it was really, really hot in Arkansas. Really, really hot. And when it's hot like that, tempers on the road, the people driving seems to get a little more vicious, And there were several people that I recognized I was going to have to kill. And I told JD, I said, my attitude's really getting ratty about that. I'm going to have to do something different. And that's when it occurred to me I could really have some fun here. And so I got my broken hair dryer, and I cut the cord off of it, and I carry it in my console. And when I come up to people, and I say, my car is a 92 Chevrolet Caprice Classic, and it looks just like the police cars. And so when I come up and people irritate me, I pick up my radar gun and I go beep, 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 beep with my hair dryer. Beep, 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 beep. I've had people pull over. It is hysterical. I even radar the cops as I go past. Beep, 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 beep. Cora says there's not a law against the hair dryer. And she would know. She would know. Cora tried to administer a field sobriety test to me out in front of the Cracker Barrel restaurant, and I failed it. Cold sober, and there were people coming in, and they are going, did you see that? That woman's having to do a sobriety test out there. Fun, fun, fun. And I have gratitude for the world I'm in. I try to be a better neighbor. I try to be a better citizen in my community, And I know today, which I didn't before, that my spiritual needs cannot be met by another person. My spiritual needs. God has to do this for me because God loves me. And when that's in charge, then my life is better. And I don't trouble people to make me happy, I think some people are happy being miserable. It just sort of looks that way. And I used to be one of them, And I use God's love instead of sex with a relationship. Used to when I'd start a relationship, it started with sex and went downhill, you know. And if you start with God's love, it'll go uphill every time. Tradition 6. A partner ought not be overly supportive spiritually, emotionally, or physically to the marriage or relationship, lest problems of ego gratification divert him or her from the primary purpose. This is where you learn to be a caregiver instead of a caretaker. You know, there's a world of difference. And I didn't know that. I didn't know how to do that. I took care of you to the point you couldn't even care for yourself. I would take over, just come in and take over. But I've learned, especially in watching Dorothy's caregiver, dealing with her in the last year, she allows Dorothy to do everything Dorothy can. She only does for Dorothy what Dorothy cannot do, you know. Like, for instance, Dorothy can get up and she can dress herself, and sometimes she remembers to comb her hair, and if she doesn't, then she reminds her. You know, Dorothy can take her insulin shots, but she just can't put the insulin in, and she doesn't know when she's taken one and if she hasn't, so she has a tendency to want to take more or not take any. So she manages the medication for Dorothy. You know, those kind of things. Because now you cannot control Dorothy. There's a difference in all of that. And so that's what I needed to learn, how to be a caregiver rather than a caretaker. Now, my need and my need to be needed and my self-esteem was based on helping other people all my life. Little girlfriend I had named Shirley. Shirley, I used to do all of Shirley's homework. I mean, from the time we were in grade school, I would do Shirley's homework, you know. And Shirley would say, well, she wasn't very good in school. And so when we got in junior high school, Shirley went and had her eyes checked. Shirley was blind. She was so nearsighted, she started with Coke bottle glasses. You know, back then they didn't have tests in school for your eyes and stuff like they do more now. And so Shirley didn't know. And her family, you know, like in most families, we didn't go to the doctor unless you had something wrong with you. You didn't have preventive, you didn't go to the dentist unless you had a toothache, that kind of thing. And so when Shirley got her glasses, guess what? Shirley could see, and then Shirley didn't need me. You know? It was a little identity thing there. You know, she didn't need me to do her homework for her anymore. And I felt like Shirley wasn't as much my friend. Because, see, I liked her depending on me. See, if they need you, they'll keep you longer. You know, that was my philosophy. And I used to do this in my workplace. Do more and more and more. You know, do this person's job, help this person's out, do all this stuff. Be the overachiever, work yourself to death, and then feel overburdened. You know, feel put upon, you know. I've got so much to do. Everybody at work always comes to me to get crap done. Why? Because you do it. That's why we teach people how to treat us, by what we do. And that made me feel like I was worth more. And you know, when I left that company, they lasted for another year or two. You know. And then, see, but that's a perfect breeding ground for the alcoholism. Because the more they drink, the less they do. The less they do, the more we do. We're slack taker-uppers. You know, we keep taking up the slack. And they don't do this, and we do more of that over there. You know, the more he drinks, the more I control. The more things there is to do. And, you know, it was fine. You know, because when they're drinking, they don't want you to have to have any responsibility, don't want to have to do anything. Just leave them alone, let them drink, you know. And so I could not leave him alone, but I did all those things. You know, I said, you know, if I'd have taken another job, he wouldn't have had to even make an attempt at working, you know, because the more that he drank, the less he worked. The less he was physically able to work, the more he drank. And there was another thing. If he didn't need me, he might not want me. Because, see, that's how I did mine. I dressed him. We had this mother-child relationship. I would dress him, you know. I would take care of all of the finances. I did everything in the house. You know, I bought the groceries, cooked the... JD can now cook a few items, you know. If you like hot dogs for breakfast, you got it made. But I didn't give him credit for having any sense because I did all this stuff for him, you know. I would think, you know, he was less than because he couldn't do these things, but it was the things that I was doing, you know. And that's just like I would tell him, you know, JD, there's a bad weather forecast, and he was working nights, and so I said, we're supposed to have ice and snow overnight. Now, that's information. But I couldn't shut up there. And I would have to tell him what to do with the information. And I'd say, so you need to put some extra weight in the back of the truck over the axles. But I would have to tell him what to do with the information. So he came home and he said, I slid all over the road. I said, well, didn't you put any weight in the truck? He said, no. Why not? Because you told me to. See, there's that rebellion, you know, that you told me to, playing mother deal. JD is a rose grower. He has some of the most beautiful roses, has gorgeous rose gardens. Well, he had this one little area there where the roses didn't do very well. And so he came in and he said, I've got it figured out. He says, it's the roof. The roof? He said, yeah. He says, the rain comes down on the roof, and the roof, there's something in that, and it's not doing my roses very good. I'm going to move the roses. In other words, he was going to start a new flower bed. So I said, that's it. You just wanted to start a new flower bed. Why didn't you just say you want to start a new flower bed? Who cares? And he said, no, I really think. I said, JD, I don't believe. He said, I'm going to get me some gutters. Gutters. Yeah, we're going to have the expensive gutters now all the way around the house. And I said, JD, that is a crock. He said, I tell you what, he says, that is going to make a difference in the rose garden. I said, I'll kiss your ass in the middle of Healy Street if that makes a difference. And when they begin to bud, I wanted to go out there and salt them. I really did. I wanted to go out there, you know. And so finally I came in and I told him, I said, okay, go out there and bear it, and I'm ready to kiss it. And he laughed. He said, no, but it's just nice to know that you can be wrong again. He does so love it. You have to develop a hands-off policy, is what this is about. You have to learn to mind your own business. And what is your business? I thought everything that concerned anything in my world was my business. You know, not so. And when I began to do that, I began to see things differently. Chuck would have said I could see through a new pair of glasses. You know, I could see things about JD, like, for instance, he's so talented, he's so artistic. I just love his sculptures. He is creative, he's funny, and guess what? He can take care of himself. And you know, one of the neatest things when I travel, when I come home, I do not have to come home to a dirty house. I do not have to come home to clutter. I do not have to come home to dirty dishes. I don't have to come home and do laundry. JD is self-supporting, you know. Isn't that amazing? You know, I used to think I had to do all of that for him, you know. And he is so funny. He loves to play with people. He just loves to play with people. Jennifer is over at our house one afternoon, and Jennifer just lived a few blocks away. Hand up, Jennifer. There. And so when she left and went home, she called back and she said, did I have on shoes when I came to your house? And I said, I don't remember, because, I mean, we're from the South. We go barefoot a lot, no big deal. And so she says, well, I just got home and I couldn't find my shoes. And so in a little bit, I happened to look up on the chandelier, and I said, by the way, no, you did not go back with your shoes. They're here. She said, well, where were they? And I said, well, you won't believe it, but come on back. You know, and her shoes were up. He likes to play little practical jokes. I had another girl that I sponsor, and she always carries a big, heavy purse. And it's one of those where everything goes to the bottom, you know, like a tote bag sort of. And so he was moving it from one chair to the other when we were in another room talking, and he determined it was so heavy it was like she had rocks in it. And then the thought came to him, and he took 2 big pieces of asphalt, and he put it in the bottom of her purse. And she left, and she put it over her shoulder like nothing and walked out. And he's over there just going, I don't believe that. I said, what do you mean? He said that she's got at least 5 or 6 pounds of rocks in her purse, and she never knew. Well, she sponsored the Alateens, and a few days later she was talking to me, and she said she was going to get the Alateens really bad the next week because somebody had put rocks in her purse. And I said, what do you mean? She said, well, these big chunks of asphalt-like stuff are in my purse. And she said, I know the kids did it because one of them said to me, what's in here, rocks? And she says, the next day at work, a girl's looking for a safety pin. I said, don't worry about it. She emptied it out on her desk, and she's there, these big chunks of asphalt. She says, I've been carrying them around my purse. And she'd carried it around there a couple of weeks. That's the way he is, you know. And last year on our wedding anniversary, I wasn't feeling really well. And so one of the neighbors had brought down a huge bushel basket of turnip greens. And so I just did not feel like getting up and washing turnip greens and fixing turnip greens. And I'm laying there in bed, and later I'm smelling turnip greens, and JD had gone out there and done all that washing of those greens and was cooking turnip greens. So I know he can do hot dogs and turnip greens now. And so that's what I'm saying, you know, you see things and you see people differently. In the beginning, I went over to the old Serenity house when JD was going through classes there, and on their blackboard they had this, it was where they had turned the chalk sideways and made huge block letters, and it says, "There's only one God today, you're not him," you know. And I saw that, and I went in and I told Joe, I said, "All right, I got your point, ha ha." And Joe said, "What?" And I said, "I saw what you did." And he said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "The deal on the blackboard about there's only one God and today you're not him." I said, "I saw that, ha ha." He said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Well, I know you're making a point to me." He said, "Miracle, that's been up there for years." You see the ego? It's all about me, you know, all about me. But no person can meet the needs of another, not all of the needs. And so we've learned that our separateness is our mutual strength. The fact that we can work together and make something work. You know, there was a long time you could put two of us together and you don't have an adult. You know, I mean, you have a 5-year-old and a 6-year-old, you know. Put them together and what have you got there, you know. But our best relationship is one where dependence is mutual, independence is equal, and our obligation reciprocal. And this means that we are true partnership. We depend on one another from time to time, yet we're independent enough we can stand alone and be okay, but we choose to work together and live on a give and take basis. That's what it's about. And that's that teamwork concept. You know, it talks about being a helpmate. And that's what it is. We help each other when we need to, but we don't when we don't, you know. We can do together what we can't do separately. And sometimes we even have fun doing it. You know, that's neat too. Like I say, in fact, even with the muscadine adventure out in the backyard, we have had so many laughs. You know, so much. We've had fun doing the work together. And that was something we never did. JD said he came home one afternoon, and I was sitting out under our apple trees in one of our Rondac chairs, and I had my cell phone there and a glass of iced tea and my book on my chest and was sound asleep. I had come in from work, and I just thought, you know, it'd be neat to go out there and just enjoy that yard. You know, you work in it all the time, but we have very little time just to go out there and enjoy. But that's the thing. We put an entertainment center together. Now, that would normally be grounds for divorce anywhere. You know, we worked, I mean, the book had 50-some-odd pages of instructions on how to build the entertainment center, you know. And we did it. The only problem was when we got it built, it was laying place down in the living room, and we weren't strong enough to lift it up. We had to call a neighbor to come help us. But we got it built. We just weren't strong enough to move it, you know. But being totally dependent on another person isn't living, and it's sure not love. And if you're not careful, you can be an emotional leech tied together by sickness. And we saw this in our couples meeting. We had a couple that came for several years, and then they determined that the only thing that had bound them together the years that they were together was their sickness. And when each one of them got well in the program, they decided they did not want to live together anymore, that there was just too much, not wreckage of the past, but daily living, that they did not enjoy being together, but they were able to divorce without hard feelings. Now that, to me, was a miracle. I've seen a lot of people get a divorce, and usually there's a certain amount of bitterness or rancor or whatever about it, but they even get together on holidays and share the kids and grandkids and stuff like that, and it's been nice to watch that. Now, are you too needy in your relationship? You know, there's questions you can know. You know, if you're too needy, you have a need for questions, and those are, what's the matter? Are you okay? You know, and are you sure you're okay? After a little bit of that, you're not okay, because you're irritated that they keep asking you if something's the matter. You know how that goes. And then you have the who, what, when, where, how, and why. You got to know all that, you know. You got to take those. You got to beware of adverbs. They're dangerous. And not knowing isn't a bad thing. You know, in our ODAT, it tells us that what you're supposed to know, what you're meant to know, will come to you without any action on your part. You do not have to get out and hunt for it. You know, back during the drinking, I had to go looking, search, seize, destroy. You know, that was the thing. Search them out, seize them, and then destroy them if you possibly could. If not, wreck the bar. You know, whatever. Those places that were keeping them away from home. Okay? But the questions are actions, you know. What you're meant to know without any action on your part. You don't have to ask the questions. Tradition 7. Each partner ought to strive to be fully self-supporting, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. Okay, the previous one says we don't overhelp one another, and this one says take care of yourself. Because sometimes we're so busy helping other people, we don't get us taken care of. You know, I've seen this year after year with people with their kids. They'll do everything and they don't take care of themselves, and they don't realize that the lesson they're teaching their kids is don't take care of yourself, take care of somebody else. Instead of take care of you, that's the better message. You know, when I was helping the others, I let my personal needs go, and I lived through someone else. This is where you take your life back and its care back, and you become responsible for yourself. You know, it's nobody else's fault. You are the one who's responsible. You know, I had a thing about I could not be okay if I felt obligated. And if you did something for me, I was obligated. You know, I hadn't learned how to take care of myself there. And so my mother-in-law one weekend worked all day Saturday helping me put up purple hull peas in the freezer. And this was an ordeal all day long of shelling and blanching and putting them up. And at the end, she said, why don't we go join Mr. Clint and J.D. and Roger, and that was J.D.'s father and his brother, and they had gone fishing up in a little town called Searcy, Arkansas. And it was right below the dam. And I told myself, I do not want to do this. I don't want to do this, but how do I tell her no after she has helped me all day long? Now, you see, I'm not taking care of myself physically because I am whipped tired. Where that old lady got the energy, I will never know. You know, but it was fishing, and she was one of those. And you know, fishing people have a thing. You know, they can fish whenever. And she says, I'll fry a chicken. And so here we are. It's a little after midnight, and we are heading up to meet them where they are camping. It starts to rain. I'm ready to go home. It's raining. Oh no, she says. She says, it might not be raining where they are. And the closer we got to Searcy, the harder the rain. I said, I think it's starting where they are, you know. And we get into the town of Searcy, and water is just flowing through the streets. They're having flash flooding in Searcy, you know, and here we are. And she's going, Georgia. And so we go outside the town, and we make a left turn onto a red gumbo road. Now, gumbo is real slick when it's wet. And so the back end was meeting the front end of the car as I'm whipping down the road just like this. And we get to this little narrow one-lane bridge. Water's running over the bridge. Never go through running water on a bridge. She says, I've done it 1,000 times. Oh, God, you know, now I have to, you know. You've been dared, you know. I've done it 1,000 times. So I started to cross, and the bridge collapsed. So now we're going down into this creek that goes, and the creek course is out of the banks because of the flash flooding. We're in this fast-moving water. Got out, the chicken is floating around in the back seat. My mother-in-law says, I can't swim. Fine time to tell me. Okay, I get out my window, I go around, help her, and I'm struggling, and I finally get her, and you know, going against water, rushing like that, it is very difficult. And I'm having this tremendous chest pain. Absolutely tremendous chest pain. I finally get her attached to a root over here on a tree at the bank, and I'm in there, and all of a sudden, you know what the problem is? This perch has swam into my bra. Because you know when you're wet, you know how it gets just loose. And It had swum into my bra and it was finning me. That was the pain in my chest. I was being finned to death by this berserk perch. Okay. Yeah, what?
She said it was your purse.
No.
Purse?
No, perch, P-E-R-C-H, a fish, a fish. Fish had swum, little perch about like this, had swum into my bra. Well, we get out over the other side. They're all drunk. The boat has sunk. Food is floating around in the tent. I mean, it's just ungodly over there. And so they get the pickup, they get the boat out, they work on it, they get everything put on the truck, and I'm thinking, where do they think they're going? There is no bridge. Where do they think they are going here? You know, they drive down, they said, well, looks like your car is going to have to come out some way it went in. I thought, well, I thought that. But help is on the other side. So JD and I, here we go. We get across to the other side because you don't get so wet, you know. Get over there and we walk down that road because I had seen a house at the end of that road when I turned on. I noticed it in the lightning. And so we went over there and this big old German Shepherd comes loping out. And I was mad. And so I kicked the dog and slapped him, told him, shut the hell up. And then I knocked on their door. And I said, open up in there. We need help. And he heard voices. Are you opening the door? No, I'm not opening the door. Are you opening the door? No, I'm not opening the door. Somebody open this door. You know, they wouldn't open the door. Now, we found out later that there were some escaped convicts in the area. God help them if I'd have seen them, you know. So we had to walk all the way back to town. Cersei did not have a phone booth. They had pay phones, but they were inside businesses. It's 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning. There's nothing open except the funeral home. So we go to the funeral home, and there the guy looks and says, can I help you? And I said, I just want to lay down. I just want to lay down. I'm so tired. I just want to lay down. And so we called JD's uncle who lives in another town up there who came back with a truck pulling a tractor to get us out of the creek. And his cousin says, did y'all know we've had more rain in the last 2 hours than we've ever had before? I said, no shit, Frank. Where do you think we've been the last 2 hours? My God, you know. It's like, you know, you just want to kill an old country boy sometimes. And so we got back over there, and they worked, and they cut some trees and stuff to get things to wedge under it so they could finally get a jerk on that tractor on that and get that out. And now the insanity goes more. His daddy says, of course, his daddy's been sitting there, and JD still drinking. You know, you get more booze while you're out, take back to the scene of the accident, you know. And he says, you know, Jim, I've been thinking. See, it's scary. If we get old Rhodey, that was the truck's name, if we get it just revved up, I believe we can come tearing down that little hill there and jump that creek. And I'm saying to myself, he's got to be kidding. And about that time I hear, roar. Now we have the truck in the creek. 2 days this adventure went, getting everybody in and out of the creek. Is absolute, total insanity. You know, and I didn't have to be a part of that. That didn't have to happen. If I had taken care of myself and said, Virgie, I'm sorry, I can't go to the camp. I'm too tired. Too tired, you know. And as a result, like I say, it was a nightmare. I had a big resentment for a long time. When I worked in the insurance field. And I was not in the insurance field. I was insurance. You know, that was my job. That was my identity. That's what I did. You know, I wasn't a person. And when I quit, it was like, I'm not worth anything anymore. I'm not getting a paycheck anymore. Therefore, I'm not worth anything anymore. You know, it took me a long time to make that adjustment to be okay. You have to know your capabilities as well as your limitations. You know, my first responsibility is to God and then to myself to be the best I can, spiritually, emotionally, and physically. You know, For years, I blamed JD for money problems. The drinking, the fines, and all the stuff that goes with it. But the money problems were mine. I was the one that would say, he spends money we don't have. Well, so can I. When he quit drinking, in a short period of time, there wasn't any money problems with JD. It took 10 years to pay off my little rippy-doo-dahs to the mall. Those times that I went to prove that I could spend money we didn't have to. Those kind of things. And to make you feel better. Those feel-good things. And then I would think, okay, I can't afford to go to the doctor, but I could make appointments for JD to go to the doctor. I couldn't go to the dentist, but I could make JD go to the dentist. And the reason was I was afraid. I had this terror of the dentist. I was 26 years between visits. I'd say that would qualify for being a little afraid, And fortunately, I had good teeth, but there will come a point in time when I lived in Newfoundland, my husband got in trouble with the military because we had to go to the base dentist. That was one of the requirements. There was no dentist in the town. And I kept canceling appointments. And finally, they told him that he would be in trouble if he didn't get me to the dentist. And I went there, and they had to give me sedative in the waiting room just to get me back there. I had gotten hurt when I was 9 years old. And that would be in my mind. And I'd go into this just absolute panic when I'd think about going to the dentist. I just couldn't do it. And so they got me back there. And now here I was, 26 years later, and that feeling that they gave me had fallen out. Funny thing about it is, would you believe the dentist that gave me the filling is in our fellowship? I met him years later over in Georgia. It was funny. He's in the Al-Anon Fellowship. I knew he wasn't exciting enough to be an alcoholic. Anyway. Well, you know how they are, Those kind of things. But the bottom line there was I had to go. Now, here I am. I'm sitting in a hospital emergency room. My mother, they think, is having a heart attack. But my filling fell out. What is the greater emergency here? My filling. She can die. I've got to go to a dentist, And then they finally came out and told me it wasn't a heart attack, but they were going to observe her overnight. And so I'm sitting there and I'm going, oh my God, I've got to go. I've got to do something different. I've got to do something different, because if you do what you've always done, you get what you've always got. I've always lost a tooth. Whenever I had a toothache, I would leave it alone. And after a while, you can't stand hot in your mouth. And after a while, you can't stand cold in your mouth. And then after a while, you can't stand your tongue in your mouth. And then you have to, it either falls out or you got to go and you're going to lose the tooth. It's just that simple. And I didn't want to do that anymore. And so I said, God, what am I going to do? And so I prayed and I prayed and I prayed. And the next thing you know, I opened up the phone book. And I said, God, help me find. You don't have a family dentist when you don't go. And I opened it up and there was a half-page ad that said, we cater to cowards. And there I called the number and they said they'd take me right now. Now, can you believe that? Never having been, they're going to take you right now. When I told them I was 26 years between visits, I think they got the clue. But anyway, I went over there and I was just terrified. I was just terrified about how that was going to go. But when I got there, there was a little arrow and it says, we cater to cowards, up the top of the stairs. And I ran up the stairs because I was debating going up the stairs or throwing myself into the freeway. Just, And so I went up there and I got in there and the woman looks at me and she says, you must be Miss Thompson. I didn't have a clue. How'd she know? I mean, the fact I was pale and shaking had nothing, I'm sure. I could not fill out my thing. I was shaking so hard. And so I had to give it to her because I told her, I said, I am so scared. And then they had music on. And the music was the local FM station. And then all of a sudden I heard the voice of the DJ. And it was a girl who was my grandbaby in sponsorship. And that voice, when I heard Ann's voice, I began to calm down. And then when they took me back, and the last time I went, the dentist's office looked like a barber chair with a tarantula hanging over it. Well, I mean, that's what it looked like to me. And so when I sat down in this nice little chaise and they lean you back, there was these little panels on the ceiling and they had a poster right over the one over my head. And it said, God, grant me the serenity. The serenity prayer right over my head. So see, God went ahead and planned in love each step of the way. And I was able to get over the fear. And I was able to take care of myself. To take care of my dental work. To take care of myself physically. You know. Now, I knew, let's see, in the fall of '99, I had been having problems for 6 months or more with my back. And I'd been going to doctors, and they said it was first one thing, and then it was another thing, and then it was this, and then I had this rat, and they said it was shingles, and they said it was this, and they said it was that. But nothing was seemingly getting any better. And then this deal happened with my sister. And when Dorothy did the little crash in the car with me, it was, needless to say, it was very, very scary. But also, I had to do something to take care of me because I was really going to have to take care of her. And up to this point in my life, I hadn't had to take care of my sister, you know, like to make sure everything was right for her. I didn't know. At this time, she's in a coma. But when that happened, I started shaking, and I couldn't quit shaking. Now, our HMO had changed when JD's job changed. And so we were going to have to find new doctors, and I hadn't done that yet. You know how you put all that stuff off. And so I just got the doctor that would be closest, and I called and made an appointment, and they took me that next afternoon because I couldn't quit shaking, and my sister doctor said, you need to get seen. And I was in there with him just for a very few minutes, and he said they ran an EKG, and they did some blood work, and they did all these other things, and he came back in, and he said, well, Miss Thompson, you are borderline diabetic. Well, see, I didn't want to hear the word diabetic because look at Dorothy. You know, I mean, this has just happened to Dorothy, you know. She's diabetic. And I'm going, oh, God, I don't want to be diabetic. And then he said, and you've got something wrong with your heart here. You know, and see, if that hadn't happened with Dorothy, I could have dropped dead somewhere never knowing that there was something wrong with me. And I told him about this pain in my back, and he said it was from the neuropathy. He said that was what the problem was. He says that's causing that pain back there for you. And so, you see, he found out in just a very few minutes what all these other doctors had been missing. So if I hadn't had to change doctors, we might never have found out what the problem was. And so he began to give me some medication for that, and in just a period of days, that pain went away. That pain all went away. And I kept on doing what they told me to do. You know, that's the important thing. It's just like the program. You got to keep on doing it. You know, it's working. You know, so many of us, it works. I don't think I'll do it. You know, it's working so well. Let's don't do it anymore. You know, and I see people do that with other things too. This works. I'm tired of working it. You know, and I didn't want to do that, so I did exactly. And he told me to go to see a dietitian, and so I went to the dietitian, and I did exactly what she said. And as a result, in 8 months, I lost 100 pounds. I'm not diabetic anymore. I'm not even borderline diabetic anymore. And my blood pressure, I had been on high blood pressure medicine since I was 30. I no longer take blood pressure medicine. They had to start taking the prescription and making it less and less because I kept passing out on them. You know, I was being over-medicated. And my blood pressure, and it was really scary when you quit taking blood pressure medicine that you've taken for 28 years. You know, it's like you become emotionally dependent on taking that pill to make sure your blood pressure's okay, and then you're not taking it, and it scares you like, am I going to be all right? Because I didn't want to have a stroke. That's what I saw Mama have, you know, those kind of things. But I did those things that they told me to do, and I did them exactly like they told me to do, and I've been the recipient of that. And so now I don't have to be on all that medication. I take vitamins and calcium and stuff now. And I take the little aspirin. I take one of my heart pills. But you know, the doctor told me the last time I was in to see my heart doctor, he says, you're doing a normal EKG. Well, that was good news to me because, see, I failed my stress test. I failed the nuclear stress test. And then they did the heart catheterization. And yes, I have blockage. But I don't have to have surgery immediately, you know. But I do have to watch what I eat because I don't want to finish clogging all that up, you know. So, but I'm doing what I need to do, and I found that preventive measures are best to try to work on things, you know, instead of having to try to find the horse after the gates open, you know, that kind of thing. So I'm responsible for my own self. And I'm responsible for my own spiritual condition, and I'm not going to live off of the serenity of others. I've seen people do that too. Try to live off the other person, their partner's program. Them not doing the deal, and trying to get it by osmosis, you know. Like one partner quits going to meetings and the other one keeps going. And the one that quits going to meetings begins to try to feed off the other one's program. And that's real hard, you know. That's hard on both people. Unfortunately, it can be very, very painful. Remember, there's no hope when you blame people, when you're into the blaming, because you're powerless over people. And if what they're doing is the cause of your problems, you're just SOL. But if you are contributing to the problem, then you can do something about that. There's a lot of hope if you take responsibility. And I had a need to know why all the time. Even if you know why, what does it change? What does it change? You just know why. But it doesn't change anything. Father Hilary used to say, it doesn't matter how the horse got his ass in the mud. Get it out. You know, it's just not important, you know. And I am responsible for my own feelings. I choose how I want to feel. I choose how I want to be. Tradition 8. Our marriage or relationship should remain forever a free-giving relationship, one to the other. Now, I don't know about you, but I was a scorekeeper. I kept score when I did stuff, and I didn't know it. I had self-deception really bad. I thought I gave for free. I would tell you I was a real generous, giving person, but I had a hidden price tag that I didn't even know there was myself, and that was because I would compare. Comparisons are a form of scorekeeping. What I do compared to what someone else does for me, you know. Like, for instance, I'd say, it's your turn. I've done it the last 12 times, not that I'm counting. But you know how, it's real funny how that will come to your mind, you know. And we did this on just little dumb things like taking out the garbage, you know. It's your turn to take the garbage out. I took it out the last 16 times. You know, isn't that amazing? You know, or the clothes hamper, you know. It was like people who put their clothes in the clothes hamper. Who empties the clothes hamper? You know. The official clothes hamper emptier? I don't think so. They're not all my clothes, you know, that kind of thing. And I used to be real picky about all that because I wanted to make sure I didn't overdo anything. And so I overdid counting. You know, that was the deal. You know, I overcompensated. But, you know, it says just for today, do something you don't want to do just for discipline, as well as doing something without being found out. You know, there's that in our just for today. So that helped me with that scorekeeping. A lot of times I would do something for somebody and I would think it was a free gift, everything's great, and then something would come up where they had an opportunity to do something for me and they didn't. Here's when I called in the chip. Here's when, after all I've done for them, this is where you get to martyr, you know, and that's that scorekeeping I've done for them. But I've been freely given God's love, and it's unconditional, and God's acceptance. And now I need to give that back. That I could be this way, free giving was with my sponsor. You know, she told me, she says, everything that, you know, I wanted to get her a real nice gift as appreciation. She said, absolutely not. You pass it on. You give it to someone else. She said, that's how this deal keeps going. Pass it on. And I remember that first big AA conference. The old granddad used to be in Hot Springs, and oh, it was great. People came in from all over everywhere. And when it was at the old Arlington Hotel. And here it was, JD had gotten sober, JD had gotten fired. I had the sole financial responsibility of everything, and God, I felt so much pressure. And my sponsor said, are y'all going to the convention? I didn't know what a convention was. And I said, well, I don't guess so. I said, after all, you know, JD hadn't had a job for 6 months, and this is really hard times here. And she said, I just asked. And I said, well, I hadn't thought about it. And she said, well, you might want to pray about it. Well, I didn't know how to pray about things. I didn't know you could just pray about anything and everything, you know. And so I said, okay. So I went home and I talked to him and I said, do you want to go? He said, I don't know. I said, everybody says we ought to go. And he said, well, then maybe we ought to go. And I said, but we can't afford to go. And he said, well, then maybe we ought not to go. And I said, but my sponsor said to pray about it. And he said, okay. So I said, well, you want to pray with me? And he said, well, I can. And so he came in, and we both got down on our knees by the side of the bed. And we said, God, if it's your will, we'd like to go to the convention, whatever it is. You know, thank you very much. You know, wasn't real formal or nothing, just pretty simple. And the next day I went to the office, and I used our Watts line, and I called down to Hot Springs, took an action, made a reservation. 30 minutes later, JD called me back. He said, you won't believe it, I got a job. I said, you're kidding. He said, no, I got a job today. And I said, well, that's great. He's been with that same company now almost 25 years. You know, well, except that it's been bought out. But anyway, so now we're trying to save up money to go to the convention. Well, you know, we've got 6 months of back bills to take care of, and I didn't feel it was right to go to the convention on somebody else's money, like your bill, you know, your creditors. And so we were paying so much on the bills where we had just made minimums or less than minimums, but I had figured up what it would take for us to go to the convention if we had cheese and crackers in the room every day for meals. You know, something you could survive on. You might not like it by the time you got home, but, you know, you might never go to the bathroom again, but, you know, I mean, here, you could survive. And so we were wondering about all that, and I figured it up, and here it was. And JD came in one night, and he said, I don't have anything to wear to a convention. Because JD smoked all the time, and when he smoked and he drank, he spilled his ashes. And this was the days of polyester. So he looked like a colander. You know, he had all these little holes burned all over his clothes, you know. And I said, oh my God, well, I didn't realize that you could go to a convention in just normal clothes, you know. I thought you had to really dress up. Now, God, I wouldn't have asked, because then somebody would have known I didn't know. And couldn't have that. And so I said, well, I don't know if we can afford you a suit, because, JD, it's not in the budget. And because I was thinking $300 or $400 for a suit. And then we got this ad in the mail from a mail order place in Chicago, and it said that it had a suit that had a reversible vest, 2 pairs of pants, and a sport coat, the suit coat, all for $49.95, which was real cheap back then even. And I'm going, couldn't be much. But I kept thinking about it. And I thought, well, nothing ventured, nothing gained. You know, we could order it. If it doesn't work, send it back. So we ordered it and told him that, you know, he has a little bitty short legs, so you need to alter the pants, and send him all the information. Well, the week of the conference, I had just told him that day, I said, JD, I'm going to have to call and cancel our reservations, because we are $35 short of the bare minimum for the hotel room and the gas over there and the registration fee. We are short $35. And so that afternoon, the mailman brought the suit. And so JD's trying it on. And he reached in the pants into the pocket, and he said, there's something wadded up in here. And he pulled out a 20, a 10, and a 5. And I would never have thought to tell God to do it like that. You know, that would have just been absolutely beyond anything. And so we just sat there on the floor and we cried. And we thanked God, you know. And so we went ahead and we went over there to the convention. And, you know, we didn't have to eat the cheese and crackers, because somebody invited us to lunch and somebody invited us to breakfast. And, you know, the fellowship will carry you. You know, they love you. And they knew we were trying really, really hard. And so it came the night of the banquet. And, of course, they had closed-circuit TV in the rooms, and they had a big TV in a room downstairs that if you didn't go to the banquet, you could sit in there and watch it on this big screen TV. And so we were feeling sorry for ourselves. You know how ungrateful we are. We were feeling sorry for ourselves. We were going to miss the banquet. We were going to eat that cheese and crackers after all. And we were sitting there and still thinking about all the good that had happened to us. You know, we're whining. And about that time, there was a knock at the door, and I went over to the door, and there wasn't anybody there. And going back, I noticed something was under the door, and there was a little envelope, and there were 2 banquet tickets in the envelope. And we took those tickets, and we were seated with the speakers that night down at the banquet. We fell in love with Alcoholics Anonymous that night. There was a speaker there. I don't know if how many of you had the opportunity to hear Jim Williams from Dallas. But Jim was fabulous. He was so funny. And we just fell in love with Alcoholics Anonymous that night. And it's like we knew we were going to be convention junkies from then on. Because that was so much fun. Just absolutely laughed till we cried. But you see, the people of Alcoholics Anonymous gave to us. And thank God, over the years, we've been able to pass that on too, to other people who couldn't go and couldn't do. It's been real neat. When I felt obligated, I felt like you were in control and I was out of control. I didn't know how to just say thank you and let that be enough. Thank you. Did you know thank you is a complete sentence? Did you know the word no is a complete sentence? You know, you don't have to have a lot of explanations and stuff after it. And we had a little deal in our group one time about learning how to accept a gift graciously. When someone would give you a compliment, you know, someone would say, God, love your blouse, Carol. And Carol would say, this old thing, Kmart Blue Light Special, $3.99, you know, instead of just saying, thank you, you know. So we would do that to each other. We would run around and give each other compliments. We'd test one another to see if that would work, you know. Well, I had been wandering around, and I told JD, I said, everybody tells me I need a computer. And see, it's so hard to make those changes, to go from, you know, I'm old, I can't do this, you know, that kind of thinking. And because when I left work, we had MTSTs. I mean, that was a big deal then, you know. But anyway, I said, I wouldn't even know what kind of computer to get. I wouldn't have a clue what kind of computer to get. And so my sponsor said, well, you could pray about it and take an action. So prayed about it. And that August, we started a computer fund. And by Christmas, what we have in it, $30, you know, some massive amount. And years ago. And I'm thinking, you know, well, it's not important if you don't know because it's going to take a while to get there. And I was invited over to a girl that I sponsored at the time and her boyfriend. And they invited us to dinner. And after dinner, oh, and they still had their Christmas decorations up, and it was in January. I remember that because I remembered thinking, why has he still got his Christmas decorations up? And then when he said his mother had decorated his house, I really worried about him. You know, 30 some odd years old and your mother's decorating your house. But anyhow, not that I'm judgmental or critical. And he said, Santa Claus left something for you under the tree. And I said, he did? And he said, yeah. And I said, well, what? And he gave me this box about this long and about this wide. And I opened it up, and it was a keyboard. And I said, oh, my God, it's like an add a pearl necklace. You get a keyboard now, you get a monitor sometime, you know. And he laughed. He said, no, we just didn't wrap it. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, we're upgrading our computers at the office. And he said, we have downloaded everything that we need off of it, and we're letting you have the computer, the printer, you know, the whole schmear, you know. And I'm going, you're kidding. And he said, no. And I said, well, is it IBM compatible? Because, see, I knew that was important. I'd heard that. And he said, it's an IBM. I said, oh, I guess it doesn't have to be compatible then. Okay. And one of the other people that was there that night was a girl who worked for Systematics. And she said, I'll come over, set it up, and show you how to work your computer. And so whenever I'd have a question, I would call her, and she would tell me, and I'd write all my questions down, and I had a file. And so I wouldn't have to call her back and ask her the same thing twice. You know, because that's one thing I'd learned, too, in the program, is that when you ask a question, write it down so that you don't have to keep asking the same stuff over and over and over, you know, write down the answers. And so I began to do that, and I learned how to do it on the computer. Well, see, the amazing thing about that was, the gentleman who gave me the computer's last name was Grace. So by God's grace, I had a computer, you know. Now, you know, this, a lot of times people don't realize that in Al-Anon, our part of the family disease can be terminal also. Alcoholism is a very serious terminal illness. The girl married this gentleman. They both came to Al-Anon for a while. And then they got healed, as we sometimes people think they are, and they left. this past New Year's Eve, he shot her in the head and he committed suicide. It is a fatal illness. Yeah. But she hadn't hit bottom yet. So we just pray for her. So pray for a girl named Sammy. The neat thing too is there's a gentleman that works for Rick, and he is a computer expert, whatever you call him. And I knew nothing about computers. Well, a few years later, I told JD, I said, I need bigger, better, faster. You know how it is when you get a computer. You know, I said, I got to have a bigger, better, faster. I got to do something here. And that year, right before Christmas, I got a telephone call. And this guy said, I had made up my mind which one I was going to get. I had gone and looked at all of them. I had a little more idea, but see, mine didn't have Windows and mine didn't have internet ability, and I wanted that. And so I had gone and checked out all these different things, and I had a pretty good idea what I was going to get. And JD said, well, if you want that, go ahead and get it. I said, it's so much money. And he said, if you want it, get it. And so I prayed and I said, God, bless it or block it. And if I don't hear from you any different by tomorrow, I'm going to go down and get this one. Well, later that night, the phone rang, and this man said, is this Mary Pearl Thompson? I said, yes, it is. He says, well, this is Santa Claus. I said, okay. And he says, and I'm from South Dakota. And I said, I thought you were at the North Pole. And he said, no, I'm from Gateway in South Dakota. And I wanted to call you and let you know that a computer is being built for you. It's a state-of-the-art, the newest, fastest, anything that we have, and it's being sent to you. And he said, it won't be there in time for Christmas, but it is on its way. And I said, and who sent this? He said, some elves. And I said, would these elves have a name? And he said, they prefer to remain anonymous. And so I got my computer, I got my color printer, and everything that I'm using to this day. I love my computer, you know. And it's because God has put some very special people in our lives. You know, some very, very special people in our lives. And I am so grateful. But that's the thing. I never could have taken something like that before. I wouldn't have been worthy of it. I would have felt like I had to do something for somebody else because they did that. And how could you possibly do for someone else? And there's so many in this people who have been so giving for many, many years. Giving and loving and kind and sharing. You know, it's amazing to me. But the gentleman that came to work on my computer and set it up, his name is Mike, and he's an earth person. And Mike is a computer nerd. He really is. He'll be the first to tell you that. You know, he doesn't deal well with people. He deals with machines. And I said, well, I deal well with people. I don't know jack about machines. And so Mike and I decided we would help one another. And so I give him lessons on people skills, and he gives me lessons on computer stuff. And it's worked out really well for us because it's real nice to be able to have somebody, a non-programmed person that you can depend on to pick up the phone and call at 3 o'clock in the morning and go, Mike, you know. And see, he's developed some people skills. He doesn't tell me where to go when I do that. You know what I mean? It's a real, you know. I used to say all the time, and still can sometimes, it's not fair. It's not fair. Be grateful life isn't fair. Because whatever you sow, you reap, but you don't get it necessarily from where you sow it. You know, whatever goes out, what goes around comes around. You know, and you say, I've been so good. Why is this happening? You know, that's like when this stuff with Dorothy went down. You know, I said, why is this happening? You know, what is going on? And then when I got sick and they were telling me all this bad news, it seemed like every time I went to the telephone, every time I went to a doctor, I got more bad news, bad news, bad news. And it's like, just send me to another planet. Put me away from here. I've had all the bad news I can stand. You know, life is going to keep happening to you. You know, we're not insulated here from reality. We're just not. But you know, I'm glad that I'm not a scorekeeper because in the long run, God has given me so much more. And there's a gentleman from Louisiana. He's a little Cajun guy named Joe. And Joe, he has a little prayer. that he likes, and I like it too. And it says, "Thank you, God, for all you've given me. Thank you, God, for all you've taken away. Thank you, God, for all you've left me." You know, and that's true because there was a lot of things that were taken away, but I've also been very, very blessed. And I am very grateful for what I have left. Self-worth used to be a lot from the outside sources for me, but today it's strictly from being that child of God. I don't have to do it because I've done this or that. And I know today that I'm entitled to the best that life has to offer, and when I look for the best, I get exactly what I need every time. You know, look to God to give you the best that's for you, and you'll get more than you have ever dreamed, you know. And when my self-worth was dependent on y'all, shame on me. Shame on me, not shame on you. You know, I looked for my mother to be that kind and loving mother all my life. And Mother was to the best that she could be. But who was the kind and loving mother that I wanted all my life? Dorothy was. Dorothy was the kind and loving mother. And because she was my sister, I never acknowledged, I never put that together, that she was nurturing me and she was loving me just like the mother in my mind I wanted to have was doing. So I shorted Mother because of it, and I never gave Dorothy credit for it. And I am so grateful that I was able to recognize that before all of this happened with Dorothy. And Carol and Dorothy and I have some really, really fun memories. My sister and I went to Hawaii many times, and we would visit with Carol, and we would go and have fun. It's like I told Carol the other night, one of my fun things is I have a mouse. Not a mouse. The computer, what's the little thing? Mouse pad. Thank you. When I think of a mouse pad, somehow my mind goes else. Anyway, teeny pad. The mouse pad, I have a picture of Carol and Dorothy and I taken on the beautiful island of Maui where Carol lives on one of our trips there. And I get to see Carol every day. And I get to see my sister the way she was, you know. I have my sister's body, but I don't have my sister anymore. But I'm grateful that I have the opportunity to provide for her the quality of care that I can, and that she has a quality of life. I had her in a nursing home, and they told me that she had come as far as she was going to come, and she was very disgruntled about being there, and she became very violent because she could recognize that she was different than most of the people there because she was ambulatory. She could go and do. She wasn't Alzheimer's forgetful. Hers was all of her short-term memory. You know, she's lost about 15 or so years right off the top. And then everything beyond that is scrambled. She didn't remember Mother's dying. She thinks her husband died a month ago. You know, and that happens like, you know, Dorothy will ask me today, was I in the hospital when Mother died? And I'll say, no, Dorothy, that was 10 years ago. And she'll say, really? I don't remember. I wasn't there, was I? You know, and that's really, really sad. But, you know, realistically, anything that happens that she's unhappy about, she won't remember, you know. She won't remember tomorrow, the next day, or what have you. So that may be a blessing in some aspects, you know. But it's real difficult. It's real difficult. But Dorothy was that mother for me all those years. And as I understand it, as you get older, the older become younger, I just want to know who's going to take care of me, you know. And I've assigned that to Jennifer. She's got to take care of me. She's younger. Not much. You know, you've got to also know on this one here where it's scorekeeping that you've got to quit being a historian. You know, I was the Healy Street historian. I remembered everything that had ever been done wrong to me. That was the misuse of my memory. You know, I remembered every resentment, every slight, every this, every that. And that's what I used for that scorekeeping. That's how I remembered it. But I don't have to do that. And so I ask myself when I'm going to do something for somebody, can I do this for fun and for free? And if I can't, I don't. Because it's too much bother anymore. You know, it's just too much. And I learned from my mother's death a big lesson. My mother, like I say, was that very fearful person and who had done without so much of her life. She was afraid to let go of anything. I believe anything that I give away or let go of, if I need it again, God will bring it to me when I need it again. And I don't have to clutch on to it. I love, my mother saved rubber bands. Do you know what happens to rubber bands in Arkansas? Stick. They melt. We had rubber balls this big around where the newspaper comes with a rubber band. She'd saved the rubber bands off newspapers for 40-something years. You know, we had all these rubber balls where they'd all melted together. I mean, it was bizarre. She had every little butter dish that she had ever had. She had every milk carton and then milk jugs, you know, when milk came, and then the jugs. We filled up an entire recycling center with the glass out of Mother's garage. She saved every olive bottle, every vinegar bottle, every pickle bottle, every glass jar that ever came in her house had been saved. You might need it again. And I thought, I will lose my mind. It took 3 months to go through this stuff because Mother was out of her mind that last year or so, and she would take stuff like she had fishing lures in the toes of her shoes. I mean, you had to be very careful when you were going through Mother's stuff because she put weird things, and then she would think that they had been stolen. Because, you see, they weren't in the right place. Bless her heart, her mind had just gone to mush. But, you know, that's the way it was with her. But I have learned, you know, that having to go through all of that, I don't want that. You can learn how to be or how not to be. And so I have a thing now. Something comes in, something goes out. Something comes in, something goes out. And then that way I don't have to live in clutter, and I can pass it on. And that, you know, it's like, I jokingly say, but it's also true with JD and I not having any children. You know, I have my children of the Spirit that I sponsor. And it's like, I like for them to take things that, you know, that they see that they like. I want you to take it and use it now and enjoy it. I'll pass it on because those are just things. And if you can enjoy them, you know, I'm given lots of things and I like to share them and I pass them on. I pass them on. I never want a thing to be as important as somebody. Of course, you know, some of the people I sponsor get a little weird when I say, I'd like for you to have this, and then they've been, oh, don't even talk about that. I said, but you never know. You never know. You just know. But I've learned that it's God's job to return things to me that I give. Now, this past year, I gave away everything I owned in the way of clothing. Literally, because nothing fit anymore. When you change that many sizes and lose that much weight, nothing does. But you know, we have the neatest little thrift shop over at the Wolf Street Center. And then we've got Walmart, and then people. You know, people have been so generous to give me things. I am so blessed. And it's funny, you know, because now I can wear regular people's clothes. Something I never dreamed I'd ever be able to do. I was in the women's department from the time I was in high school on. You know, it never occurred to me that I could have regular people's clothes. And I would go to Dillard's, and I would go to the big women's department where I'd shopped all my life, and I would stand there and cry because they didn't have anything that fit me. And then they said, we have another department. Oh. You know, I mean, your mind just doesn't grasp that. And if you haven't gone through that, you don't understand that, I'm sure. But you just go where you've always gone. That's your habit, you know. And you go. And then I had a really dear, sweet girl tell me, come over. I've got some beautiful clothes, and I'm going to get to wear some of them on the cruise this week. You know, I have some really beautiful clothes. And she gave me something really super special, but I didn't bring it because I didn't want the people at the airport to go through my clothes and get it. I am now the proud owner of a beautiful mink jacket with a black fur collar, fox collar. You know, I never even dreamed of having a fur in my life, and now I have one. I feel really, really special and really, really blessed. You see, I've been given far more than I ever deserved. Far more. And it's because God is generous. I don't have to worry about keeping score. We'll finish tomorrow morning. And we'll start this morning with Tradition 9. A family or relationship should be pliable in its organization, but our group conscience may appoint certain persons responsible to serve various functions. Okay, an atmosphere of acceptance and freedom are wonderful in which to live. However, there is some daily work. You know, it's like going to the meetings, you know. If you just show up and then go away, there's a lot of work that has to go on behind the scenes there. And the same thing true that I could be this way, true in a home. You know, growth is done individually, not as a unit, unfortunately, you know. And everybody does it at their own pace. But when you're living together with someone else, you've got to come up with a set of mutually agreed upon guidelines for acceptable conduct, you know, for your relationship, as well as responsibility for the items in day-to-day living. You know, it just works better that way. And somehow or another, I got the idea that men do certain things and women do certain things. I think we sort of were raised like that in my generation, you know. And there's certain things that men are supposed to do that I enjoy doing. There's other stuff I don't want to do, you know, that kind of a deal. So we made up the guidelines first for the acceptable conduct. And these are ours. Yours will probably be different, you know, but this is what we agreed on. And the first one was God is the head of our household. God is to have an active role in our home and the decisions made in the relationship. This was something we never even considered prior to coming into the program. You know, it was like, it wasn't love at first sight. Sort of shock at first sight, being as how I had taken JD's brother home from a party at my house where he'd gotten drunk, and his brother was underage, and so I knew that he would probably get picked up by the law, tell him where he got booze, that would be Roger's speed, and then I would be in trouble for contributing to the delinquency of a minor. So I drove this boy home, and he had a China tea set in his truck to give to his mother because it was around Mother's Day. And so it was the wee hours of the morning, and I'm escorting a drunken 18-year-old kid into his home, and he flips the light on in his bedroom, and there's this man laying there with nothing but a pair of jockey shorts on, and he looks up and goes, "Well, hot damn, little brother, you brought us a broad home." Well, that was JD. And that was how we met. A little strange, isn't it? You know, it seems strange and bizarre to me now, but it didn't at the time, because bizarre was an everyday way of life. You know, today I look at that and think, you know, that is pretty strange, you know. But iceberg, anyway, a little bit of something icy floating past, you know. So it never occurred to us, you know, to have any kind of healthy relationship. What made a healthy relationship? We didn't know. He had been divorced for a couple of years, and here I had been separated for a while, had forgot I was still married, and we got together. I mean, that was as simple as it was. You know, I don't recommend that. That's not a very spiritual basis for a relationship, but that was how it was. And so that is our first guideline. And the second one in our home is no alcohol or drugs on the premises. Now, we're talking about the bad kind of drugs, you know. Certainly, you can have your prescription medication that is prescribed by your normal, sane doctor. You know, if you're taking massive doses of something, you might want to look at that. But no matter, you know, we found that there is no need for those things to be in our house anymore. The things that we used to do that weren't good for us. And then the next one was real important. It's called no infidelity. This was a major problem. It was a problem for me in my first relationship. I was happy, too joyous and free. I think you could have called it loose. And but what goes around comes around. And you know, that's another thing. It's real important. Because I had done that, because I had been an adulteress, and because I had judged myself, when JD would be out drinking and he would take to the lower companion, I accepted that unacceptable behavior because I felt like, oh, well, I deserved that because look what I had done. See, you have a tendency to accept things, you know, when you don't feel good about yourself. And because I didn't, I accepted that. But we determined that our relationship wasn't going to go too far if we had that. So that was one of ours. Then we had, this next one has changed over the years. It started out, no expenditures over $50 without prior discussion and agreement. You can't even go out and eat hardly anymore, you know. You know, so we have had to up that. You know, it's like a couple of $100. Don't get carried away and spend a lot of money that we are going to have to come up with at some point down the road. And in all honesty, I was the major offender of this rule. JD was not one to do that. He knew I'd kill him. And see, there's the thing. It was okay for me to do it, but it wasn't okay for JD to do it. You know, because my judgment was so much better than JD's. So were my bills. They were so much higher than JD's. This next one is no obligations or commitments for each other without prior agreement. Now, this was a real difficult thing. I don't know why it was, but somebody would say, would y'all like to come over for dinner? And I'd say, sure. And then I'd go home and tell him where we were going to go at what time. And it never occurred to me that that was rude. I mean, we just went. And I said, well, what was I supposed to tell him? And my sponsor said you could say, I would love to come, but I need to check and see if JD's going to be available. Oh, well, see, that never occurred to me. You know, I thought that you just answered for one another, you know. And so when I started doing it, but see, then what would happen is I would come home and I'd say, we're supposed to be over so-and-so's place at such and such a time. And he says, I don't want to go. Well, you have to go. Well, why do I have to go? Because I said you'd be there. Well, then you can just say I'm not being there, you know. And then we would get in, and don't humiliate me. Don't embarrass me. In other words, let me rob you of your choice, but I don't want to have to pay a consequence for it. You know, that kind of a thing. And so I had to get over doing that. And what was so funny on that is JD made the mistake one time of coming in and telling me that they were having a potluck over at the AA group and that he had signed me up for brownies. I said, you did what? He said, I told him you'd make brownies. I said, I said, no. You made a decision for me. You didn't say, I'll see if Miracle will make brownies. You just, it looks like you're going to make brownies, JD. And he said, you know I don't cook. I don't make brownies. I don't make anything. I said, well, then you're going to have to find a way to get brownies over there. And so he kept waiting, thinking, you know how I would always say I wasn't going to do something, and then you know how at the last minute, rather than to see it screwed up, you cave in, you know? And so you go ahead and you do it, but you martyr about it, you know, that kind of thing. Well, after all I did at the last minute for you. And I determined I wasn't going to do it. You know, when you make these changes and you do something different, it's hard. And so JD said, well, what am I going to do? And I said, I don't know. And so he determined he would go to the store and get some brownie mix. And he came back. And you know the hardest thing was to let him alone in the kitchen with the brownie mix. Because I wanted to go in there and show him what pan, how to mix, the whole thing. You know, it's like I didn't want to make them, but I didn't want him screwing up the kitchen either. You know, one of those. But he made the brownies, and he was so proud, so he can add that to his repertoire of hot dogs, turnip greens, and brownies. I mean, you can see we're in for great food at our house. The next little guideline we have is personal privacy and quiet time. It's real important to have your own individual space. To be able to do, you know, it's like say JD has a tendency to be talkative early in the morning. I'm not. I like to be quiet early in the morning. I'm not a good riser, you know. I just don't like he does. And so I you know, it's like I stay and be quiet, you know, in the mornings, and so he can get up and do whatever he needs to, and then usually he's gone to work. Then I can get up and do what I need to do in the quiet. It's like I really don't want to hear conversation until I've been up for a couple hours. It's just hard for me. Then, special time for each other. And we call it date night. And we started off with one night a week. Now we have a couple, sometimes 3, you know. But it's time where we give each other our undivided attention. We don't have people over. We don't schedule check-in calls or anything like that. This is our time. And, you know, we can let the machine take the calls. You don't have to worry about it. And spend time where you sit down and talk to one another. Do whatever you want to do. Have fun together, just the two of you. And, you know, it's real funny because for a while we didn't even know what to say to one another. You know, like, what do you do? I mean, you know, this is because it was so foreign to us. And now we're really picky about our time together. We really enjoy that. Another guideline is that common courtesy. I like the please and I like the thank yous and I like those kind of things. I like the requests instead of demands. Those kind of things in the home. And the autonomous action is measured by its negative effect on our relationship. In other words, we're free to do what we want to do, providing it doesn't affect the relationship adversely. This one was a good one. No dredging up of past relationships or using the past as a weapon. So many times we have a tendency to go back and whap them with the past. You know, it looks like a little hammer and just whap, 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 you know. And we try not to dredge up the past because the past is gone. You know, and it's like when something happens and, like for instance, if we got off to a bad start this morning, you don't have to carry it through the whole day long. You can say, okay, let's put that behind us now and let's move forward. In other words, let's not let that little incident ruin the rest of our good time together here, you know. It's like I got started off on my trip to Vancouver. Boy, did I ever. With an upset stomach. And I was almost in the bathroom of the plane when we landed in Chicago. You know, I was one of those, I ran, jumped in my seat, and the wheels touched down. And I thought, oh, don't tell me. And I'm going, no, I'm going to let this go. I'm not going to anticipate that we're going to have a rotten time just because I've got an upset stomach today. Because when I look forward to a rotten time, I usually have a rotten time. You know, those kind of things. We try to apply the rules of healthy communication as outlined in The Dilemma of the Alcoholic Marriage, one of my favorite pieces of Al-Anon literature. And if the IAs in here have not read it, you might ought to. It gives us 5 little guidelines here. And the first is discuss, don't attack. And usually I would get to the point I would get so angry about a series of items, you know, that when I came time to talk, I pounced. You know, you could tell it was the whole thing, you know, we need to talk. Already, you know, it's not good news. You know, I can remember my mother calling me over one morning and she said, we need to have a very serious talk. Get over here now. And hung up the phone. Intuitively, you know you're not going to like this. And I didn't. And fortunately, I had called my sponsor and told her about that command. And we prayed about it. But that was the day my mother had decided that I should not be here anymore and tried to do me in. So, you know, those things is, you know, don't attack people. Because when you attack people, they go on the defensive. And even if they want to do what you're suggesting, they won't. They'll resist that because you have pounced. Because then we go into this position. You go into that defensive position. And the second is talk in a low voice. This is very difficult for me. Thank you. Now, when I get very, very angry, or talk through gritted truth, you know, and when I'm talking through gritted truth, I mean, that's just, I mean, I'm over the top here, you know. That's when JD says he gets a little frightened. He thinks I'm dangerous at that point, and that's true. But talk in the low voice. In our family, when I was growing up, whoever was the loudest got heard. You know, because everybody sat down at the table and everybody talked at the same time. You know, so that was, you know, everybody talked, nobody listened. You know, I think that was the way that was. And so it was difficult. And it seemed like the more emotion that I would get, the louder my voice would become. You know, and JD would do things that would really not help that situation. He would say things like, why don't you tell the neighborhood? So I did. I walked out in the middle of the backyard and I said, attention neighborhood! You know, attention, JD's a son of a bitch. You know, I'm yelling it out. Now JD's in the house. And I walk back in and I go, oh, because who looks like the ass here? You know. JD's nowhere to be seen. I'm out there, you know. And JD had been sober about 5 years, and then my next door neighbor said to me, your husband doesn't drink anymore, does he? And I said, well, not today. And she said, well, we haven't seen you out in the yard. You notice it wasn't we haven't seen JD laying out in the yard, you know, but they hadn't seen the bizarre behavior coming from me. You know, I was the one that would be sitting out in my front yard on my little bench, my front yard, in my nightgown, sobbing in the middle of the day. I wanted everybody to know I was in pain, but I was so horrified anybody would know. Now, I mean, that's the nuttiness of it, you know. The next thing is stick to the subject. Stick to the subject. And it's so tempting when you've got a whole list of stuff you haven't dealt with, when you go over the top to say, and not only that, don't you, here's this, and pretty soon, I mean, it's just every little nail in the coffin. Whip, 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 you know. You just nail them to it. Well, we had a funny little thing. Back when I was fighting the cat, and I had the pellet gun laying on the piano bench in the living room, JD, earlier in the day, got stung by several wasps. He was out there doing something around the house and excited a bunch of wasps. And so he came in and I said, here, let me give you some Benadryl. I forgot what common little things like Benadryl do to alcoholics. You don't get the reaction that you get with normal folk. To a lot of Benadryl, and I just go, sleepy time, that's the end of it. JD took his Benadryl, went to the meeting, drank all the coffee, came back home mean. He was in a vicious, nasty, sarcastic mood. And I'm thinking, you know, if I went to a meeting and came like that, I don't think I'd go back, you know. I mean, it's got to be better than that. What in the hell's the matter? I wasn't thinking he's had that drug. I wasn't thinking. And he wasn't thinking either. He was just out of sorts. Now, I'm sitting in my recliner reading my book, and he's stomping around. He said, I'm going to bed. And I'm thinking, good. You go to your bed before you get hurt here. And I'm saying to myself, don't say anything. Do not react. You haven't done anything. You know how you'll give yourself a little pep talk. Keep your mouth shut. And so we have these hanging beads in the doorway between the hall and our living room. And so I'm reading, and all of a sudden I hear whip, 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 and there's those beads slinging against the wall. And he's standing there in his underwear, and he says, yeah, 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 yeah. He starts taking my inventory. You know, he says, you did this, and you did this, or you don't do this, you know. And I just said to myself, don't say anything. Just said, okay. And he didn't get the reaction that he wanted. He wanted to fight. I didn't want to fight. And he whips around and goes back through the beads into the bedroom, and I go, made it. Didn't have to say anything. Back to the book. Read the same sentence again. Here we go. I'm getting into whip, 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 go the beads. I look up, and another thing. And then here he goes, flip, 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 and goes, here's another little litany, and I'm, don't move, don't move, don't move. Okay. He turns around and goes back through the beads, and he's in there. Read that same sentence again now. We went through this 5 or 6 times. I had enough. I'd had enough. And so I said, God, if that sumbitch comes back here with another thing, I'm going to take that gun and I'm going to shoot his ass as he retreats, so help me. I got the gun, I pumped it up, and I set it by my chair. And God did for JD what he couldn't do for himself. He went to sleep. You know, there is a point that you just can't go beyond. And I had it that night. And I thought, you know, we got a step that takes care of you. You can make an amends, go on. You know, I mean, just shoot him. You know, I'd had all I could stand, you know. The next guideline is don't try to work the other person's program or tell them how. Oh, that is so difficult sometimes. That is so difficult. I watched JD and our next door neighbor for about a year and a half. And JD yelled at the next door neighbor's grandson who was mowing his yard, and the kid quit. Now the kid's in his 20s. Next door neighbor's 97. And a very, very sweet man. He's been a wonderful neighbor to us all these years. And JD understood John Henry to say that his grandson would not come over and visit with him because JD had yelled at him. And so he thought John Henry was mad at him. And so when JD thinks somebody's mad at him, he stays away from that person. You know. And so he had mentioned this time, and I just try to keep my mouth shut and let that go. Let it go. Don't try to tell him how to do it. Don't how to do it. And one morning he was over at Wood Street, and he was talking to his sponsor. And so he was telling me about that coming home, and I'm thinking, well, it's about time. It's about time. And so later that day, I am taking some debris out to the front of our property there, and John Henry comes out to the front of his, and he motions to me, and he says, I think JD's mad at me. And I said, really? And he said, yeah. He said, you know, JD avoids me and he won't talk to me. And he said, if I've done anything, I don't know what. And I said, I think you and JD need to talk about this. You know, I said, I'm out of it, you know. And John Henry said, and I said, I'm not mad at you, John Henry. I don't have any problem. I said, God, you've been a great neighbor. So I take my little wagon back to the back, and I told JD, he was out there in the back. I said, John Henry wants to talk about that. About that time he came out of the back door, and he looked our way, and I said, why don't you talk? And then just let that go, you know. And did you know they resolved in 10 minutes a situation that had been going for a year and a half. He was not mad at JD. He agreed the kid shouldn't have thrown the grass on the yard. And what he had said was that his grandson didn't like to come over to his house and visit him because he didn't like to do stuff. It didn't have anything to do. And there was the misunderstanding, you know, that had gone on all that period of time, you know. But it's hard to stay out of that other person's thing. And that's like JD will see me sometimes do stuff. And it's really hard, you know. And I know that he's reached his limit when he'll say, don't you think you ought to call your sponsor? Now, when he says that, I don't ever want to call my sponsor now. You know, because don't you tell me to call my sponsor. Who are you to tell me to call my sponsor? He's right. I know he's right. But I don't want to do it because he told me to do it. So it means I have to sneak to do it. You know, I don't want him to know. Okay, the next guideline is listen to the other person's complaints. Don't make demands is the last. You know, so many times we don't want to listen to what the other person has to say because while they're saying theirs, you're doing rebuttal in your head. Don't do that. Listen. Give them your undivided attention. Sometimes they have valid comments to make. You know, and then don't make demands. Those ultimatums, don't back yourself into a corner with an ultimatum that you aren't going to be able to live with in the long run. Because then it's real hard to back down from those positions once you have taken those. All right. After God, our personal recovery comes first before our partner. You know, I have to come first. My relationship with God and working my program, going to my meetings, and doing what I need to do for me. Because if I don't do those things, I'm not going to be a decent partner over here. I'm going to be more than a partner. I'm going to be a boss. I'm going to be in charge because that's my nature. I'm going to be dominating. I'm going to be that way unless I have what I need to do for me in my life. And then we had to learn to get rid of the untouchables. Now, the untouchables, those are those subjects that every time you try to talk about them, we hit a nerve. Everybody's got them, you know. One of them was his family. One of them was my family. You know, I can say anything I want to about my family. He can say everything he wants to about his family, but God forbid I should make a remark about his asshole brother. You know. You know. And he's got 3 brothers, you know. So you'll wonder which one I'm talking about. Now, no, but I mean, that was the thing, you know. We could not talk about that. We would get, even though he knew I was right or I knew he was right about a comment, it's like, don't say that about them. It's like, I can say it, but don't you say it, you know. And so those were some of the untouchables. And how we got rid of that, there were other areas in our life too, that we'd made a decision that when that time would come, when that untouchable, because what happened would be, we would get in a fight or you'd get your feelings hurt, and then you'd go back to your corners. And then later down the road, guess what? Here we're out in the middle of the ring. We're fighting again over the same thing. Nothing is resolved, and you go back to your corners. And so you have hurt that is piled upon hurt, time after time, until you have a big wound there, a big sore. And when somebody scratches that sore, man, you're at them. And I said, we've got to get those things resolved some way or another. So what we determined we would do is we sit down and we hold hands and we touch knee to knee, face to face. And we sit there and we hold hands and we talk it out without letting go of the hands, looking at each other and working out. And we continue to sit there until we have resolved it. Sometimes it takes a few minutes, sometimes it takes a few hours. But we resolve it to the point that we're going to resolve it before we get up from here, and it's not going to be a deal anymore. And that's hard. You know, it takes a lot of prayer and what have you. And we pray about it and say, it's time. Let's do that. And now we can do those things that were such bad buttons for us for a long time. We don't have that anymore in that area. But every once in a while, something else will crop up. But see, we have tools now. We know how to handle that. Honesty and trust must be observed. I can't trust him if I can't believe him. You know, that's the thing. And you know, trust is such a fragile thing, because you get lied to about one thing, and then all of a sudden you don't believe anything. You know, it breaks the trust. And trust is hard to rebuild. You know, and the thing of it is, it may be a lie of omission. It may be something that you never mentioned. And why did you not mention it? He hates confrontation. He hates confrontation. So he will just glide on like it doesn't happen rather than have confrontation. And what happens on the other end, trust me, you're going to have confrontation. Because it's going to come, as my mama used to say, you know, that sooner or later the truth will arrive, you know. And when it does, then you're going to be mad because he didn't say anything for a long time. He didn't trust you not to have a fit. That's what, in our case it was. He said, I was afraid we'd be having what we're having right now. But see, his fear came upon him because he didn't handle it when he should have handled it. And now I am really mad because he didn't trust me. He didn't honor me. You know, those kind of things. So I've got all that now added into whatever the problem was. You know? So the thing of it is, we found that it's better to be honest up front than have to deal with it on the other end. And that's like I say, you know, that's the reason the water garden part of that was the fact that it seemed to me, he snuck behind my back and did it because he never mentioned it. See, that's that little omission, you know. You tell me he didn't know he was going to dig a swimming pool? I don't think so. Okay. Try to work as a team wherever possible. You know, a team works together. Have you ever seen a team of horses? If one's going one way and one's going the other, you're not going to get anywhere with what they're pulling. They have to work side by side, side by side. And so that's what we try to do. And we have found that we can get a lot accomplished. If you don't believe it, you should have been at our place the last few months after the ice storm. We have taken tons of debris, it seems like, out to the front. And it was real funny. I got him for his birthday. I got him a little wagon. It's a steel wagon, garden wagon. It's got big rubber tires on it. And so we'd load it up and carry it out. And J.D. would cut, and I'd load and carry it out. And I made a mistake. I'm not an outdoors person, but I was trying to work as a team and help him because I knew it was such a mammoth job. One person would take him the rest of his life, for God's sake, if you could have seen our yard. And so we had the thing all loaded, and I was pulling it. Well, it pulls real easy on those rubber tires. And I saw another limb laying over here, and so I decided I'd bend down and pick up that limb, not thinking about that wagon having momentum. And it hit me, and it knocked me down and ran over me. I got ran over by a wagon. I couldn't believe it. You know, I told J.D., I said, first of all, before I would have bent the wagon had it hit me. you know. But it did, and I was black and blue, but I was out there dying laughing. And he said, what is it? I said, I just got ran over by a little wagon. I can't believe I got ran over by a wagon. And he was over there. He says, are you okay? Are you okay? You know, but we care. We care about one another. Used to. Let me tell you, this deal with the trees in our yard, when we first moved there, we took out 7 trees. Neither one of us had a clue about how to do it. We're doing it in active alcoholism. It was not a teamwork effort. Trust me. You know, Paul Bunyan here had never had a chainsaw in his happy little hands, but he knew everything there was about cutting down a tree. And so we went out there, and I saw it, and I just couldn't believe it. He was up in the top of the tree, and he'd cut off all the limbs behind him as he went. And I said, don't you think it would have been better to start at the top and work down? And he said, well, that doesn't help much now. You know, that was one of the trees. Then he got this other one that was leaning over our house, and we tied this big rope around this section of the tree that was really leaning over that direction. And he said, here, honey, he said, you hang on to this rope while I cut it, and then you can pull it back this way to keep it from falling. And then he cut the tree off below the rope, the whole damn tree. And the tree's leaning, and I'm going, oh my God, I can't hold a whole tree, even as heavy as I was. I cannot hold it. And I'm like this, and I'm screaming, help, help. And I had tied the rope around myself so I could get a big, you know, so I couldn't lose it. And so he throws the saw down, he runs and helps me, and he said, we'll rock it. Rock it? Hell, I can't stand up. And I'm pulling, and then all of a sudden the tree started coming, and I'm going, ah! But I was tied to it. And so I was running, and it never occurred to me to go to the side. I ran, and the tree fell on me out there in the yard, yeah. And the thing of it is, we had had some recent rain, and if not, I would have been killed. I mean, I was pretty bruised up, but I mean, I would just swat over the tree. And the next door neighbors are dying laughing. They said they'd never seen anything quite like that. So you see, getting run over by the wagon wasn't a big deal. We've improved. I was able to walk away from that one. We have tried in the past to work as a team, but like I say, it just didn't. That's just like we had a metal storage building, and on that metal storage building, we were going to move it. And so there was 3 of us, JD and me and the girlfriend. And he said, I'll get on one side, because after you unbolt it and everything, you know, it's just a little metal storage building. It's not real heavy. It's sort of ungainly, you know, 8 by 10 building. But anyway, he says, I'll get over here, and then y'all get on either corner. So that means you have one on either corner and one in the middle, and it's going to go sort of whoopie whoop whoop. And so JD's walking backwards with the building, and Sarah and I are walking forward with the building, and all of a sudden the building don't want to go. And the building don't want to go. And I said, set the building down, Sarah. And I went to see what the problem was, because I can't get him to answer me. And I look as I go through the open doors of the building, and his body is under the building on one side, and his head's on the other side. And I go around there, and he's going, get it off, get it off. And I said, what happened? You know, the Al-Anon, I need to know what happened here. I said, what did you, get it off, get it off. I said, why didn't you say something? Get it off, get it off. I said, how in the world did that happen? How did you get under the building? Get it off, get it off. Well, I got tickled, and then I couldn't lift the building. I had to go and get the neighbors to come help get it off. And he had tripped when he was walking backwards, and he said it came so quick he never had a chance to say anything before it was on top of his throat. You know, that's not exactly teamwork. Another one of our guidelines is joint decisions regarding changes in the home or the yard. That one came up after the water garden, you know. Joint decisions, things that we can decide on and agree on to go forth, so that we're working together as a unit, as opposed to somebody wanting this way or that way. And you know, it's amazing, but when the two of us get together, and he's real creative, not real realistic sometimes, but he's extremely creative. But that's where, you know, it works well together, because I'll say, that is a really great idea. However, did you think about this and you think about that? Because like I say, I'm the one that goes way out here with it, and he does the right here. And so then we can work together and maybe overcome some of those other things. Now, as far as the duties in the home, we made a list of the jobs and things necessary for the running of the home, and we decided who was going to do what. Now, I wrote down the things that I saw that need to be done that I was willing to do, and he did the same. Funny how those lists differ, even in length. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that wasn't on a list. You know, so what do you do there? You know, you've got the things that you like to do. He's got the things that he enjoys doing. But what do you do about all that other stuff? We take turns. We take turns. And, you know, it's like, you can do it for a month, I can do it for a month. You know, we don't have to be locked in forever into something that you don't like doing or don't want to do. And over the years, this has changed many times, because, like, for instance, when I hurt my back, there were certain things that I couldn't do that I had been doing that JD just picked right up and went on. And vice versa, you know, we, like I say, we work that back and forth. And we don't have those major things. It's amazing to me how big an issue garbage has been in my life. You know, or the dirty clothes, or the dishes. You know, it's funny how you can make a major issue out of the garbage needs to go out when I think it needs to go out. But it's his job. He said, I will take out the garbage. Well, why don't you take out the garbage? I will when I'm ready to take out the garbage. So I start another sack, you know. And then you have 2 sacks, you know. And but that's where the dogs came in handy. Because, you know, when you've got dogs, they have to do it a lot quicker. Because the dogs will get into the garbage if you don't, you know. But it was the idea that I kept nagging him about taking out the garbage. He would have taken it out sooner if I had just kept my mouth shut. But I couldn't do it. And so it was suggested that if it was bothering me that bad, for me to take it out and keep my mouth shut. You know? And so it's real funny now. It does not bother. It's whoever.
Happy birthday to me.
Yeah. Butch is off a garbage detail. I always feel like the spouse needs a little gift on the wife's special day, you know. But no, it's like it's not a big deal anymore. It's like when the garbage is full, whoever puts that piece in that makes it full, you know. I mean, we just take it out, you know, and it never bothers me. You know, but for a while I would say to him, package out on 3, please. You know, and he would laugh. That didn't bother him like, you didn't take the garbage out again. You know, it was just the difference in the way that I was presenting the situation, you know. And as far as the laundry situation, you know, if you want clothes washed, they have to appear in the washroom. Clothes not making it to the washroom do not get washed. That's pretty simple, you know. If I'm out there, I don't mind loading the stuff in. If I'm out there, I don't mind bringing the stuff in and folding it. That doesn't. But I'm not going to go around and collect dirty clothes. You know, and I'm not going to go through pockets. You'd be surprised what I find in the washing machine from time to time. But I'm not going to go. We're both adults. I don't feel necessary to have to treat him like a child and go through the pockets. And he's the one that's going to have to buy the new washing machine. So, that's simple. And when one of us feels that the other is not adhering to the guidelines or duty responsibilities, we try to bring it up in a positive way, saying, I have a problem. Instead of, you're not doing, or you said you would, you know, just say, I have a problem. This is the problem. And the problem doesn't have your name in it. The problem is the garbage is bothering me, or the laundry is bothering me, or the key. We have this little joke about the key to the gates. We keep our gates locked. And I had a little bitty key ring with this gate key on it. Well, JD had put it in his pocket, and when he'd go out, instead of bringing it back in the house, and see, I'd always unlock the gate and go back and put the key up. No, he carries it with him all day, all week. I can't get in and out of the gates or anything. And so I was given a key to Alcatraz. It's about that big. It's real heavy and thick. So that's where the little gate key is now. So that solved that, you know, because it weights him down. He knows it's there. Before he would say, you know, I can't do anything. And our yard bed, I got tickled at him the other day, the pest control. He always goes in and gets the little key to open the gates to spray the yard. And he's looking and he's saying, where's the little key with the hot air balloons on it? And I said, oh, we have this other key now. And he goes, which one goes to the gate? That's the reason he's spraying for bugs. And when someone has a responsibility, let them do it in their own time, in their own way. And the reason I say that is, and when I was growing up, my mother would come in and she would tell me to clean my room. But it wasn't my room, it was her house. You know, because it had to be the way she wanted it done. It was even, I never had a room that was called Mary Pearl's room. There was Bobby's room, and there was Dorothy's room, and there was Mom and Daddy's room, and Mary Pearl just went from one to one. And there was never a thing. And it was her house. I never felt like it was my room. So I think it's real important to allow people to have their own little space. Okay, tradition 10. A relationship should avoid heated controversy. No one wins in a heated controversy. You both lose, you both get hurt, and so will a relationship. Power-driven anger, resentment, closed-mindedness, revenge, violence, all can be part of that heated controversy. Now, when I got married the first time, I was told, don't ever go to bed mad. I don't guess I'd ever gotten any sleep if that was the case, because I was mad all the time. Everything made me mad. It's the only feeling I could identify by the time I got to the program. If you hurt my feelings, it made me mad. If you disappointed me, it made me mad. If you did something that scared me, it made me mad. That was my first reaction to everything, is it made me mad. I was just angry, angry, angry. And, you know, I learned revenge early on in my life, and it was like it was not a defect of character. It was a way of life. It never occurred to me it was something you shouldn't do, because it's like, that's what I saw. That's what I was raised with. That was normal. My mother's family, they were all alcoholic except Mama, and I think she probably needed a drink pretty bad. She was more neurotic than any of the alcoholics. And she had all these she was a rule and regulation person. You've got to do it exactly by the directions. You've got to do it by the rules. And so my daddy, I loved going with him, and he was pretty much a free spirit, and I enjoyed that. And we would go fishing and hunting a lot. And on a fishing trip, when I was 5 years old, Mama decided to rent it, so she came with us. And because Mama couldn't have fun, she wouldn't let you have any either. For fishing to my mother was a job. You go out there and you have to catch fish. I mean, she controlled the whole boat. She would tell you when to move, where to move, how long to make your line, how to fix your cork. I mean, she was in charge of the fishing expedition. And so right off the bat, I caught a little fish. And see, you weren't allowed to do that either. Mother gets the first fish, the biggest fish, and the most fish. That's the rule. And I caught this little bitty fish. Well, there was a limit and a size regulation for this particular kind of fish. And so she looked at it and she immediately identified that it was not large enough to keep. Wasn't a keeper. So she very calmly ripped it off the hook and tossed my fish back in. Well, I'm 5 years old, for God's sakes, you know. She threw in my fish. I'd caught my fish. That hurt my feelings. That pissed me off. And so I went into a screaming coma right there. I mean, I was mad. And Daddy told me, he said, honey, don't mind that. Don't mind that. He said, come back here in the back end of the boat with me. So I'm stomping back off to the back end of the boat. And as I get alongside of him, he said, don't worry, we'll get her. Well, I didn't know what that meant, but, you know, it had sort of a good sound to it. You know, it's like, intuitively, you know you're going to like this. And so what happened was every time she'd catch a fish, she'd swing around to him, because he's babysitting now, and he would take the fish off her hook, and he would rebait her hook. She'd swing back around, and he'd hand me her fish, and I'd throw it back over. Every fish the old heifer caught, I threw back over. Now, that was just as normal as anything to me. And what it told me was, anytime anybody does anything that hurts you, do it back as many times as you can. Do it back. And that was how I lived all my life. That was how I lived, because I didn't see anything wrong with that. Nothing at all, you know. J.D. and I had been together for many years before I realized I didn't even know things he liked or disliked. I had never paid attention that much. I was so self-centered. I thought that he liked everything like I liked it. It just never occurred to me because, you know, my way was always right. And so one day he came in and he said, I hate the way you fold my underwear. J.D., I've been folding underwear like this for 9 years. Yeah, and I've hated it every day for 9 years. You've been folding the underwear. And I said, J.D., I fold it this way my whole life. This is a military way. I roll stuff. I come from a military family, and I married a military man the first go around. And he said, I don't like it. When did you not like it? From the very beginning. Why didn't you say something about it? I didn't want to have the conversation we're having now. You see, it would never enter my mind to wait 9 years to tell somebody I didn't like the way they folded my underwear. You know, I wouldn't hesitate in 2 seconds to tell somebody if I didn't like something. That was amazing to me. I'm thinking, dear God, now this is a man who can't stand in line, but he doesn't have to do confrontation with me for standing in line. And he didn't want to do the confrontation. Another thing I found out, I was going to the store one night and I said to him, I'm going to go get us some ice cream, because when he first got sober, ice cream's a big deal. Still a big deal, isn't it? Anyway, and I said, anything special? He said, I'd like praline pecan, please. J.D., why would you want praline pecan? He said, it's my favorite. You have never had praline. He said, no, you never buy praline pecan. You always get vanilla, but my favorite is praline pecan. I said, really? I didn't even know, because, I got vanilla and he ate vanilla. I thought he liked vanilla. I don't like praline pecan, so it wouldn't enter my mind. But I would have bought praline pecan if I'd had a clue he wanted it. I can always buy vanilla too, it's not a big deal. But see, that's the thing. I just always considered that what I had was, he would like it too. I find that we don't have to have so many wrongs or rights, but there's differences, and not to take things personally. Just because he doesn't like the way I fold his underwear, that's just a preference. That doesn't mean I'm doing things wrong. It's just not the way he would prefer it. And it's like in his lunches. J.D. tickles me. He eats food like some other people I know, and he sort of goes on a binge of one kind or another and eats it until you can't possibly stand to look at it, and then he goes to the next item, And so he came in one day and he said, I want a Twinkie in my lunch every day. And I said, okay. So 3 or 4 years later, he comes in and he said, I hate these damn Twinkies. Don't you ever put another Twinkie in my lunch. Now, he had asked for Twinkies, and it's like, when did you get tired of the Twinkies? Well, after about the first 6 months. Well, why didn't you say I didn't want any more Twinkies? I'm ready to have cookies or whatever. And he said, I don't know. He said, I don't know. But that's funny, because he thought I'd take it personal that he didn't like Twinkies. I can give a crap if he likes Twinkies or not. I don't like Twinkies. It's his lunch, I don't care. But it's so funny because we're so used to the other person taking things personally that when we criticize or want to change an action, we have to give each other the right to have grown a little bit, not to become angry when someone asks you to do something different. And then, can God's voice be heard over mine? Because, when you're angry, your voice, at least mine, like I say, gets louder and louder and louder. But can you hear God's voice over that? And I can't, when I'm screaming, hear God's voice. There's no way. Now, as a child, I lived in daily controversy with my mother. There was lots of violence, verbal and physical. The kitchen was not a safe place. When I was 14 years old, my mother she never threw away food, no matter if it was 2 tablespoons or 2 teaspoons. She put it in something and saved it because she had been hungry as a child. You never throw food away. And when we would have company for dinner, which would be my sister and her husband, because see, there's so many years difference. Dorothy was married when I was like 7 years old. And then my brother Bobby was married when I was like 4.5 years old. And my other brother was dead when I came along. There's such an age difference in the families there. And so Dorothy and her husband would come over and have supper with us. And Mother would do what I call emptying the refrigerator. And all these little dishes and stuff. And I hated washing dishes. I hated it. My mother, as we said, was short. I was tall. Mama's kitchen was built for Mama. It's too low. And so it would hurt the small of my back to have to bend so low to do those dishes all the time. And I hated it. And Mother would not listen to that. And it's real funny. My mother bitched about everything, but she didn't like other people bitching. You know, that's the way we are. And so this particular night, Dorothy and JR had come over for supper. And Dorothy was washing and I was drying and putting the dishes away. And I am bitching. Now my sister's playing a joke on me. I have not a clue. I'm a little kid. And what she's doing is I'm drying the dishes and I'm putting them over on the table till I get all of a certain thing and then putting it up. And she's going back and getting the clean dishes and rewashing them so they're coming back through. And I'm thinking, Mama has really cleaned out the refrigerator this time. You know, and I'm and Mama tells me to shut up. And I couldn't shut up. And so the next thing I know is I got hit with a 3-quart Pyrex mixing bowl over the head. Now the bowl broke in half, cut my scalp, blood's running down over my face. At the same moment, my sister puts the utensils into the dish drainer, and on top was a butcher knife. And I grabbed the butcher knife, and I turned around, and I cut my mother all the way down her arm. I just laid her wide open. Well, we both had to go to the hospital and get sewn up that night. Now, you know, when you live in that kind of violence, you know, and the thing of it is, I no more thought, a conscious thought of I'm going to chop Mama up. That was a self-defense thing. But I was bad because I had done it. She was not bad for hitting me because, you see, in that day, you owned your children. You brought them in this world, you could take them out, you know. And today, I know Mother would have been arrested for child abuse, but I also know I would have been arrested too, you know, for the things that I did. But when you live in that, the violence, it just seems to be part of it as you grow up. And so violence is not a big deal. That's like when the violence came in our home, it was from me toward JD. It wasn't a big deal because that was sort of a normal way. When you couldn't deal with your anger, that was the way we dealt with it, through the violence. And it works like you get angry and you don't know how to deal with the anger, and the anger builds, and then you have that lasting resentment, and then the rage comes, and then the next thing you know, the violence is upon you. And it happens so quickly, and it's like you just never know when you're going to go over that edge. But if you handle the stuff as it's going one at a time, that can all be taken care of. But it's not handling that anger and allowing it to build, which makes it really, really dangerous. And you see, that last time I went over to my mother's, when she called for that mother-daughter talk, and I went over there that day, she wanted, mother's mind had gone, and she was thinking I was stealing, and JD was trying to murder her, and she was just into this. It wasn't anything we haven't thought about, but, you know. But we had reconciled, you know. But Mother's mind went, and she said that she wanted some items that I had never seen, had no idea what she was talking about. And I said, Mama, I've never seen these things. And she said, I have gone to the prosecuting attorney, which she had, and I have a warrant sworn out for your arrest, which she had, and you have until tomorrow morning to produce these things. How can you produce what you don't have? I had no idea what she was talking about. And I told her that. And we were in the kitchen, and my mother was a dressmaker. and her kitchen cutting table was what she used as her cutting table. And she had this big pair of scissors there on that cutting table. And as she began to talk to me, I could see she was getting that weird look like she used to get. And she picked up those scissors. And she began to walk with those scissors around. And I began to circle the table, and she got more aggressive. And the door to the back opened in, so the door was against my back. And I began to get very afraid, and she told me, she says, "I'm going to kill you." And she raised those scissors up, and she's coming at me, and I grabbed her, and I'm trying to hold her back. And you know, people, when they're like that, are very, very strong. And I was terrified, and it was right back like being a kid again. You know, it's sort of like a flashback to that violence. Only this time, I realized I could hurt her, because the self-defense in me wanted to hurt her. And I got to get out of here. And so I grabbed her by the shoulders, and I shook her, and I said, "Get away from me." And I mean it right now. And it startled her. And she backed up a little, and when she did, I was able to get that door and slip out. And she chased me down the driveway trying to stab me with the scissors. And that was the last time that I was able to be around my mother, because she'd gone completely over the edge until she had a massive stroke. And then somehow all that went away, and Dorothy became the bad kid, and I was the good kid. Who knows, you know. Mental illness is a very strange thing. But I remember that, you know, those feelings were still inside. Do you know the difference between a problem or an incident? What you do is you can have an incident and not have a problem. It never occurred to me. My TV plumped out on me. It was a couple of weeks before Christmas one year, and the TV repairman came in, and he pronounced it dead on arrival. And I said, "That's all I need here right at Christmas, having to replace a television. Geez, I didn't need another problem to have to deal with." And he said, "This is a problem?" He said, "I'd call this an incident." He said, "A problem to me is sort of life-threatening." You really hate it when Earth people have all this stuff. I said, "Are you in a 12-step program?" I'm hoping, you know. He said, "No, what's that?" Forget it, you know. But the thing about it is, it's not a problem till you put the word problem on it in your mind. There's a lot of things that are uncomfortable or incidents or something to deal with, but they're not problems, because when I put the word problem on it, I make it bigger. It has more power over my mind. It has more power to make me weird. Now, holding grudges, you know, they're really heavy. My sister, we were traveling across the United States in 1992. We were in the same car together for a month, about 3 weeks too long, but being locked in a car together. Dorothy was telling me, she says, "You know, Bobby hurt my feelings when I was 16, and I'm never going to forgive him." I said, "Dorothy, what in the world did he do?" And she said, "Well, he teased her and made fun of her in front of a boy that she was sweet on, and it embarrassed her." And she said, "I'll never forgive him." I said, "You think it's worrying him too much?" Bobby was killed in 1951 in the Korean War. This is 1992. Dorothy is still carrying that. And you know, one of the neat things about Dorothy's mental condition now, she can't remember it. She's finally let it go, or it's gone somewhere, you know. But I told her, I said, "I can't believe that you're still carrying something that long." And so she got some kind of mileage out of that, you know. And I thought, dear Lord in heaven. A lot of the problems in our home have resulted because of poor communication. Poor communication, especially when the other person has a hearing loss or an attention deficit. So many times JD will say to me, "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention." Well, that's because of his hearing loss. He doesn't want to say, "I'm sorry, I can't hear," you know. But it got to the point where that was a little button with me. I got really tired of hearing, "I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention." And so back during the ice storm, here we are going for days and nights without heat and without power, and I'm cold and I'm hungry and all this kind of stuff. And we get out finally, and we go to a little neighborhood restaurant, and we're sitting in there, and he says, "Look, isn't it wonderful? It's snowing." No, it is not wonderful. And so JD's, touch tone with humanity is a trip to Walmart. And so he said, before we go home, we must go to Walmart and get food for the birds. I haven't had anything to eat, but God, we got to take care of the birds, And so we go in there, and they've got these 25-pound sacks of birdseed. And so he lifts this one up, and he sets it in the cart, and I said, if you turn it upside down, then the barcode will be up, and you won't have to double handle it out at the checkout. And he gets the next sack and sets it in exactly the same way. And I just look and say, oh, okay. And now he goes to the third sack, and he says, if I was to turn this upside down, the barcode would be up, and then I wouldn't have to double handle this thing at the checkout. I said, really? I said, what do you think I've been trying to say to you? And what does he say? I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. I've been locked up too long in that house. I went, ah! I ran around the front of the cart. I grabbed him by the throat, and I'm swinging him back and forth, and his eyes are like this, And I look at him, and I hear this girl in the background, this black girl. She said, go, girl, get him, And I got to laughing, and I sat down on the birdseed there in Walmart and fell apart laughing. I didn't realize how long it had been since I'd had a laugh like that. With all of the stress and the tension of the year that I'd had, it's like a lot of the joy had gone out of my life. And I told him, he said, we didn't get you out of there a minute too soon, did we? I'm going, no, I guess not. And I get Then there's sometimes when JD comes home, everything I'm doing is wrong. You are fixing the wrong food for supper. You're not fixing supper. You are doing, it's like anything and everything is wrong. I have learned there's nothing wrong with what I'm doing. There's something bothering him that he's not dealing with. And if I can not buy into that and not have to be defensive and take it all personally and thinking that everything I'm doing is wrong and then feel sorry for me and look what he's doing, if I can keep out of that, sooner or later, usually, give it some time, maybe before the end of the night, I'll say to him, JD, what's really bothering you here? And he'll say, 9 times out of 10, something on the job has bothered him. And he has brought those feelings home, and he's angry on the job, and he can't take the anger out there, so it seems like it's a safe place to come home with it, And it is the safe place for him to vent. However, I would prefer him to come in and say, would you allow me to scream and yell and be bitchy about my job for a few minutes instead of finding everything. But I know, like I say, if I'm in a good place, when after the second or third thing it'll hit me, it's not these things. Don't try to defend anything. That's just where he is. Because when I get into that defensive posture, then that is what makes the controversy between us. I've learned, too, to disagree agreeably. Give him the right to have his own opinion about that. That's fine. But I believe it's this way, or what have you, And it's not that big a deal. Tradition 11. Each partner best conveys his or her beliefs and philosophy by attraction rather than promotion. Anonymity is a valuable asset to the marriage or relationship. Accepting others as they are and trying to live the best we can, one day at a time, is applying the silver and golden rules all at the same time. I try to live my program instead of trying to teach or preach it. I know from a little kid on that what people do makes a bigger impression than what they say. People can tell you don't smoke, but when you're sitting there smoking in front of your kids the whole darn time, it doesn't have much effect, They can tell you don't do this, but when you see them do that, it takes away. So what you do is more important than what you say. So I try to put my program into action, not just talking the talk, but walking the walk. Now, the first time that I saw this at work was with Jennifer. And Jennifer had been in the program just a short period of time, and we were taking turns. Back, remember when they had the gas crisis before? They said there wasn't any gas. That was when they first started increasing the prices on the gas they didn't have, but once they got the price up, they had the gas. Remember that? Well, we were going to meetings all over the county, and so we were carpooling. And it was Jennifer's turn, to take us to the meeting that night. And she called me and she said, the weather says that we're probably going to have a sleet tonight. And she said, you know, I don't have any insurance. And I said, that's all right, honey. I've asked God, and He's going with us. You don't have to worry about it. And she said she got off the phone and went, whoopee-doo, you know. And so we went on to the meeting, and sure enough, when we came out of the meeting that night, there was a real shield of ice on the roads. And we were at the old 120 half group, so we had to go over to the 630, to the interstate there to get on. And there's a big overpass there right after you get on. And as we came up to the top of the overpass, all the cars below us were just going every which way. You saw lights going every way. And so she did the normal thing, panicked, slamming on the brakes. Now we are joining the cars in this nice spiral, you know, and I said to her, Jennifer, turn in the direction of your slide. And I didn't yell it. I said it really calm. But she was scared, and she couldn't, it wasn't registering. And so I told her again, turn in the direction of your slide. And finally, I got the wheel, and I turned just as our wheels were up on the edge of the overpass. And we stopped, and we're there, and we're hearing all this wham, 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 wham all around us. And we look at each other, and I said, are y'all okay? And her little girl in the back seat said, I got to pee. And the police came in a few minutes. We'd backed down off of the deal. And the police said, who'd you hit or who hit you? And we said, nobody. And the cops said, well, what are y'all doing here? And I said, waiting for traffic to clear, you know, so we can get out. And we're sitting there, and Jennifer began to cry. And she looked at me and she said, I want your God. She said, I want a God that's going to take care of me. When you said God's going to go with us and take care of us, she said, I didn't believe. She said, I want to believe. I want your God. You know, and that was the night she came to believe that God would do all those things and He would take care of her. And that was, you know, and it was, you know, it wasn't anything I planned that night, you know, because I just knew that God was going to go with us. You know, because I believed, then she could believe. People also watch you when you're doing rotten things, you know. It's like my sister one day, we're driving along in the car and a guy swerved in front of us and Dorothy went. And I said, what is that? She said, well, isn't that what you do? See, you can show them the wrong thing to do too, you know. That was something she'd learned from me. Another thing that I found is praying with those I sponsor. I think that's real important. You know, when people I love or people I'm sponsoring or having problems or whatever, I believe in praying together with them. And so many times, a lot of times they'll call and they're hurting and I'll say, just close your eyes now and let's get together and let's just pray together. You know, because wherever two or more are joined, there you are. You know, when the God in me touches the God in you, that makes a really strong bond. And I've noticed that we pass that on too. You know, that's the thing. It was all passed on. Passed on by my sponsor to me, and now I try to pass it on to those I sponsor. I don't try to promote the program. I was an evangelist for a while, especially in the beginning. You know, I held in my office one day at a time meetings in the mornings. I'd have everybody gather up there in our little coffee room, and I would read to them out of the ODAT and explain to them what they should do each morning, you know, as far as prayer and meditation. And I had it really nice there for a while until I mentioned my sponsor I was doing this, and then that stopped all that, you know. Everybody got off the hook there. I went around with the 20 questions, the pamphlet from AA, and everyone that I thought needed it in the company, I put one on their desk. Really endeared myself to a lot of people. One was my immediate supervisor, the vice president, and at that time, and he said, what the hell do you mean by this? I said, well, God knows, Earl, you come back drunk every day from lunch, and you have to hide you out over here in the office. Maybe it wasn't the most tactful thing to say. And then we had the company attorney. You know, if you didn't get a decision before 11, kiss it goodbye. You know, because Bill was never in any great shape when he came back from lunch. You know, he was in there farting and sleep with his feet on the desk. I mean, we knew he had a problem, you know, and I was thrilled. It was 3 or 4, 5, 6 years later, I saw him finally make it through the doors of Alcoholics Anonymous, and he's been here ever since. I can't tell you how thrilled I was to see that man finally make it. I hope Earl made it somewhere, but he didn't make it here. But it's been a real journey in that I did all the things wrong. So that's what I'm telling you. You know, I've tried all these things and I have done it wrong. You know, that's like the anonymity, you know. I blew Jennifer's anonymity really big one time. Didn't even know I was doing it at the time. You know how we are. We're so dingy. And all I did was I saw her husband and I said, tell Jennifer we missed her at the meeting last night. Sounds harmless, doesn't it? It says, don't tell who you see here. Well, I told who I didn't see there. You know, but that sort of works too, because he knew, he saw Jennifer, and she said she was leaving for the meeting. And when he got back home, Jennifer was in bed. She didn't say she didn't go to the meeting. Wonder where Jennifer was. He went out and got drunk thinking about that. You know, well, he got drunk on the weekends anyway back then. But it's still, you know, it gave her, she had to hassle with all of that. And the bottom line was a neighbor's husband had died. And she went down to be with the neighbors, never made it to the meeting, didn't have a chance to tell him. It was one of those little simple, harmless so-called things, but it caused her grief. So I learned, don't say who's not at the meeting either. You know, you don't say who's there, don't say who's not there. And I always get tickled because when I would meet people in the mall or something with my sister and she would say to me, is that one of your people? I'd say, I don't know. I couldn't tell you if it was. You know, because it's not mine. It's yours to break. I mean, not mine. And that's another thing. I don't like people breaking my anonymity. And boy, did my sister do it one time really big. And it was so embarrassing. I was in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. It's when we was on our cross-country trip. And all Dorothy knows is I travel a lot. She knows I go to the meetings. She's been to a few Al-Anon meetings. It's not for her, you know. She doesn't have a problem. Maybe she'd go now. She may not remember she doesn't have a problem. Oh, well, let it go. Let it go. Anyhow, maybe the repetition would be good, you know. But anyway, we're there, and we're at a little convenience store. And I had on my necklace with my Al-Anon logo. And so as I'm checking out, the girl goes, you're a friend of Lois? And I said, yes, I'm a friend of Lois. And I said, I'm Mary Pearl, nice to meet you. And this little girl gave me her name. And my sister says, do you know who she is? And I went, Dorothy? And she says, this is the MERP. And the little girl goes, Dorothy says, world famous speaker. Oh, geez. I said, go to the car. And we talked all the way to Idaho about that. And by the time we got to Vancouver, Dorothy went with me to a meeting. And the meeting, thank God, was on acceptance. I needed one really bad at that moment in time. And we got up there and they had you sign a little book. And they said the topic was going to be on acceptance. And so if you wanted to share on acceptance, put a little check by your name. I wanted to listen. And so I'm there and I did not check my name. And I just wrote down, Mary, visitor. Dorothy went with me. She didn't want to stay in a hotel by herself. Sister of visitor. After everyone who had a check by their name had shared, the chairperson said, I'm going to ask some of the people here who don't have, because we have some more time. And so she said, Mary, would you share? I said, I'm just here to listen tonight. And about that time, somebody turned around and said, are you Mary Pearl? And I said, yes. And she said, I knew your voice. I've got your tapes. And Dorothy said, see there, I told you so. But you know, finally, you know, I had to get through to her that that's not what it's about. We're a fellowship of equals. No one in this program is better than another person. Some of us have different jobs to do in the fellowship, but we're all equally important. No one is better than or anything else. No one's lesser than. We're all equals in this fellowship. And that's really hard for people who don't come to the fellowship to understand that. They want to know, are you the president of Al-Anon, or are you the this or that? And it's like, oh, no, no, thank you. It's a thing where nobody runs it and everybody tries. Another thing, JD and I did our bit trying to do marriage counseling. He sponsored the guy and I sponsored the girl, and with our help in 1 short year, they were able to divorce. So we haven't done that anymore, Okay, I can't fix anyone but myself, and I need God's help all the time, all the time. And the people who are closest to us, they lack, we have a lack of objectivity where they're concerned. That's one of the things, I think that's the reason that we can't help people in our family. Other people have to help our family. We don't have credibility with people that we have damaged relationships with. They don't trust us. It's like when I came in the program, I did not trust what JD said to be valid. He would say things and I'd think, liar. And I'd hear an AA person say the very same thing, and I'd believe them. So that helped me to understand him and to get past that. Now, you have to be able to do something for good and do it for free. And if you don't get found out, it's really good. It's really good. And some of the things that I try to do is by having a positive attitude or a smile. I love to smile at people getting on the plane. I just love, because normally people getting on the plane are just, we're running late, it's crowded in here, I can't find a place for my carry-on. I like to smile at people. Just, if for nothing else, it drives them nuts, I like to allow people the right to screw up in traffic without having to tell them about it. I like to be generous. I try to stay out of your business. I try to not to complain all the time when things aren't the way I want them. I do complain sometimes, but not all the time. One of the neatest ones is when you can keep your mouth shut when somebody else makes a mistake. Give them the right to make that mistake. I like to send cards anonymously, or little notes anonymously to people. And one of the things that I can do is I pray for others a lot. A lot. I pray, if I'm in the car driving along, God and I talk, and I pray for people. JD and I, we pray for people when we sit down together to eat, and in the morning and at night. We pray for the people that we love, or other people that we don't even know. We have a little internet prayer chain that's sort of worldwide, and people send prayer requests, and we pray for those people. And it's really neat. Not repeating gossip. Better yet, not listening to it, if you can go that far. Sometimes, if you know certain people are really prone to do that, and if you don't want to be a part of that, you can walk off. You don't have to stand there and listen to it, because when you listen to it, it's really hard to let it stop there. It really is. It's like that, I know something that you don't know. Don't you hate to be the last to find out something? Isn't that funny? Why? At least you found it out, but I hate to be the very last to know. It's like there's one-upmanship in it, It's like you're dumb if you're the last to know, that kind of a thing. And I like to live with a light touch. And I tease people I love. I tease people I love a lot. They always tell them at the group, if she's on you, she likes you, Because I do. I like to play with people. And I've got the perfect playmate over here. JD is so good at playing. And he's dry about it. And he's sneaky and he's very creative. I'm pretty up front with it. But I came home from one of my trips not too long ago, and I'm sitting there, and JD says, well, I think I'll go on to bed. And I said, well, good night. I'm really tired. I think I'm just going to chill out here for a while. And I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden, this light hits my face. And I look, and JD's standing there in his underwear with a lantern on top of his head. And he's got his arms stretched out. And he says, I'm an angel sent by God. I'm here to tell you that God loves you very much. And so do I. But you may call me Monica. crazy man. A crazy man. And then like on his yard sculpture that he does, I was fixing supper one night and the dogs were ripping through the house, and all of a sudden JD came running from the bathroom without a stitch on. And he screams, "There's an armadillo in the backyard," and he's down locking the pet door so the dogs can't get out. And I'm going, oh my God, how did an armadillo get in our backyard? Our yard is fenced. How could that happen? I look out, well, I don't have on my glasses. I look out, and by God, there is an armadillo in my backyard. And I said, don't go out there like that. And he said, I won't. I said, I'll get a broom or something and go scare that. I can't believe there's an armadillo in my backyard. And so I go tearing out there, and as I get close to the armadillo, I realize the armadillo's eyes are crossed. And there's a little hole there with a little scratch marks and everything, and it's a yard sculpture of an armadillo. He has set me up again. You know, one year I looked out and it was snowing. It was so gorgeous. And JD says, honey, do you realize your tulips are blooming in the snow? I said, well, they are. They are. My God, I didn't even plant tulips there, JD. These little plastic tulips are stuck out there, and he can grow anything. And he gets a sweet potato, puts it in a little glass of water, and has this magnificent vine. I get a sweet potato, put it in this water, and I have a rotted sweet potato. It's like, what happened? And so I'm trying, you know, every year he would try, and I would, and his would be flourishing, and mine would be rotting as usual. And he said, honey, you've got leaves on your sweet potato. Really? I mean, I didn't notice I had leaves on my sweet potato. And I ran in there to the kitchen window and I looked and I said, my God, I do have philodendron leaves on my sweet potato. Another thing I've learned over the years is to be honest about what's going on with me to the people. Like when I share with y'all, when I'm not in a good place, I'll tell you, I am not in a good place. You know, I had the worst year of my life, the year 2000. I mean, it was. You know, and I try not to have that program pride that says you can't tell them how bad it is because then they'll think the program doesn't work. That's crazy. The fact is the program's working. You're going to have hard times. You're going to have days you can't work it worth a shit, but the program works, and you'll do it as soon as you can. You know, I think it's real important. There's times like when I got to the point, it's like, why pray, why bother? My life is just down the toilet. But what did I ask other people? Pray for me till I can again. Pray for me until I can get back where I need to be. And I believe in the prayers and carrying people with the prayers, because I think if I hadn't had the prayers, I couldn't have made it last year. You know, we all have these hard times that we have to go through. And I like doing things just because they're the right thing to do. It makes me feel good to do it. Tradition 12. Selflessness is the spiritual foundation of our way of life as marriage partners or friends, ever reminding us to place principles above personalities. And the principle is unselfishness. The greatest gift we have is to be of service to one another. And you can't do that and be selfish at the same time. There's no room for pride, selfishness, arrogance, managing, controlling, or whatever in our new way of life. We learn to place principles above personalities. It doesn't matter. You know, it's like don't discount a message because you don't like the messenger. Some of the people I have not liked the most have given me, usually I don't like who brings me the message that I need to hear. You know, that it's like, oh, that hurt. I don't want to hear that. There was a man that came from New York, from Albany, and he was a member of Alcoholics Anonymous, and I went to this open AA meeting, and Ed was always there, and he had that, you know, that real annoying New York accent, the one that was like that. And I know Betty's loving this. She's sticking her toe out at me. But all he would do is every meeting he would tell us how much more wonderful it was up in New York and how he liked it better in New York than he did down in Arkansas. And he would just keep going on and on and on. And finally one night I said, you really like it so much better up there? And he said, yes. I said, well, what the hell, you go back. You know, it's just like I had it with him, you know. Very next meeting, he says, God never puts on you more than you can stand, but you will. I needed to hear that. I didn't want to hear it from Ed, you know, of all people in the world. And so I thought about that, and then I went to Ed and I made an amends to Ed. I said, you know, I wasn't being very kind, loving. I wasn't being tolerant. And I said, you can't help being who you are. I can't help being who I am. But you really helped me, and I want you to know that. And I'm going to pay attention to what you say now. Because it seemed like to me, all he had talked about was back up in the jungle up there in Albany. And it seemed like, I mean, that's what he would say all the time. But then if you get past that, he had some good stuff to share. And that's the thing. Everybody has good things to share. And Ed and I became friends. And I'm really glad. You know, Ed died of alcoholism. He had to go back out there, and he never made it. But Ed helped me. So, see, that's the thing you have to remember. Don't discount the message just because you didn't care for the messenger. We had a gentleman in our group named Larry. Larry just got on my very last nerve. I mean to tell you, he had a thing against the Catholic Church. Now, when I got here, I was anti-religion, but I was not as berserk. I didn't voice it like Larry did. And in every meeting, he would tell you how he hated his wife's priest. I'm thinking, you know, he probably don't care for you either, Larry. But he was very, I just couldn't, there was something about Larry. So I'm walking in the mornings, I'm walking, and I'm saying, God, I know there must be something in Larry that is like me, for me not to like him that much. Because, you know, they always say you hate your defects worse. What is it about Larry that we have in common? Because I sure don't want to be like that. What is it? And as I'm walking along that morning, I go, oh my God, not that. Larry is an opinionated asshole. I have found our commonality here, you know. You know? And so, you know, that changed my attitude about Larry. Larry didn't drive me nuts so much anymore. I could get in there and I could even listen to what Larry said. Larry was another one that left the fellowship. Unfortunately, Larry had had polio as a child, and to try to get his mobility, he was a swimmer, and he was a master swimmer. He swam like 5, 6, 7 miles every morning. But Larry was diabetic, and Larry would not manage his diabetes. I mean, it got to the point, we'd seen him go into so many diabetic comas that we were all holding hands one night doing the Lord's Prayer, and we saw Larry going, we just finished the prayer. You know, he was on a first-name basis with the ambulance people all the time because he just would not. It was amazing. The judge took his driver's license away for so many wrecks for going into diabetic comas in, you know, the car, this kind of thing. And Larry went swimming one morning, and they found him in the bottom of the pool. He had, one more time, not taken care of his diabetes. But, you know, that was really sad because we like Larry, you know, and we missed Larry. But, you know, people, this disease, you know, that's a denial. Whatever illness that you have, if you're in denial about it, it's going to be pretty bad for you. And he did not accept his diabetes well. And he had had it since he was a child. It was amazing. Humility means you're teachable. You know where your place is. You don't know everything. You know, Alma was a lady in our group I love very much, and she says, knowing your place before God, and you got to be teachable. If you're going to be humble, you got to be teachable. And that's true. Now, one of the ways that you can convey your message here in your selflessness is through sponsorship. I found it's been one of the neatest things. You know, I don't know what I have brought to the people I sponsor, but I do know what they have brought to my life. My life is so much richer. I remember a few years back, probably about 6 or so years back, I was beginning to feel a little stale, a little, you know how you get. Maybe a tad complacent, that kind of thing. And this gentleman in Toronto asked me if I would sponsor him, and I said, well, you're in Toronto, and you've been around your whole life. I mean, he started an team when he was like 12 years old, and he's almost 40 at the time. And I said, are you sure? He said, yeah. And then we got to talking, and he'd never really worked the steps. And I'm thinking, what were you doing all those years? And he says, I was around the program. Well, there's a difference between being in the program and around the program. And he says, and I will do anything you ask me to do. Oh, who could refuse that? You know, I mean, really, you know. But his willingness and his enthusiasm brought a new joy into my life, you know. Being able to see him grow and change, and the kind of things that he was able to do by working the steps in his life revitalized my life and my program, you know. It's amazing how that works. That's the reason we have to keep passing it on, because you keep getting it back when you're doing that, you know. And I've had more fun with my children of the Spirit. You know, I used to sit around and worry about, you know, when I die, I don't have anybody to leave anything to. You know, there's nobody there because I'm the last of our family. And I thought, wait a minute. I did my will. We did it again. We just updated our wills before we came on the ship. God forbid something should happen as to what would happen with my sister. But it was like I had under the special bequeath, I mean pages, you know, of my children of the Spirit, you know, of the things, you know. And I said, that is really neat to me. I have great, great memories. Jennifer and I have what we call runaway days. We just run away. We get in the car, we don't tell anybody where we're going, and we're gone for a day. And we spend special time. We have a lot of special memories there. I have this dingy little girl up in Ontario named Bonnie, and I had great fun. Bonnie has a swimming pool. She lives out in the country. And so she says to me, let's go skinny dipping. Says there's nobody here except us. And I'm going, out in the open air? And I said, what if a plane flying over, you know. And of course, like I say, I was much heavier then too, you know, when you're a lot more self-conscious about your body. And now I just have this thing with skin, you know. It's great fun, you know. You decide what to do with it. If you want to know how you get up in the morning, you know, if you roll socks, well, see, you can put on your bra. You just pick it up, roll it up, and stick it in. And I was out there, and so we went skinny dipping, and I found skin I didn't know I had. You know, did you know boobs float? Ha ha! The last time I'd skinny dipped, I didn't have any. You know, it's been since I was a kid. And I'm going, Bunny, look, my boobies float. You know, it's like having a Mae West on around your neck. You know, they're right up here. But nowadays, you know, if I want, the people say, show your tits, I have to go, okay. You know. It's totally different. I had a day at a spa in Las Colinas down in Dallas-Fort Worth area at the Four Seasons, and it's a really posh place with one of the girls I sponsored. And that was a real traumatic experience, because when you're a very large person to go to there, you know, you go in and the first thing they do is they strip you off nude and put you in this little terry cloth robe, and they send you to the holding tank. And there's where a bunch of the women are all waiting for the different procedures, and they have a big hot tub that's about the size of a swimming pool, and they have a cold tub. And these women are just taking off their little robes and walking around and in and out of the water. And some of them are very, very nice figures, and there's some that shouldn't be doing that. And there's like me who shouldn't be there at all. And I am hiding in a book. It's like it was more skin than I ever wanted to see in my entire life. And then they call your name and they say, you know, we'll take you for your massage. And so I go down for my, I think it was an hour and a half massage. And I go down there and they say, Tim will do your, Tim? Tim? I mean, I go to hot springs. Women do women. Men do men. Men do not do women. Young, good-looking, handsome young boys do not do fat women. You know, I mean, oh no. Tim is in his little short shorts, you know, and he says, I'm a graduate from Texas Tech, and he's giving me all his credentials, and I'm going, young enough to be my son, and he's going to get to do Moby Dick. Oh, I can't believe this. I can't believe this. And I'm going, he said, have you never had a massage? I said, yes, but not by a man. And he said, well, it will be all right. And he's trying to be very, very professional, but my brain is just, you know how our mind is? I am having more than a committee meeting. I am having a frenzy up here, you know. I get there, and you're laying down, you got your face in there. I'm praying for everybody I know. Keep your mind off of this. Keep your mind off of it. Keep your mind off of it. I'm laying there, and then all of a sudden, it's beginning to feel pretty good. I'm going, oh, and it's one of those therapeutic where they really get into it things, And then he just gets, and he's getting down lower on my back. And I don't know why things come into your mind. You know how these old things go. And it just says, whatever you do, don't fart. And it's like, ah! That was the scream heard in my head. And he said, you got real tense again. I thought, no shit, Oh, I couldn't wait for that to be over. I mean, it was the longest hour and a half of my life. I was so uncomfortable. I really didn't enjoy that. But then I went back to the holding tank. By now, I can do anything. And I got a facial and I got a manicure and all like that. And that was all great, That was great. But see, that was one of the things that when you are extremely overweight is very, very uncomfortable. Now, I'd hate to see them doing skin like this, But I would not feel as self-conscious about it. I would not be as self-conscious. One time, one of the other girls that I sponsored, we were going to a conference in Missouri. And on the way, we were passing through the little towns in North Arkansas, and one of the ladies in our group's mother had passed away. And she was from this little town. And I said, we could whip by and sign the book. And she said, why not? So we zipped off. Now we have to find the funeral home. Well, in a little teeny town, North Arkansas, there's only one, We go in, but they have 3 people. Which one is Hazel's mother? We don't know what the last name was, So we said, could we see all of them? So we can determine which one might look like Hazel. And we found one that we thought resembled Hazel more than the other 2. And we signed the book. Hazel was thrilled that we signed the book, But that's just some of the little crazy, the fun, the freedom that you have. The freedom that you have, Giving and caring, There's nothing like doing a 5th step with someone where they honor you and trust you enough to tell you about all of the secrets of their life, The good, the bad, the ugly. That's such a neat thing, Listening to one another. And then there's gratitude, which is honesty in action. Looking at my life honestly, concentrating on my blessings instead of the negatives. Taking God with me and trying to keep that conscious contact. Applying the steps and principles in my life. I started in my group and then with my friends. And unfortunately, the last place I was able to carry those principles was to my home. And that's because there was so much damage there. It was easier over here, but it helped me to get it over there. And when I could finally bring those principles into my home and work them there, that's when our relationship really began to change. I made a lot of progress over the years, but unfortunately, I'm still a work in progress. I'm not healed yet. My mother's family, like I say, they were all alcoholic, and they did some really fun things to each other. Like, I had this one uncle, and we were all camping one night, and in the middle of the night, you heard a gun go off and a scream. And he had shot his big toe off. He thought it was a snake at the foot of the bed. I really loved him. He was so funny. He was shot in bed, actually, when he died. But he was there because he was with someone else's wife. But I love that drunk. He was more fun. He was so exciting. And then there was Uncle Ernie and Aunt Mary May. Now, Uncle Ernie and Mary May lived next door to one another, brother and sister, and they would do things to one another. She had been married many, many times, and he had not. And they took away his driver's license permanently. And so she had a new car, and she said, can I use your carport for my new car since you won't be driving anymore? He said, well, if you'll take me where I want to go when I need to go. And so she agreed. Well, you know already this isn't going to work. They'll get to drinking different times, whatever. And so she wouldn't take him when he wanted her to go. And so he evicted her from the carport. And she refused to move her car. So he took a gun and shot it. Well, this made her mad. And so she got even by doing things to him. And then he got even by burning a room off her house. And just happiness, you know. And so then she got really mad, and she had him put in a sanitarium. He had had TB off and on. And so she called and reported him that he wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing. And so they put him in. When they put him in the sanitarium, took away his alcohol. He died. So now we're out at the cemetery. And it's sort of sad when you go to a funeral that the only people there are 3 or 4 people, just the immediate family, my mother and her sister and Dorothy and me, you know. And I feel sorry for Ernie. He never did like Aunt Mary May too well. And Aunt Mary May, like I say, she had one husband in particular I really liked, and I always felt like she murdered him. And so she had this magnificent stone over his grave. You should have seen her the day of the funeral. It was one of those, you know, she cussed him out every day of his life, and she was draped over the coffin, you know. Just a big scene. And the stones showed their last name, his name, born, died, and the date, you know, and it says her name, born, and then the blank. And that would bug her, so she had them take it off the grave because she didn't like looking at her own tombstone. And so for many, many years it was like that, but we're walking around waiting on them to bring the body that day, and Dorothy and I are, and I said, look, the stone's back on the grave, not the little 3x5 card anymore. I said, she's actually got the stone up. Wonder when that happens, you know. And I said, oh, God. And so I had this little Sharpie pen in my purse, and I filled in her date. Just for fun. I said, Ernie, this one's for you. See, I'm not well. You should have seen her reaction. Yeah. The slogans are great. You notice the live and let live? If you don't live your life, you won't allow anybody else to live theirs. People who are at war with themselves can't be at peace with anybody else. You know, if you can't live your life, then that's your deal, you know, but you won't be able. And one day at a time is so important. I've never realized exactly how important until this last year, because sometimes 1 hour at a time was a big deal. You just do what you can do, you know. And pain seems to be a touchstone to growth. I don't know why that is. You know, it makes me willing to change. I always feel like, you know, we always bitch about letting go. You know, I can't let go. Well, if you ever water ski, you better learn to let go. Because the first thing you do when you fall, if you don't let go, you'll drink the lake. Been there, done that. You know, you do my little porpoise imitation, you know, out there snitting along in the water, drinking the lake. It's resistance to the change that causes the pain. And fear is very painful. It will cause that resistance. When you don't trust in the process, and when you don't trust God, you know, and it's so silly, you know, you think you trust God, but you're afraid what God's going to do. And if you've got to realize that what God's going to do is better than anything you would possibly know. But it takes a while. We're just human beings. You know, in the big book it talks about trudge the road of happy destiny. What does trudge sound like to you? Sound like to me for years that you had your feet in mud, and every time you took a step it went, you know. But that's not what it meant. I had this old dictionary I looked up. Trudge meant moving forward with a purpose. Moving forward with a purpose is trudge. And it's funny how the words change over the years, the meanings. And I don't have to be alone in my walk anymore. I've got all of y'all. I've got people all over this world. You know, there's a girl over in Africa that I talk to on a daily basis pretty much through the internet, you know. We are a worldwide fellowship. And we have one in India, and we have one in the Canary Islands, and what have you. And I can reach out and touch people. Say hi to Joyce or whatever. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, we're all in the same kind of thing. When you practice spiritual principles, we become of maximum service to God. Spiritual principles. And then you can enjoy life as you've never enjoyed it before. So it's just super neat. You know, I've met people from all over the world, literally all over the world. And what I've learned is we are so alike. We may speak with different accents. We may be of different colors, but we are all alike. And it goes back to what my sponsor told me in the very beginning. In here, we are hearts that hurt. And a heart that hurts has no boundaries. Absolutely no boundaries. I love to relax and I love to have fun. And here a few weeks ago, I was visiting Bonnie back up in Canada, and it was Mother's Day weekend. And when I got off the plane, I had on some pedal pushers. I had been to a conference in another part of Michigan and flew into Detroit. And she said, let's go have lunch. And when we pulled into this little restaurant, she said, get your suitcase out and put on a dress. And I said, what? She said, dress up. I said, what are you talking about? She said, dress up. So I went in the bathroom. That's a really close place to change your clothes, is in a bathroom in a Bob Evans. But anyway, I changed my clothes. I came out, we had lunch, and we drove, and she said, Happy Mother's Day. And we went to see Phantom of the Opera. She had gotten tickets because she knows that's my favorite. And we went to see the Phantom there in Detroit, you know. Just off the plane to lunch and see the Phantom. You know, I thought, isn't that neat? Isn't that neat? Am I not blessed? Am I not blessed? I have had some of the neatest things in my life. I have had wonderful program vacations. Sandy and Willie and JD and I have had many, many wonderful vacations. And it's amazing sometimes the things that we do. We were up in Yosemite, and we had a brain fart, you know. I fixed this wonderful meal of steaks and tossed salad and baked potatoes, and we're right by this wonderful babbling stream. The stream, you know, we were in the little Winnebago out there, and there was a little snow around the base of some of the trees. It was just so nice. I even made this wonderful homemade from scratch cherry pie, you know. And we all got out to eat there on the picnic table, and fortunately, we didn't take the pie with us, but we put everything else. And then we immediately all sat down on the same side of the picnic table, slingshot our food, you know, over at the creek, you know. Laughed. We laughed. That was so much fun, you know. The thing is, life keeps happening. Life keeps happening. And some of the hardest things is to watch people you love go through those hard times. But they have to do what they have to do. You know, I was in Indiana, and Oma, like I say, was one of my grandbabies in sponsorship. Oma was in her 60s. She had had 2 open heart surgeries over the years and had tremendous allergies, could have very few foods that she could eat, but she was an upbeat lady. You didn't hear her complain. You didn't hear her bitch. You know, she just went ahead and did what she could to the best of her ability. And we were always laughing about people getting monogrammed things because you never see anything with MERP. She said, you never see anything with Oma either. Well, here it was. I was at my wedding anniversary, and JD was at home, and I was in Indiana doing a conference. And we went out to lunch that day to a German restaurant. And there was a plaque that said, Oma is the greatest. And I thought, my God, Oma's birthday's next Tuesday. Is this fabulous or what? And I went running back to the hotel, and I called JD, and I said, JD, you're not going to believe this. I have found a plaque that's got Oma on it. And he said, have you spoke yet? And I said, no. He said, well, call me back. I said, what do you mean call you back? Because that's not normal. And he said, well, I need to tell you. And I said, what do you need to tell me? And he said, they found Oma dead this morning. But, you know, the thing about it is, it was sort of like Oma was saying goodbye. You know, it was sort of like Oma was saying goodbye. I've had to let people I love go. Father Hillary was another, you know, a really good friend. And I had to say goodbye there. And then I had to watch Jennifer go through the hardest period of her life. We thought we'd gone through hard times because, like I say, we've known each other our whole lives. When she lost her mother, we thought that was the hardest. But we saw her marriage of over 30 years deteriorate. And that was very, very difficult. And to watch her suffer would damn near kill me. You know, it was really hard for me to be objective about him and not want to kill him when I would see how she was hurting. But I had to realize that he was very, very sick. But there's been some good things too. And going through my mother's stuff, I found something that meant a whole lot to me. My mother had always told me how much my brother Bobby loved me. And I only remember seeing Bobby twice because I was so young when he got married and he was in the military and went away. And then I remember seeing him when he was on the troop train going to the West Coast to go to Korea. That's the only two things I remember. But I found all these pictures where he's holding me, and he and Dorothy and me, I look like I'm their kid, and the family portrait looks like Mom and Daddy are the grandparents and Bobby and Dorothy are my mother. It's amazing. I found all these pictures and going through mother. But my brother wrote to Mama the night before he was killed. And when he wrote his letter, down at the very bottom, he said, "Please hug and kiss that sweet little Mary Pearl for me." And there it was. And see, my mother, who I thought that pack rat all those years, that meant, because see, her telling me Bobby loved me, it's like my brother reached out and told me he loved me by having it in his own handwriting. Something very, very special. J.D. told me when he asked me to marry him, he said, "Would you come grow old with me?" And I said, "Okay." And so, I've had to say, what do we do now? We're here. What do we do here, But we are growing older together, and there's a really sweetness to that. I love him, and he's more special to me than he's ever been because he has been there. I mean, he just intuitively, he knows when that touch is needed or when that little hug is needed, and he's got a strength in him I didn't ever know was there. And I want to end with something that a friend of mine who's a priest told me. He said that he was over in India and stayed with Mother Teresa for a while. And he was debating whether or not to leave the priesthood. And he said, Mother, he said, I want you to pray for me that I should have clarity on what to do about this deal. And she looked at him and she said, no, I will not pray that you shall have clarity. And he said, well, what do you mean? She said, I will pray that you should have faith. When you have faith and you trust God, you don't need to know. God will tell you. And that to me is one of the best spiritual principles that I think I can leave you with, is when you need to know, talk to God, trust God, and God will tell you. And that'll help your relationship as much as anything in this world. And I thank y'all so much for coming on this cruise and enjoying this wonderful week with us. Bye.
Sorry to interrupt your viewing. Taper Dave here. Just wanted to take a second to ask you to like and subscribe to my channel. Let me know if you like what you're listening. I've got some very good talks here, and this one's a great one. Just curious, do you think this is better than Zoom? Tell me what you think. Okay, this is how I prepare my drone for launching. I like to do it inside the cab of my truck so I'm not standing outside in the weather. To install the joysticks for control, up and down, right and left, powered on. I have an Android phone that I use to connect it to the drone with. And it's actually controlled through the iPhone, through an app. Oops, wrong way. It's actually controlled through the iPhone, or through this Android phone, through the app. It's actually controlled through the Android phone, through an app, and you connect it through this short connection right here.
Remote control connected.
Remote control's connected. So I pull out the drone. I have to extend the legs long legs extended first, then the short legs. Remove the gimbal protector. Set that aside, then power it on one short burst, then one long burst. I lay it down. So I have to go to calibrate. So the drone's not connected yet. It shows you here as this drone gets disconnected, even though the remote's powered on. So the drone has to establish it's connected. So I go into the app to calibration mode. First I'll calibrate the remote controller. Start calibration. Out, in, out, in, up, down, and then this little wheel is to control the gimbal. So it's calibrated. Go to gimbal calibration, start calibration, and then it calibrates the gimbal. I don't know if that shows up. The gimbal's moving all over the place. Changes, you can see it on the video. And I'm calibrated to take off. It's acquired 7 satellites at the moment. There are 26 satellites up in the sky, which it has to acquire before you can take off. So it's connected. It's got enough satellites. This is white. I can go to press this little arrow button, swipe right to take off, and it would start the motors if I slid this to the right. But I'll wait till I get outside. Don't want to do it inside.